Okay, I guess we are live. Hey, Ruben, how you doing? Okay, whew, good. Well, uh, figure I just throw this topic out there. Everybody out there who's watching on YouTube, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Topic for today is where's my Superman? Uh, Jordan, welcome. They'll be coming in here one at a time. So yeah, I wanted to talk. I mean, obviously, in religion, I wanted to touch upon, I guess, religion and and politics. We have this, and I think we're all kind of guilty of it to some extent, of I guess hero worship, idolizing, um, and looking to someone else to kind of cure all our ills and solve our problems. We it's obvious in Christianity, of course, looking to the Messiah, the second coming, or to be raptured. Um, so I wanted to guess, just throw an open forum out there. Uh, I guess throw a question out there: Has anybody been guilty of hero worship? Um, why do we do this? Why do we do this? Is it something that's in our makeup? Um, is it something we're taught? These kind of things. So I just wanted to throw that out, and we just go from there, I guess. So idolizing, whatever do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't look at my avatar at all. All right, Ruben. uh, uh, Jordan, you got a microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Is it better? Is it louder than last time?
Oh yeah, it's much better. Well,
Okay.
obviously you got the headset on, so I'm
Yeah, I
assuming.
wasn't sure if my computer was picking it up or not. But
Mm,
okay.
yeah. I saw you in there. I was in the other room briefly. Shanna was having a discussion. I felt like I was in Bizarro World over there. People taking opposite viewpoints and stuff. That was kind of strange.
What exactly were they doing? I watched some of it, or I think that's the same thing I just watched.
Um,
It looked like they were sort of doing like a mock, like a satire debate or something.
yeah, it was kind of looked, yeah, except for Ozzy. Ozzy, I think, was standing by his position, but J.D. Kane was definitely taking one of the opposite positions, being a creationist, and uh, I don't know what I don't know what Nate was doing. I think he was playing the Calvinist role. Yeah.
hmm
Oh yeah, it was like Bizarro World in there a little bit. Excuse me. Um, so Jordan, I mean, what do you think
About idolizing people.
about yeah,
Have I ever been guilty of it? Is
yeah,
that what you're asking?
yeah? You know what I mean, or
Yeah,
you just have thoughts on the subject in general.
yeah. I don't know that it's a bad thing for some people, but um, yeah, I'm real bad about idolizing uh, this or that scholar or whatever. Um, almost to where like I'm tempted to throw my brain away because I feel like if I feel like basically my brain is no good if it disagrees with what this person says about something because I view them as uh, so much smarter than myself that I guess that's a form of idolatry, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. If you think someone is better than you because you perceive some greater intellect, and then you're diminishing your own kind of self worth.
that was something that sort of bothered me in my deconversion process. Is I couldn't figure out how these brilliant people that knew everything I did plus 100 times more could come to different conclusions. And like Bruce Metzger, as much as he knew, died a professing Christian. Now, I don't know that a fundamentalist would say he was a Christian because he didn't believe in the inerrant Bible or anything like that. But um, I thought, I was like, man, I must have missed something. There's there must be something he knew that I don't know, or that he learned that I haven't learned yet, that proves that Christianity is true. Because a guy that's as smart as Bruce Metzger would not believe it if it was false. And I really struggled with that it wasn't just him. Just thinking about all these brilliant guys that disagreed with the conclusions I had come to.
I can say the same thing about politicians, right? You have all these politicians, they're going to Harvard, Yale,
Yeah.
and some of them say the stupidest things, or pass the most ridiculous laws, or just,
Or like trade 5 Al Qaeda members for one uh, chicken shit or something like that. That's
uh,
the dumbest thing he's done since he's been in office. That's the first thing he's done that truly pissed me off.
which one?
Uh, Obama, what he recently did with, um, in order to get that one POW back who was a deserter. Uh, I'm sure you've heard about that, right?
No, I didn't. I actually have not been really keeping up with the what's going on in politics of late.
Well, I don't either. This was just something that was it's just so, I guess, um, being so broadly broadcasted and talked about. But yeah, usually I'll sometimes go to the president's defense, even though I've never really been crazy about him. He hadn't done anything that made me as a redneck all pissed off. Old black president. Um, so yeah, I usually take up for him and try to explain to uh, rednecks as to why the president might have done this instead of this, because or for whatever reason. But yeah, there's no excuse for this crap. What he's just done, it's asinine.
I just find him. Well, there's a perfect example of idolizing and worshiping Obama.
Yeah.
God, even despite after 4 years of nothing changing, if anything, gotten worse, especially in the economy. We apparently reelected this guy. Well, I didn't, but and now just getting progressively worse. I really wonder if there was a third term allowed, would they reelect him again?
Uh, I think they would. I think they would.
Uh,
Yep.
so what? Yeah,
But remember what Alan Watts said.
go ahead. Yeah,
Uh,
Alan
it,
Watts.
it, it, it doesn't matter if the world blows itself up. He said maybe that's how all the stars came into existence. Each star we look at is, a world that blew itself up. So it doesn't matter if Obama gets reelected a third time.
Because the world's gonna blow up anyway, huh?
Mm. Well, actually, what he says is we have to have the attitude that it doesn't matter if the world blows up. And he says if we have that attitude, he says there's actually a chance that it won't happen because we won't be in a panic. He said, but the person that pushes that button that nukes the whole earth and blows us up and turns us into a star, he said that person's going to be in a panic. That person is going to be worried. He said, but if we're not worried and we don't care about the world blowing itself up, then there's a chance it might not happen. He says it's our only chance.
Get rid of attachments, right? Like the Buddhists.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be attached to the world.
That's right.
Teach that in Christianity too. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing about that, or I guess why it doesn't work in Christianity so well, is that uh, well, some Christians believe that God's going to come back and blow the world up, so He's going to do it for us. Um, but this everything I guess has some sort of eternal significance to them. Every little thing. So.
Well, like Scripture's reference to things of the world.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, like, I can't think of the scripture right off the top of my head, but it's something to that effect of, like money being the root, the love of money being the root of all evil.
Right.
Hating your mother and father. I don't. So what is it? You think just people just want to be? They're just lazy, you know. They don't want to they don't want to take responsibility for their own lives, for their own choices. And so they looking outside for someone else to do it for them.
It could be. It could. You know, Christianity could be a way for them to sort of relinquish their guilt. I mean, because the message is sort of a beautiful message. I mean, yeah, it's sad that you're a sinner, but there's good news. There's total forgiveness. Doesn't matter what you've done or what you're gonna do. Forgiveness is there, so you don't have to carry the guilt with you anymore. It doesn't matter who you killed or raped or molested. You've been forgiven.
What about more something more down to earth? I'm saying like also when people vote for politicians, it's just like I don't know. I get frustrated now. People just believe the rhetoric, believe the bullshit. They really think that this one guy is gonna like really solve a lot of the problems they're having. They're gonna put more money in their pocket, get them jobs, and it just seems time after time, disappointment after disappointment. Yet some of these people still get reelected, or they stay committed to a political party, and uh, and it's like worshiping a political party. It's like idolizing. It's their Superman. It's their superhero.
Obama mania. You remember that lady? She was like crying. She's like, I just want a house with a kitchen. Like just given to her. And like she was crying, like talking to the president. And he's like, man, calm down. I'll get one of my associates to help you. Well, somebody ended up giving her a house. And it happened to be a Republican that gave her a house with a kitchen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. No, she's a Republican. I don't. Yeah, I didn't see that story.
Reuben, when are you going to get a microphone, buddy?
To the benefit of those out there listening, was it? He says Superman is clearly based on Moses. Taliban, not Al Qaeda first. LOL. Those kids must be keep you very busy, Jordan. There's a shitload of reasons to be angry with Obama's foreign policy, starting with his continued illegal occupation of Afghanistan. Agree. Extending the war another 2 years. Really, I thought he was pulling these people, supposed to be pulling the people out. Oh, man. And 75% of Americans didn't vote for Obama. That's all you need to know. We're in Reagan's ninth term. That's funny.
Yes, I did listen to Dr. White's response to Pastor Cortez today. What did you think about it? Are you familiar with what's happened, John?
No.
There is a Southern Baptist pastor who preaches.
Wait, Jordan, hold that thought. I just want to quickly say welcome to J Dubs, Heavy Hauler, and Sasha. Thanks for coming in, man.
Hey.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Hi, y'all.
Yeah, hey, Jordan. I just hope it doesn't throw us off. Oh, what the hell?
This is actually a friend of mine that knows me in real life. I was telling him about Google Hangouts, and
I hope he knows you in real life if he's calling you.
Hey, I've talked to you, John. I don't know you in real life.
we did talk on the phone once.
Okay, I'll have to come back and tell you about Pastor Cortez. I'm going to talk to him on the phone real quick. Hopefully he'll be able to join us here in a minute.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Well, that kind of works out good because people came in here and maybe we'll get their thoughts on the subject of idolizing or worshiping or putting people up on a pedestal, looking for our Superman. Yeah, I hear you, Sasha. Okay, I'll let you go first, Sasha, if you have any thoughts on idol worship or anything. Why do we look to people to kind of?
I don't have to go right now. I gotta go in like a half hour because it starts at 9 o'clock Colorado time. So I got like a half hour before they're gonna do like the early thing. Because we're going like 10 or 15 minutes early.
No problem.
That's all I was saying. But I think people like it's because if you look back, like they said that the gods lived like on Mount Olympus, and Kronos, he literally, like, the word chronological comes from Kronos. Like that was their history. When they talked about Kronos, they were talking about the history of their people, and then like they were like celebrities living on some mountain, and now we do the same thing. They're just like on some mountain. Like we don't really think of them as people. I don't know if that's what you meant by people in idol worship. You might have meant something else, but that's when you said idol worship and people. That's what I thought of.
Well,
I think he meant like day to days. You know, like why does the average person worship like the average celebrity or something like that? Was that what you were going for?
Well, I mean that's part of it too. I didn't even touch upon that about how people look up to celebrities. There's a certain idol worship there. I don't think they're not looking up to them in the same respect maybe as a politician or a religious figure or even a messiah, to solve their problems. But yeah, there is definitely some kind of idol worship there. Something they esteem to be, or that they project that these people are better than them, better looking than them.
I think if politicians debated more, there would be a lot more people being like, "Are they really like that's what they think?" But they don't. They debate for like 4 months and then that's it.
And they also keep out the outside people as well. It's like so secluded. I mean, how often do you see like a third-party politician in a debate? You know what I mean? It's like it's already it's like rigged against anyone even new blood coming in. Sorry.
And those.
I think people just worship things because they're empty inside, so they look for something to fill their void or something. That's more where I lean towards it. Maybe that's like a hateful answer, but
No, not at all. I think you're pretty much right. I think there's a certain level of low self-esteem or low self-worth, especially when they're looking to, celebrities and stuff like that. But then on the other hand, like when people looking to politicians or politics, they're looking to that to solve their problems without taking any kind of personal responsibility. Looking for that government handout. The government's going to take care of me, I think that's part of it as well. Heavy Hauler, any thoughts?
I've been sitting here trying to think. I can't really add anything at the moment.
This is going to be a short hangout.
Oh, well, I might come up with something. I don't know.
We're going to start going to a different topic. What's up, Tyball? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay, man.
Talking
Hey,
about heroes,
Yeah, heroes. People looking for their
hero
Superman.
worship.
Yeah,
What-
hero worship.
What do y'all
Messiah
think would happen? What do you think would happen if Occupy and the Tea Party went to the Supreme Court and like told them every time y'all make a decision, we're gonna be here? I think that's what needs to happen.
Yeah, I think America
like, it's
should be a more,
8 old people.
yeah, be a more, I don't know, aggressive in the matter. I mean, look at what happened in Ukraine, right? I mean, these politicians wanted to suck this country into the EU, which would destroy their economy, give them a worthless currency, and the people revolted and said, "Fuck this! We don't want this garbage." I mean, that's what That's what we need in America.
And those people ran to Russia. They knew they were wrong. They ran.
Well, that's pretty bad when people run to Russia for the for that, freedom and for the right answers. I mean, it's like it should be this way. I mean, America should be that. America should be the land of the free and stuff. But what can you do, right?
Hey, Sasha, what's funny is I saw a video of you interviewing some guy, and now I can finally put a face to the voice.
I'm gonna do more of those every 2 weeks. I'm gonna do Cerberus next.
Cool. Cool. Oh, speaking of Cerberus, and it just reminded me of something. 'Cause I know he's a Mason, and somebody came across. If you put in Illuminati backwards.com.
Yeah, it takes you to the banking thing, the treasury.
The NSA.
Oh, then it's yeah.
That was freaky.
That's just it's on Google. If we used to be able to do that. That's one of the things. I think somebody pays for that to happen. It's not them.
Well, they have to still forward it to that site, though.
Yeah,
But
I think
saying somebody bought the site and then they just okay, that's a joke. Okay, yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah.
Because I don't see why they would just do that.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true. You would have to find out who registered the
Domain.
Yeah, who registered the domain name? Yeah.
Or bought it.
And then even that could be.
I mean, just think about it. Why does the NSA even have a website in the first place? I mean, that does seem.
Well, because they were anti-terrorism, so it was like the good guys, and then now it's like they're not even like finding any terrorists. Now they're just after us.
Yeah. Like Homeland Security.
Yeah, they were like an extension of that. They were using World of Warcraft. They were going on World of Warcraft looking for terrorists.
I think
the government
coming into Second Life.
I bet they did. It's just World of Warcraft was the one that was mentioned on. I think it was TYT.
They're gonna rid Azeroth of terrorists.
No, they just thought it would be a place that they could talk about stuff. Like they would be able to go in there and sneakily chat about plots.
Yeah.
What's your guys' favorite, even as a kid or even now, I'm sure, your favorite superhero?
Batman.
Batman.
Is he technically a superhero?
I think Batman too, but then when I got older, I thought about it, and he would have to be like Mitt Romney or George Bush. It wouldn't be like a cool guy.
You know what's sad about the Batman? Back when it originally started, he was only a millionaire. And then when the new Batman come out in the 2000s, they had to adjust it. They had to make
millions didn't mean anything.
Yeah, they had to make him into a billionaire and multi corporation that owns.
We have to adjust for an inflation.
Yeah, that's sad that even a superhero has to do that.
It's like, what? You got $1 million?
Yeah.
My favorite was definitely Wonder Woman.
The goddess of the Amazon? Isn't that what she is? Yeah.
And it wasn't about her superpowers either, I bet, right?
Well, she had her own superpowers. Like I was like 5 years old and had movement,
Fantasize of being tied up by that rope. Well, that'd be great to have one of those ropes and tie it around some politicians. Tell us the truth.
No, the Hulk isn't unstoppable. So no one's gonna beat the Hulk.
Yours is the Hulk.
Yeah, my money would always go on the Hulk.
Oof, Reuben says in the comments, even Iron Man beat the Hulk.
That's a lie. That's a lie straight from hell.
I don't keep up with comic books, so I have no idea what the rivalries are.
My favorite when I was a kid was Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Spider-Man talks shit to all the people that are bigger than him that he shouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah. I remember watching those. Well, it was like probably in the 70s. Yeah, I was watching it, but I think that cartoon started in the late 60s. Spider-Man.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah. And
have you seen
Spider-Man.
Stan Lee? Stan Lee's been popping up in all the movies and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
In the last one, he was or maybe it was the first one of the last one. He was in a library, and they went through and almost like killed him, but he didn't even notice because he had headphones on. The guy that made all of it, like he made all of the Marvel comics, but nobody's known who he was for like 50 years now. So now he's making a bunch of cameos.
Yeah.
Well, it was him and Jack Kirby together.
Now going back to
Jack Kirby was very creative too, and he also did a lot of artwork in the early comics like Thor, X-Men, and Fantastic Four, among a few, and a lot of the Avengers artwork as well.
going back to the original topic here with character worship as it deals with politics and stuff. I sometimes think that when people get all crazy about a politician or something and they get kind of weird and cultish about it, that it's kind of like them like a deep-seated desire to live in a dictatorship. Like they want that benevolent dictator so badly.
But a lot of people, they do that because it's their party. Like, think about, like, Republicans, a lot of them look at Reagan, and they're like, why can't it be like that again? And they just hope one of them will just bring it back.
Yeah, but even they blow the whole Reagan thing out of proportion and make him to be, like,
Yeah. A
something that
superhero.
he wasn't. Even if you agreed with his politics, they make it, I mean, you listen to the way they talk and the way they act about it. It's just like he's not just a human being to them, He's like a Superman or something.
He did some stuff, but they don't even recognize the right stuff he did. Like, he made the 11th Amendment saying Republicans shall not disgrace Republicans. You don't argue with each other. You talk shit about the Democrats. Like, that's how it was, and that's why they worship him like that, because he made stuff like that. But they don't even do it anymore. Now you'll see Mitt Romney and Newt Gingrich completely spending money to like slander each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and like one thing I think is people get into these freaking this obsession with the federal government, and somebody's gonna come in and fix all our fucking problems on a federal level. I think that people need to get more involved in their local government, which you don't see people do very much. It's like they don't know what's going on in their own fucking town most of the time. I mean, they don't really know what policies are being created, but I mean, if people were actually more active in what goes on in their own hometown, that would actually have an effect.
I believe that for sure, because I lived with Darren McGillis. If you look him up, I'll type his name in the thing so you can know his name. I lived with him because of Craigslist. All right, he ran for governor, and he ran for governor of an entire state. Okay. The guy that beat him was hardly even qualified to run the state and is known to have cheated stolen money from people, and then just went to another state and ran for governor. And this guy that I lived with, he ran for governor, and not that he almost won, but the other guy did win and was not any better than him. But both of them lost, and both of them are horrible people, and Florida has to deal with that because no one's involved.
Yeah, and I'd say, this is going to make me sound really cynical, but I think that if the average person was more involved in their local government, most of those people would not have jobs anymore. I mean,
For sure.
I mean, there's such a small minority of really elderly people that actually even pay attention to local government that it's ridiculous.
Anybody could make up better policies than these people. Like this guy, what he was running on was he said that anybody gets caught with weed outside has to pay a $5,000 fine, and then he would not let us smoke weed in the house. He was our landlord. He would not let us smoke weed inside.
I want to say quickly hello to Prescott. How you doing, man?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, great. Hi, guys. I just got home from work, so I'm just chilling. You guys carry on, and if I have something to say, I'll shut up.
No problem. Anything you want to add to the topic? Would you like to share your favorite superhero?
My favorite superhero? I wasn't sure if you were being metaphoric or not, because I guess I never was into the comic book heroes for some reason. Well, I know what the reason was, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, but now that I think of it, I'll have to give that some thought. If I come up with someone, I'll let you know.
All right. How about the idea of people looking up to, other people, making them like demigods and stuff to solve their problems and take their worries away?
Yeah. Well, that's certainly in politics. That's a problem on either side of the aisle. Talk about personal responsibility is largely just talk, because it seems at the end of the day that they both manage to squirrel money away for their favorite projects and all the rest of it. So I really don't see anybody kind of standing out as someone that I would look to as if we elected him in, that he would actually live up to our expectations, even if he promised to. Most of them don't even do that now. Well, I guess they kind of make promises in their campaigns, but once they get to office, they don't promise anything after that.
I just happen to think, I was just a kid though when Kennedy was president, but you could kind of look at him as someone that people put up on a pedestal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because so many different types of people loved the man. Black, white, whatever, it didn't matter. There was, so many people held him in such high esteem, and maybe it's because a lot of his ideas. Like I said, I was just a kid at the time. The biggest thing I remember was the to the moon speech. About landing a man on the moon and all. That was one of the things that really struck me and kind of impressed me, was how much he was pushing for that, even though it was still all politically motivated, because Russia was trying to get there too.
Yeah.
But when he was assassinated, it was like there was so much outpouring of emotion all over the country from all kinds of different people that really thought a lot of him, that pretty much idolized him. However you say that.
Yeah. Well, I'm Canadian, so but we tend to follow American politics probably far more closely than you guys follow ours. Of course, ours is pretty boring, but I'm promoting the conspiracy theory for anybody who hasn't heard it yet. A Canadian assassinated JFK and shot him from all the way from Toronto. It was not even out of state; it was out of country. And
boy, that was a hell of a shot.
It was an excellent shot.
Talk about a magic bullet.
Yeah. We had to pay a lot of money to try to remember the filmmaker's name who did the movie with Kevin Costner. He also did Apocalypse Now. He wasn't cheap anyway.
Stanley Kubrick?
No.
No, who did Apocalypse? I can't remember who did it.
Disinformation junkie. You hire him to make movies in Hollywood, and he He rewrites history for you. Oh dear. Okay, I can't remember it. When I get his name, I'll.
Francis Ford Coppola.
That's the guy.
Google
did
it.
he do no, he didn't do JFK. Who did JFK though? He didn't do JFK.
What are you looking for? Director of JFK?
Yeah.
Oliver Stone.
Stone, that's the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was confusing him with Coppola, but anyway. Yeah, Ollie. Okay, all right. Yeah, Platoon was probably the one I was thinking of. Anyway. And that's as much information as you'll get out of me tonight. If I see new faces, I'll be sure to.
Where were you in November '63?
Well, my birth certificate says I wasn't born yet.
Heavy Hola, did you have a favorite superhero?
Well, more like superheroes, I guess.
Ah, okay.
It was kind of a toss-up between Thor and the Fantastic Four. I really like both of them. But a single one, I guess you'd have to say Thor. You know, way back in the days when Jack Kirby was doing the artwork and all.
How about Captain Planet?
No, definitely not. No.
It's uber cool, man.
I don't remember that one.
Oh man, that was ages ago. It was like an environmental thing, and they tried to create a freaking superhero to promote.
Yeah, it was when they started having cartoons with a moral message. Shoot,
Yeah.
I liked Tom and Jerry where Tom's face gets imprinted in the frying pan. I mean that was good stuff.
Yeah, then they tried to go and make cartoons all preachy on us.
I know.
Save the planet.
I get it now, because I've actually watched, downloaded and watched the last few Hangouts. I understand what's going on now. I was kind of wondering, but now I get it. Okay, we're good. All right. So this here is really to avoid high tension drama, right?
Drama?
Drama?
Drama, is that better? Making fun of my accent?
No.
Well, a slightly not too real controversial subject, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay.
No, we don't have the right combination of people in the room to create drama.
Yeah, we don't have a Christian in the room.
No, we don't have.
We need to get just the right ingredients, and then you'll have.
Is that the kind of drama you're looking for? The kind of drama you're looking for there, Prescott?
I need people talking past each other and insulting each other and talking over each other.
Yeah.
I know, my room's too nice.
Fuck. Yeah. It's way too nice in this freaking room. Somebody insult somebody.
Yeah. John's really big on
Prescott, you
moderating.
silly bastard.
Sasha, what's up with all those demonic signs you have on your avatar? I don't want that kind of stuff in my room.
none of them are demonic.
It's not
You
Jesus.
are suckling at the teat of the devil, my friend.
Wait, you said it's not Jesus? It very
Not
much.
Jesus, it's demonic.
It definitely is Jesus.
Yeah, I have some of those guys. Like, I'll be in Hangouts and like I'll just strike up normal conversation with some of the more notorious theists who want to like get into really big debates or something. That's pretty much what they do on Google Plus. And I'll just start talking about normal stuff. It takes about 5 minutes for them to leave. They are not interested at all in just having a normal conversation with another human being. It's just like they get bored fast.
It's like they're in full debate mode.
Oh, they're like, well, it's funny because it was, he came into the room, and we were basically just shooting the breeze, and he was just like, oh man, I just got kicked out of 2 hangouts. And then, and then he kind of like sits around in there. I'm like, so hey, what's up? What kind of stuff are you into? Blah blah blah. Started talking about world history and yada yada yada. And I was like, oh yeah, he's one of those guys that basically comes in the room and is like, hey, by the way, all you atheists are freaking Nazis. all you atheists like to kill and eat little babies. He literally comes in and says like the most inflammatory, crazy shit you can. It's like, like he's just looking for some kicks, I guess, some entertainment. I'm just like, and
bitch about it later.
It's like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to get all like flustered and angry or something? I'm just like, I'll try to help you out. I'll act like I'm really insulted.
And then they'll take the clip where they came in and said what they said and say, I totally pwned them or owned them or something.
Oh yeah, look at how angry they got. They got angry because they know that God is judging them. They can feel God's gaze upon them. That's why they get angry.
And they'll go. And then go do a YouTube channel, man. I pawned those atheists so bad, I got kicked out of 3 rooms last night.
High five, Jesus. Yeah, some people are kind of hooked on that shit. It's not just theists that do it. It's like how much atheists do the same thing. It's kind of like crack for them, I guess. They come in Google Plus every day and look for the most drama-orientated hangout they can find, and that's why they always hang out with each other. You always see the same ones like in the same hangout with each other all the time, like G-Man against the world. You always see the same atheists in there. You always see the same theists in there. It's like, why don't you guys just, I know you guys love each other. I mean, talking to each other every day, tending to have an argument. It's like at a certain point, I would just, it's like this conversation isn't really going anywhere. Let's talk about the fucking Hulk. As a matter of fact, I can't even talk about the fucking Hulk because I was never into superheroes. So I was never into comics. So
how'd you get into the Hulk?
I don't know. Just because even with the recent movie, the most recent movie with Thor and all that shit. I just thought that Hulk was a badass. My whole understanding of the Hulk is like, he there's no limits to his power. Like basically, the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets. He could lift the planet Earth and throw it if he got pissed off enough. So it's just like, yeah, you can kind of knock him out or whatever, but like once he wakes up, he's just gonna freaking get more angry, and then you're gonna have to like deal with the Hulk when he's like even more amped up. And like the more you knock him down, the more he's just gonna get up and get more angry, and then it's like there's no limit. It's like there's actually limits to other superheroes. There's like no limit to the Hulk's. He doesn't have a cap-off point unless somebody like incorporated that somehow. So, but then again, I'm not like a freaking fanboy, so I don't know. Maybe somebody did make some shit up, like the Hulk actually has some kryptonite situation, but I'm unaware of it.
Oh yeah. I mentioned about Kennedy and how he was like. I know I'm kind of going back to the original subject or whatever.
That's okay.
How people looked up to him and put him on a pedestal. Are there like people in government now that y'all can think of? That people do that to or do that with? As someone they're looking up to them as the one that's going to set the world right.
Did you see the inaugurations of Obama?
Yeah, and I voted for Obama, but yeah, you got to be fair though. It's like every presidential candidate that ever existed has always got like a core group of people that just like get weird about it, like they get cultish about it, and then like they were making a big deal about Obama that way, but I've seen people even when Bush was like hated by the majority of people, there was still this core group of people that was like wanting to, lick his balls if he had asked them to. They just thought he was the best thing since sliced bread, no matter what. So I mean, I think that I don't know, but it seems like almost like this culture is getting conditioned to almost want some kind of a benevolent dictatorship of some kind. It's like people are like just looking for that one great Superman guy to come in and fix everything, and we're even getting into like monarchies and stuff. We didn't used to like obsess over what the English monarchy's doing, or like have all these TV shows where it's dealing with monarchies and dictatorships in a positive light. Like Game of Thrones. I mean, I love Game of Thrones, but people don't realize what you guys are rooting for is like a so,
I think one reason people do that with especially like people in government or whatever, or even in church, throw in the little religion thing there, or a little bit of religion for the night. But why people put someone on a pedestal is because they feel hopeless, or helpless. Like they see stuff going on in the world, and they themselves, they're just like one person, and they can't really do anything to change the bad stuff that's going on in the world. So they're looking for somebody, more powerful or whatever that can do it, that has the power to do it.
That's unfortunate too, because that's how it goes. I mean, basically, and our government's been making a lot of the traditional ways in which average people affect change have been getting clamped down on, pretty hard. Even when it comes to our electoral process, money, our judicial branch has made all kinds of decisions that make it impossible to really have an effect on that without having billions of dollars in your frickin' pocket. So, I mean, it's getting more and more difficult for the average person to really feel like they have an effect. But I think that I hit it on a little earlier. Like, I mean, there is a way. If people really want to do something and they really want to have an effect that they have the power to have an effect in, then they get involved in local politics. And it's not easy, because people have jobs. People have lives. It's not like we can hang around at City Hall and just, have our nose up the rear of City Hall all the time. But you need to at least show some kind of interest in, because it's really the one place which you can have some effect on your local policies and stuff. And that trickles over into the federal government, believe it or not. Enough people start doing that nationwide and affecting local politics, then it's going to have an effect on the overall politics of the country. Just most people, when you get that right down to it, are too busy working their asses off, paying their bills, too busy to pay that much attention. So they basically need somebody to come in and fix it for them. But that obviously isn't going to work. I mean, those freaking people, at the federal level, they don't care about you. Now, I guess I'm being really cynical, but they don't really give a shit about you. They're not one of you. So, yeah, I'm hateful. But I mean, seriously, I don't understand why people think that these people really care about them. I mean, what incentive do they have to care about just the average Joe Schmo American? I mean, do you have $1 million to put in their pocket, or $1 billion? I mean, are you gonna hurt their career? I mean, what incentive do they have to even care? Just the kindness of their heart, Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know what people are thinking, but I mean, really, you need to get in where you fit in and have find out how you can affect change, not just dream about it. So. At least
I've gotten kind of frustrated with some. I mean, I've written my letters and made my calls, and then I just get this kind of template of a response come back to me, or I even try to ask questions to a state representative on Facebook. I don't even get an answer. He wants to get reelected, and I just ask a simple question. Well, are you for the Well, I'm in Pennsylvania, and they've been trying to push for to get rid of the property tax over here, which I think is totally unconstitutional. And I just asked a simple question on Facebook: are you for this particular act that is going to get rid of the property tax? And I can't even get a simple yes or no answer.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where grassroots movements come into play, because you have to kind of band together with people that are concerned about the same shit. Start grassroots movements. Obviously one person is easy to ignore, but so the reason why people band together, because it gets harder and harder to ignore you at that point.
I think we were talking about earlier. Oh, Sasha, you gotta go. Okay, man, enjoy. All right. I was just gonna bring up a subject that we were touched upon.
Peace.
Yeah, man, peace. Enjoy. Yeah, I remember Sasha, I think, brought it up, and then I went to take a look at it. There's a group trying to get an amendment together to get rid of these PACs. You know, the PACs that allow people to anonymously donate to political parties and stuff. To try to get rid of that loophole. They're trying to make an amendment in the, I think a 28th Amendment to the Constitution to try to get rid of this. This way, any money given is transparent. Because right now you have a situation where people donate anonymously. This money could be used for anything. You could have foreign entities, companies, donate to political parties, and you don't even know it. It's all legal too.
Oh yeah. And then we've had people in the judicial branch tell us, not only has this been the way things are always been done, but this is the way things should be done, and nobody should be even challenging it. It's like, and I still have people say, oh, well, we have this great democracy in the United States. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, you're obviously not aware of how the fucking electoral process is run. I mean, it's not. I mean. This is not a democracy. It hasn't been for quite some time, as a matter of fact.
Technically, it's supposed to be a republic.
Yeah. Well, obviously, when I use the term democracy, I'm not talking about like this pure democracy, mob rule kind of thing. But I mean, I am talking about people like the average person having some say in the way they're being governed. And the it's definitely debatable, that the average American has any say whatsoever in the way they're being governed. But I think that there's still an ability to do something democratic when it comes to local government. That's why I'm kind of pushing that route.
I gotta get something to drink. I'll be right back. Carry on.
How many presidents have gotten Nobel Peace Prizes before they did anything?
Before they did anything? I don't know. But it goes to show that the Nobel Peace Prize is just like, doesn't mean as much as it used to mean, I guess.
No, that's right.
I mean, if we can give one to Henry Kissinger, I mean, the bar is kind of low, right?
Yeah. Just makes them, it's just, I don't know. It is kind of freaking irritating, isn't it?
Well, it does. It does kind of show the kind of expectations that his supporters had for what they anticipated he would do.
Well, I mean, they literally looking at it as some kind of messiah.
Yeah.
I mean, like on that level, like he was Jesus, and it's just, I mean,
made Republicans look normal.
That's the crazy thing about the day and age I'm living in, is that it's actually the Republicans who are acting all radical these days. It's the conservatives that are acting really radical in politics these days, and the liberals who are like acting kind of status quo orientated. It's so freaking bizarre. Because I mean, the things that the Republicans are doing, and then I'm not agreeing with everything that their policies and shit. But I mean, the kind of roadblocks and stuff, and things that they're throwing up is like, that's the way, they're shaking the system, and that's exactly the kind of thing that's supposed to be done. I mean, those are the kind of tactics that people are supposed to use in the American system. Even if I don't agree with their politics, I agree with the tactics. So I mean, it's radical. I mean, it's kind of like a reversal of roles, because they're supposed to be the neocons who are like trying to maintain the status quo all the time and shit. So it's a bizarre. It's like a political twilight zone these days. But as we look, there's going to be all kinds of crazy shit. Even on a local level, in my area, we've got since the federal government has decided to get really authoritarian and in its policies and stuff, you've got all kinds of crazy anarchist groups and stuff like that that are starting to actually gain some momentum. Seems like a backlash to the authoritarian government style. So, except those people don't have jobs, so they have all the time in the world to go and heckle the shit out of City Hall. So but they do have the right job. I mean, they do have the right idea, though. I mean, they're heckling the shit out of City Hall because that's exactly where it starts. It's on a local level. It's just like the majority of us just don't have the time to do shit like that, though. Anyway, I'm done preaching.
Amen, brother.
Pass the plate.
Burn down City Hall. That's the summation of what I'm saying. Burn it down.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think City Hall is the problem. This idea of there's this authoritarian rulership, or whatever you want to call it, over people. I think people should just be left up to their own devices.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not saying get rid of the courts and the police. I'm just saying like this.
I believe in authority, but I just don't believe in authority that can't be questioned or doesn't have some transparency or accountability. It's like you need to be able to be challenged. Within reason.
But I mean, what does City Hall really do, right? They decide who gets married, who doesn't. Silly shit. Who's gonna teach class? Your kid what to learn. Shouldn't this be up to the individual? It just seems like the authority that they have just seems so arbitrary.
Well, I don't know. It affects your everyday living. That's why the thing is it isn't the problem. Like the decisions are all the decisions that are being made there are like huge monumental decisions. The point is it's on your level. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can actually participate. You know what I'm saying? You can actually have
right, but that's what I'm saying. Why should other people get to participate in a system where they tell other people how to live? I guess it's above your pay grade, huh? That's okay, man.
I don't know. I'm not really.
I asked that question to myself. I think of it. I think to myself too. Like what could be better, and I don't. It's not like I have the answers.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I wish we could all go back to like I don't know, living in tribal groups and hunting and foraging,
and raiding.
And raiding. It would be a much more simple, much more dangerous and brutal times, but much more simple. We didn't have to come up with all these ways in which to make everybody get along and coexist together and cooperate. Obviously there's some kind of, we have to come to some agreements about how people are educated so that we're all on the same page, No
more of this compromise crap.
Yeah, why compromise? I don't have a problem with there being a system where there's an authoritarian authority that collects money. Yeah, I get tongue-tied. I can't even.
Tongue-tied?
Yeah. I can't even.
That's perfect. I get tongue-tied.
Yeah.
Freud would suggest a different reason, I think, but.
If there's a guy that goes around collecting money to build roads, I think that's something we could all agree on. But then when you start getting into personal stuff, like you were saying, education, it's like that's when it gets heated.
Yeah, true. Everybody's kind of got their own ideas. I think that when it comes to things like mathematics and being able to spell words correctly and shit like that, they all need to be kind of on the same page because some of these things deal with having to be able to communicate with other people. So if If you don't teach people how to spell the same way, then nobody's going to understand anybody. If I can't write you a fucking letter, if I don't spell any words the way you.
Well, obviously, I don't know what you're really trying to say, because the system we have now, the education system, no one knows how to spell cursive write cursive anymore. No one really. Everything's on their iPads and digital. It's so the system is failing.
Well, yeah, our educational system is shit right now, but that's not to say that we don't need to be educated.
Well, I'm not saying get rid of the institution of education altogether. I'm just saying, I guess what I'm saying is break it up.
Break it up. Break it down.
Bring it down to street level. Yeah.
What do you mean street level? Teach in the parks? What do you mean?
Well, are you making the argument for if individuals begin educating, like for instance, if parents begin educating their own kids, then you end up with some kids that are going to get an education, and then you're going to get other kids that are really going to be uneducated. And the opposite of that is for an authority structure to put an education system in place in which everybody is just pathetically educated equally.
Right, and not only that, but it also becomes political. What you teach the kids is political. So,
right.
So why don't we just leave it up to the teachers, the students, and the mothers and the fathers? That should be how education should work.
Well, it'd be wonderful if all parents.
Why does some rich white liberal with a tie and suit get to tell my kid what they should learn, who lives in Washington D.C.?
Because he's a lot smarter than you. Just kidding.
You're on a hangout.
That's how it's looked at. That's how people think.
You obviously voted him in too.
Well, I don't vote. That's another. This is going to open up a can of worms, but I think voting is overrated, and I think a lot of people shouldn't be even allowed to vote. But what can I say? What can I do?
Some people should not be allowed to vote.
That most definitely. I think there are people voting that shouldn't be allowed to.
Like what kind of people?
People who don't even know what politics even means. That should be there's people who vote.
Know how to properly spell the word politics should not.
There you go. Yeah. People say all the time, "I'm gonna go down to the voting place and I'm gonna check off everyone at D next to them."
Well, I know what you're talking about, because I bump into people who are like, "I voted for him because he has a nice smile. I voted for him because I'd like to drink a beer with him," or
Right. People like that should be taken out.
I voted for him because he loves Jesus and the other guy's godless, or just like all the most. But basically, there's no getting around that. And that's why we don't have a pure democracy, because the whims and emotions of the common people are it's very flighty. So most of the people you talk to, at least I talk to, vote for some of the most frivolous reasons. They don't even really know what the political platform is of the person that they are voting for.
All they look at is those little 20, 30-second commercials. So it comes down to whoever has the best marketing techniques.
Yeah, and the media is really awful, because they cover the whole thing, and this is old news, but the media covers it like it's a horse race.
Uh-huh.
They don't really get into the real nitty-gritty of what these people are going to do when they get into office. They're basically like, oh, so is he going to win it? Was he confident in his speech? Oh my God, So it's like we all want to vote for who's going to be the winner. It's like a game show now.
Yeah.
It's like this person is like the face that's going to be stamped on the political platform that he's running for. It's not just you're not just voting for this dude. You're voting for the people behind him. The whole political platform behind this guy. And you're voting for the companies that donated a shitload of money for him.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have really high expectations, I think.
Yeah.
People aren't gonna be watching the commercials between Kardashians to catch what's going on politically, because they're gonna be going out to the kitchen to get a beer or something like that out of the fridge. So.
Yeah, but I understand that. I mean, I understand that, but I mean, obviously, it's a shame that somebody would vote without knowing what the hell they're doing. You know, I mean, that obviously isn't a useful vote. I mean, if the person has no idea what they're voting for.
They're just exercising their constitutional right.
I like what Ruben put in the comment there. Zuganzi, I think that's how you put it, or Zwanzi, probably, said the world does not need governing. In fact, it should not be governed. That reminds me of, I just read something from the Tao Te Ching today. It said something to that effect. Also, yeah, I like this other quote, be careful in your relations with the government, for they draw no man close to themselves except for their own interests. They appear as friends when it is to their advantage, but they do not stand by a man in his time of stress. True that.
I see government as a necessary evil, and that it always needs to be scrutinized, and you should always be skeptical of it. You know.
Yeah, the very word there.
Check, but,
I don't know. Not necessary. Maybe evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
I just don't see how we. I just don't see how we'd live without any governance. I don't see an example of an pure anarchy.
I mean, just take the word. I mean, take the word take the word government. I mean, if you break it down, it literally means mind control. Govern, as in to control, and ment as in your mind.
Governmental.
Yeah.
Yep. Government, like a flavor of mint.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess you could do it too.
I like mint. I think it tastes great. That's my favorite flavor of ice cream, man.
Yeah, some people and their education. Okay.
I mean, that goes back to what I'm saying. I mean,
That's that public education thing, isn't it? That government.
Yeah, I want me some government. Can you go down to the drugstore and pick out some government?
well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you want to put someone in charge and he's going to, collect taxes to build roads, make sure the garbage is picked up every day, I think that's something that everyone can agree on, I mean, that should be government.
Yeah, you still have to have people organize shit like that, though.
Right, I mean, yeah, sure.
I mean, it doesn't matter how you get enough.
But it has
people.
nothing to do with how much he loves Jesus or how much of a nice smile he has.
But it's always the same people that want power who run for it.
Well,
right,
true.
but you're thinking of it as power. Let's have government as a power. I'm saying let's have government as to do the main mundane things that need to be done. Like like decide where the new power plant gets put, or where the business district ends and where the residential, like management. Like have government
that's
as
exactly what it's supposed to be. But even a manager in a department store has a measure of power over other people.
Yeah, but he's not. But the manager's not worrying about whether he's like in a same-sex relationship, whether or not they get an abortion.
He's not supposed to. But he could make life difficult for other people if he had some kind of agenda, and it has happened.
Well, I mean that's fine. I mean he's that's his personal choice.
Like, I mean I don't know about you, but I've worked for some real dicks before, so make life difficult for you just because they got some hair up their ass. It has nothing to do with the job. I mean, there's no guarantee. I mean, people are going to be people. You get enough people together, governments are going to typically have some weaknesses. You get enough people together in any kind of organization, and you're going to have some inherent weaknesses. It's just the flaws of people. It's like nobody's going to be that much of an altruist. And some people do desire to be in leadership positions and have some power over other people. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be abusive, but sometimes they are, and there's really no getting around it. So I mean, the thing is if you got a bunch of complacent people who aren't keeping their leadership accountable and are just kind of letting somebody else run the show and they're not really involved, and they're just kind of like stumbling around like a bunch of zombies, then you're going to have some serious problems. It's like you always got to keep your eye on the ball. You always got to keep your eye on the people that are handling the money or handling the power or handling the decisions. You always have to be active, You know, it's so much easier just to be lazy, and just, you know, and especially since, you know, the average American is pretty damn busy. I mean, we're working constantly. I mean, just to make ends meet. It's not an easy lifestyle sometimes, especially if you're not living within your means. You know, you owe shitloads of money. It's like you don't have time to sit there and do all your freaking homework on what the different politicians are doing and stuff. But I mean, that's exactly what it takes, though. You have to actually be on the ball, you know, and pay attention to what the hell's going on. But, you know, average American isn't doing that right now. That's why this shit gets out of control. You know, you got...
Purposely designed like that?
Huh?
Could it be purposely designed like that as well?
You know, I'd be getting conspiratorial, but I tend to do that anyway. But it almost seems that way. It's very easy to go there because, I mean, you just look at the way things are set up. It's like it's really, really difficult. I mean, what it would take is the average American changing their value system, but it's not that easy. It's easier to say than to do, because you look at the average American's lifestyle, and it wouldn't be easy for them to kind of start paying more attention. I mean, I just look at all the things that you got to do during the course of the average work day. You know, it's just like, how the hell are you going to find time to go down to City Hall and attend a meeting? You know, it's like, you know, it's like it's not realistic. So, I mean, obviously the whole lifestyle is kind of not conducive to you governing yourself. You know, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse. I mean, you're just becoming a worker. You know, you're just becoming a worker bee. You know?
Yeah.
And if they can't catch you with the work trap, they'll catch you with Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, man, people putting all their personal business on Facebook. I'm on Facebook, but I never actually post much. I think I have, like, years ago, but, like, I mean, I look at Facebook, and it's like I got family members, just, like, everything that happens to them. I mean, everything. They go down to the store and buy a damn Coke. They're freaking posting on Facebook. It's like, what the hell is this? It's like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, is this like a substitute for actually like interacting with people, or I don't know, like a substitute for a social life?
People craving attention.
Says the disembodied avatar on a Google Hangout.
Yeah. Hey, at least I'm not using a cartoon character.
You have standards.
Yeah.
I have you know I made this from scratch. I don't have a camera anyway.
Heavy, I saw you post some videos, and it was a guy who looks like that avatar. Is that you?
This is from Second Life.
Second Light? Oh.
Second Life is have you ever heard of it?
Is that like Sims? I don't do games, so...
Well, it's not really a game. It's kind of like a virtual world where you go in and you can do whatever you want to, pretty much.
Okay.
All he can show you is from the shoulders up.
But well, I've got the whole body and everything. He comes in a variety of outfits. But you go in and just pretty much do what you want. Okay, the
Great
one...
murder and pilgrim.
Actually, yeah, depending on where you're at. It's kind of hard to explain. You go in, you fix your character up. The tools they give you didn't satisfy what I wanted, so I just made my own character from scratch and uploaded it into Second Life. What I like about it is it's almost unlimited creativity. If you're real good at 3D and doing Photoshop, making textures, and stuff like that, you can have a blast in there with the building tools. I mean, there's even an adult continent where there's like pixel bumping and stuff. Hey, it's big business. I mean, the women even have bouncing boobies now, you know.
Yeah, I think this is part of the problem. You got people spending hours on these freaking games in a virtual world. Forget about real life.
I don't know. After Avatar came out, I made some.
Why is our government so crappy?
Oh yeah, I made about $300 in about 3 months making stuff from the movie Avatar and selling them in there.
Oh wow. Well, yeah, because I mean they have their own currency, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's probably would be a great environment for kind of testing out political theory, I would think.
There have been people that have tried to come up with some weird stuff. Why does it work? How does it work? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoy making stuff. Is my thing.
Are you talking about selling things on Second Life?
Yeah. Yeah, I made about $300 in about 3 months selling Ikrans and some Na'vi characters.
That's interesting.
There are people in there that make a shitload of money selling things that they made. There are some people that create like werewolves and minotaurs, fantasy.
So you're talking about creating characters that people will then play as
They
their.
will spend. Well, what you do is you're tied to your PayPal or bank account or credit card. You exchange real money for the game money.
Yeah.
And you can actually rent virtual land. Okay, now that's going way out there, but I do it myself.
Yep. Yep.
But you know, even in a virtual world, you have a sense of home. But people make these things on their computer, upload them into Second Life, and sell them, and people pay game money for it. But you can convert the game money back into real money.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, and some people make. I mean, that's all they do. That is their living, making and selling stuff in Second Life. I mean, you have to be really good to do that, but some people do.
Well, how is this stuff made? I mean, what do you use to make stuff? Is it like in the game somehow where you? I mean, like I've never played it, so I have no idea how you make anything in that game.
Well, they have a system of building things using just basic shapes like cubes and cylinders and circles. I mean, spheres. But you can cut them, you can twist them, you can split them up, reshape them all kind of ways. Then they started making a thing called sculpts, which is kind of like making things with clay. You do that in your 3D program, like Blender or Carrera or 3D Max or whatever. And then they came up with mesh, which is what you see in games that you play. The characters and sets and objects are all made of what they call mesh. And then you apply textures to them. Well, people can do that now and upload them into Second Life and make some incredibly realistic looking stuff.
Yeah, because it used to be quite blocky when I took a look at it a number of years ago, like early on, and really haven't heard as much about it lately. I mean, in many ways, it kind of reminds me of the whole Bitcoin thing. In terms of where it has this economy that runs parallel to a real world economy where you're constantly moving money in and out of it based on what you do in Second Life. I mean, because a lot of people are actually doing it. They have enough money in the real world that investing in Second Life to kind of create a virtual world that they enjoy seems to me that at one point that's kind of where the money was being made, that you had the creators who were creating the content that they could then sell to all these people who wanted to create this fantasy life.
Yeah.
And, so yeah.
Yeah, there's groups in there.
Cool, they're still doing it.
Yeah, you have lots of different groups, and you're talking about making a fantasy world. You could have like over here. Here's a place where they do Star Wars. I mean, it looks like buildings and the outfits and the weaponry and the vehicles. And over here you got Star Trek, and then you can have some Marvel superheroes or whatever. And then other place you got My Little Pony is the big thing. And,
oh jeez.
yeah, seriously, there are so many My Little Ponies running around farting rainbows. Unreal.
We ain't going to speculate who's there, but.
But you get with a group of people, and you can pretty much do your own fantasy thing.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's insane. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's cool because I played with the idea of actually having an online business of some kind. You know, I think that it'd be cool. I mean, at least until they finally crack down on the internet and make it so that, you know, it's impossible for the average person to have a small online business. But you know,
Sasha was telling me he was in here earlier. He's mentioning another chat. There was some blog he goes on, and he just writes some simple articles. I think about the stuff he was into, and he was selling it. And they would buy it with Bitcoin, and then he would just go to another site and then convert it to cash. But it was all by Bitcoin on some blog he was mentioning.
Yeah. But anyway, I gotta go. Yeah, you guys take care of yourselves.
All right, man. Thanks for dropping by, man. You have a great night.
I think I kind of derailed things there a bit.
Yeah, you made Norse leave too. J-Dub's gone. He probably went to go play his game.
Oh, well, somebody asked me a question and it got good to me. Sorry.
The only last game I got into Sims. I think it was Sims 4 or something like that. You know, where you build the cities and stuff and the roads, and I really got into that. And then you had, then you can bring about your own disasters, kind of play God and have a hurricane go through and meteorites destroying you destroy your whole city so you can start all over again. But that was pretty cool.
I think that you strike me as someone who has compulsive tendencies. I could be wrong. But you probably should stay away from Second Life.
I will.
Stay away from the hookers, man.
Yeah, like don't even go near there because we'll never see you again.
Oh, I did. I remember playing Sims. I would go. I mean, time would just fly by, hours and hours. That's for sure.
That happens to me sometimes. But I've starting to get so into the stuff on YouTube here in the atheist community. Second Life has kind of been taking a back seat.
Come Third Life.
Oh yeah. I do have a question about the title of the thing. It said God Talk. Where's my superhero? Is God Talk that is just sort of a series of hangouts, or
yeah,
or did that have to kind of do with the subject, even though it said Where's my Superman?
Nah, I'll just open some chats, have God Talk, and then a question or a subject. That's all. Yeah.
Of course, the obvious thing is, where's my Superman? And then you have this big bunch of people. Their Superman is God. He's the one that's going to fix it all.
Well, yeah. The insinuation is there,
Yeah.
Jesus is our superhero. He's gonna come back and save the day, take us all away, up in the clouds. How many decades was I waiting for the rapture to happen? My God.
Every generation since.
I know.
Hey, back there.
Well, actually, maybe the second coming, but you did say the rapture, so that would have been since the early 1800s.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. And most Christians don't realize that's a pretty young teaching or doctrine.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's kind of like the young Earth creationist movement. That's not really too old. I mean, my understanding anyway. Past 100 years or so, maybe? A couple of hundred?
I don't know. Never looked into it.
1893? Oh, talk about, what's his name that added up all the genealogies? Oh, Christian Science. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it seems like every decade, every generation thinks it's their generation that Jesus is coming back.
Yeah, a friend of mine went to local university here in Nova Scotia. They had a divinity school for seminary, or for people studying for seminary and that. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyway, and he was telling me that I think it was either in a professor there or in the library there, they had a book on the beast, and he said it was something like 3 inches thick, and it basically gave the details of literally every version of the beast from the first mention of the beast in the New Testament, and that every generation had their own idea of who the beast was or what the beast was, and so I guess it's been going on a long time, this speculation, and it's just a shame that nobody seems to remember the previous incarnations, and maybe they wouldn't be so intent on embracing their own version of, or their own current version of the beast.
Similar.
'Cause I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's similar to the Antichrist. They always try to pick some kind of public figure that's the Antichrist.
Yeah. Well, because I think that probably. How old are you, John?
I'm in my 40s.
Jeez. Okay. Well. Okay. You're in your. I just left my 40s, so but I'm not going to tell you how old I am. But so we probably went through similar experiences in the Pentecostal church that I went to. It was very much into this idea of the New World Order, and the Chick tracts were quite popular. I don't know if you remember the Chick tracts.
Yes, I do.
Those were interesting.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was the truth, and so and of course the Catholic Church was behind a lot of the evil activity. I think they were
the Whore of Babylon, right?
Yeah. Well, you had the European Union was, well, again, it was like they were assigning all of the culprits in their mindset were.
The European Union was the one world government coming together.
Yeah. And they're basically the revived Roman Empire, and Jack Van Impe's still pushing that shtick, and so they were all in collusion together to take over the world, and of course the rapture was going to come and take all the Christians away, and then Great Tribulation. But it's like if we had, I think if we had actually any concept of church history, and actually knew kind of what the generation before us was looking at, it might have given us even second thought as to how invested one should become in these ideas. But it's like it's like they need you in isolation and disconnected from everything and everybody else in order to perpetrate the fraud. So, which is why I think that the internet is probably going to be the single biggest tool for dismantling a lot of religions for that reason.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing a good bit about, is because there's so much free information on the internet.
Yeah.
If you're curious about something, type it in, off you go to the Wikipedia or something, or here and there and yonder, and you can find out stuff. Granted, there's a lot of garbage out there, but there on the other hand, there is some excellent source material out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like when you had to go to a library and sift through a whole bunch of books, right?
Kidding.
And then be out of there by a certain time or whatever.
What do you mean I can't check this out again? Sir, you've had it for a month.
But I like National Geographic. I read the articles. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember in the 80s, Prescott, there Oh God, I remember people saying Gorbachev had the mark because he had that little birthmark on his
Yeah,
forehead,
that's right.
the mark of the beast. Or Ronald Reagan because his name was 666. Ronald Wilson Reagan.
Oh, we drove an hour to listen to this guy preach in a church, and he apparently I mean, this, I guess this is what passes for. Oh dear. Anyway, he worked in a grocery store, and of course this was way back. I mean, they just started using these UPC codes on them, right?
Mm.
And so they had these bars on them with all of these numbers. And he was making this big deal about, like, the warnings were out that, that when those bars reached 666, there were all these people in the grocery business that were going to get out of the grocery business because they knew it was the mark of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, it's literally like looking under any rock and stone
Mm-hmm.
for anything to just. I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't think it was ever. Like, I don't think it was ever a scam in the sense that the people who were doing most of this thought to themselves, this is all BS, but we can make some money doing it. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that there were people that were like that, but most of them weren't, because most of them were genuine people who just really believe this stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of hard to blame them for what they were doing. They were doing what they thought was consistent with what they believed. They just happened to be terribly wrong. Mm-hmm. But I met a guy who he didn't grow up in the same church that I did, but they believed the same eschatology. And I bumped into him sometime after high school, and he was like covered in tattoos, and clearly was not the kid that I knew in junior high school. And like, it really, I mean, it threw him just completely sideways when he just had to actually realize, like, accept the fact that all of this stuff that his church and his family had put on him was all lies, and it just undone him. Got into drugs and drinking, and just destroyed his life. So, I mean, that's worst case example. I'm probably the next worst case example.
It was like when he realized that he didn't have a support group or anyone to go to help him through what he was going through. That's a massive life change.
Yeah, it is.
You realize something like that.
Yeah.
Because, see, I used to be a believer. I used to go to church. I accepted it all. I could rationalize the murders in the Old Testament that God commanded and all that. I could be there in there with the best of them. And I believed it. I had got to this point where I actually believed, all of this was like for real, But then I saw some things just weren't quite what they said. Long story. Anyway, I started falling away from it. And there for a long time, I'm like, well, was it me? Was I not doing enough, Or then the second one was, if God was there, He was ignoring me. That didn't feel too good either. And then the other option was that He just did not exist, and that was the only thing that made sense. Of course, that hurt too, because I wanted this cat to be real. You're going to talk about putting someone on a pedestal. That was me, putting him on one. This idea, of a God, and all that came with it. Creator of the universe, the one that loves me, and all this stuff. And then to come to the conclusion that it's not real, that's a hard thing to pull away from or deal with.
Yeah. The Bible is God's kryptonite.
But this is what I say, like, someone with a little bit of intelligence and imagination, and we've met a few of those in the Hangouts here, can literally like create whatever belief system they want and convince themselves that it's absolutely true, just with a little ingenuity. And it's just this problem we have as humans, I mean, there's probably some reason for why we're like this, but we really, whenever we're researching something or looking at something, reading something, we're constantly filtering it towards our bias, and which is normal. Everybody does that, but it's just it's the hardest thing to it's the hardest thing really to be objective about it, because maybe we're just the idea that we might be wrong is a very hard thing for us to accept, and so maybe it's just easier to constantly plod ahead, piling the stuff on that we think affirms what we believe, and that's easier than actually deconstructing what we believe.
Yeah, it was like I got, during when I was falling away, I really started looking at things and taking a different viewpoint on it, instead of rationalizing stuff that didn't add up. You all have heard all this stuff where people, Christians, they can rationalize all this stuff away to where it supposedly makes sense to them, but you're looking at them like, you're full of shit,
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was doing. I was starting to look at it rationally and like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up, It was kind of like all the inconsistencies and like science and all this that I really enjoyed. They weren't fitting together with the faith that I had either. So that didn't help. That was kind of the icing on the cake, I guess, later. When I saw that none of this adds up.
I hear you. And for me, it was the internet, like you were saying before. The internet would. Wow. Well, the internet, I'd probably still be a Christian.
Yeah, well, when I went through this was back in the, let me see now, 70s, about the early 80s, I think, is when I went through this. And then after I finally just quit going, I think I just kind of like just sort of had this thing back in the back of my mind, well, maybe there is a God and maybe there isn't. And it's only been here lately in the past year or so when I started getting into the stuff on YouTube and seeing, atheists talk about their deconversion and things they went through. It's kind of helped me to get more, to see more about where I was and how I fell away and where I'm at now. It's kind of helped me understand what I went through and where I'm at now a lot better.
And you find people who've gone through similar experiences, so that helps. Yeah. So what initially, you said when you stopped going to church, what made you stop going?
Well, I started gradually falling away because my big thing was.
Is it really falling away or is it ascending now?
Well, I don't know. You could call it backsliding or deconverting now. I think that's what they call it.
Yeah, deconverting.
But it was like I'm giving all this effort. I'm in church 4 or 5 days a week. I'm doing the witnessing. I'm in the choir. I'm taking advanced Bible study, doing all this stuff, and putting all this time and effort and a little bit of money. I wasn't making much, but I did tithe when I could. But I'm putting all this out there, to get closer to God and all this stuff. But there were promises, in the Bible. It says, like, when you draw near to God, He's going to draw near to you, and you'll receive peace that passes understanding, and you'll feel the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, whatever that is. But there were other things like that, and I wasn't getting any of that back. It's like it was all one way. I didn't feel like it got to where I felt like there wasn't anything coming from God's side. And I think that's what did it to me. It was like, it's like if you love someone, or just the love of your life, but you're not getting anything back from them. After a while, you're going to kind of give up on them. Sort of like that, maybe. It may be a bad analogy.
No, that's a good analogy. You felt like this love relationship you're supposed to be having is not two-way street.
Yeah. But I will say this though, that the let's see, it was a Southern Baptist church. There were a lot of good people there. I have to admit, they really were. If they had been atheists, they would still be some really, really good people. It didn't matter. They were just basically deep down good people. To help. And maybe the church gave them an outlet to help other people where they couldn't do it otherwise. And it was a good experience. And to be honest, my life did change. From what I used to be. I wasn't drinking and no wild sex, and I quit smoking and all that stuff. And I had more money than I would have had before.
Did you say no wild sex?
Yeah, I gave that up too.
Oh, okay. So there was regular sex, just no wild sex.
No, there wasn't even regular sex.
I'm just trying to understand clearly what
Well, see,
your use of words.
yeah, well, I like. Never mind. But anyway, my life did change, and it was better in a lot of ways. And a lot of people saw this, and they're thinking, "Well, dude, you've arrived. You're saved and all that. And look at how your life has changed." And I'm wanting to tell them, I said, "Wait a minute. When I quit smoking, I did that on my own. When I quit drinking, I did that on my own. When I quit hanging around other people that like to party and the sex and everything, see, I lost some good friends over this because I stopped hanging around them. I turned away from all of them. I did this pretty much on my own. Thinking, well, if I do this, maybe I'll be good enough for, where God can respond back to me, somehow. But anyway.
But was some of that change, fear was the motivator as well? Because you wanted to be pleasing to God, so you figured these things I have to quit, if I want to be pleasing to God. So was there a level of fear, you think, as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely. They have the carrot and stick bit. The carrot is going to heaven, the stick bit is going to hell. So that played a part in it, too, because I was at this point in my life where I believed there was a literal hell, but I also believed there was a literal God in heaven and all that, So there was a lot of both playing in there. And even after I finally did leave church, the fear part would creep back in. Well, what if I'm wrong? You hear that a lot. What if you're wrong? And what if you're wrong? You're going to be up shit creek when you die. That gets so ingrained in you when you really put your heart and soul into the belief, into the faith. That fear of hell, or that part of it. The religion or the belief. It becomes so real that when you do try to get out of it and stop going to church and stop believing, that fear will still kind of creep back on you. And you'll hear that from a lot of people that used to really believe. That comes up a good bit. That fear.
But that's really the conviction of the Holy Spirit.
Well, that's what they call it. Yeah. No, seriously. Yeah, you're right.
No, I know.
And it's like they say that's when you start to begin to believe, or something that's the conviction of the Holy Spirit as well. But it gets real complicated when you start talking about stuff like that. But yeah, I think hopefully people can understand kind of what I'm trying to say. Of course, if you've been there, you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I don't really know Reuven's background, but I think probably Brojo and I both have been there.
Yep. Same experiences.
Yeah, and have you ever noticed though when you try to share that with people that are Christian or in the Hangouts or wherever, they go, well, you weren't a real Christian. So, you ever get that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got that. I made a video about it too.
Oh, okay. There's a lot I haven't seen yet.
Oh, I hear you. But that it brings up a point I was thinking about earlier because someone else brought it up. Now, okay, you won't because there's that scripture right? For those who fall away or something, they were never really among us or something like that. And so now here's the question now. Okay, I could say, yeah, I was a Christian because I believed in certain beliefs, I did certain rituals, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But now, and then you try to, and we also fall in a trap of trying to prove, yeah, I was a Christian. But if what we believed was a total delusion, then were you really a Christian or were you delusional?
Well, at the time, you really believed it. Like I was saying, when I was there, I really believed this was absolutely true.
Well, and the other problem is that the person making the assertion that you never really were a Christian can't really know that they are, because they really don't know where they're going to be in another 2 years.
True.
So, I mean, I know that they don't think that when they're saying these things. It's not even in their mind. Like I know that there was a period of time when in fact, I think even to this day there are people who still struggle with the idea that I left the church because, as I was told several times, if there was anyone that they, or the last person that they could have imagined leaving the faith, it would have been me.
Uh-huh.
Because I was right up until my early 30s. Any church that I was ever involved with always ended up in some kind of leadership or ministry role. Mm-hmm. And whether it was with young people or music or whatever was going on, and usually leadership would seek me out for, to be their special pet, so I mean, I would end up volunteering, close to full-time hours with whatever church I was working with. Mm-hmm. But so it was a bit of a surprise even to myself that I was even started contemplating some of the questions that I started dealing with, and so I still don't have, but I do. I probably said that wrong. Stroke speak. But I do still have a hard time, I guess, coming to how specifically to deal with what I experienced in the church when I was quite young, insofar as the whole rapture stuff, because it really did affect many of the choices that I made, both in terms of schooling and even relationships, because I was really convinced, I think it was Hal Lindsey that put forward the idea that the rapture would take place, no later than 1988, based on his 4-year or 40-year generation period of time from the birth of the State of Israel. Mm-hmm. That would fulfill the prophecy of Jesus about this generation would not pass away.
Then they moved it up to the 7-Day War, right?
Well, this is the thing, is that they had to keep changing it to fit reality, which as I got closer to 1988, I just abandoned all, that wasn't in the picture anymore. It just clearly was problematic from any number of reasons, and as I got older I was reading the Bible more, and so some of the ideas around the rapture itself became problematic. So I did abandon it at that time, so it wasn't like I waited until 1988 and then had a crisis.
You remember Harold Camping's 88 Reasons Christ is coming back in '88 or something. And then
Oh.
he made it 89 reasons for the next year.
I know, it's just nuts, and I don't. If you weren't there, it's hard to even get other Christians to understand this,
Yeah.
who didn't grow up with this dispensationalism, because it really was the craziest thing on the planet. And I have all kinds of sympathy for people that come out of weird belief systems, and because of what I went through. And but this, I mean, it did, but it even affected kind of more recently, when I started having concerns over what I saw going on with certain, I guess, certain circles that I had been involved with in the Noahide movement, where it seemed that there was a similar kind of I guess kind of a similar kind of thing going on, where there was this expectation for Mashiach to appear in Israel, and I mean, there was a website, I think it was 5768, that was started by these guys who, the numerology of the Jewish year 5768 was messianic, and so they were promoting the heck out of the website, and that this was going to be the year of Mashiach, and they were actually getting airplay on in Israel for this website. Now, I don't know what year it is now, but I know that 5768 was, I think, probably 4 or 5 years ago. Reuven could probably tell me.
Reuven, what year is it in the Jewish calendar?
I just don't want to tap on the keys and make all kinds of noise. But anyway, and about several months after, oh, okay, all right, he's doing evangelism. Leave him alone. But the thing was is that just a few months after 5768, that there was absolutely nothing new posted on the website at all, which of course nothing had happened. And I thought, okay, that's kind of weird, because there was a little bit of excitement.
5768 would be 2008.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, 6 years ago. All right. Thanks, J-Dubs.
5774, right? Is that what he said?
If I heard correctly, 5768.
No, I'm looking. It says it's 5774 right now.
Yeah, so 6 years ago.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I thought you said 50.
Yeah, no, you got it right. And of course, at the same time that this was going on, So, what's that? No. I just when I got caught up with doing the math, the thought that I had kind of slipped.
Well, you're talking about this kind of cultic idea that's going on in the Noahides about.
Well, yeah, like it's and I'm not even saying that necessarily all Noahides are into that.
No, I'm not saying that.
But
every group has its fringe group, like
But well, it seems to reflect like a lot of Noahides came out of that kind of evangelical sphere that was into dispensationalism and a lot of interest in Israel, which I don't have any problem with, but when they start talking about building temples and war, and I know that there's a lot of concern. There's a very different sentiment in Europe about things that are going on in the Middle East that's quite different than the American take on it, because I think a lot of the American take is influenced by the Bible Belt. And so anyway, what I guess the concern that I have is, given how easy and how seductive it is for when you're in that dispensational trap, your whole mindset can kind of get wrapped around those ideas, so that, or kind of always looking for the next proof of prophecy fulfilled, to indicate that what you believe is the right thing and that you're doing the right thing. And I guess I just came to the place where I saw it just reminded me too much of what I went through when I was a kid, and I really didn't want to invest myself in something like that because of the bad taste that it left in my mouth. And so it's meant that I've kind of had to try and redefine a lot of the things now that I do with my life and with my mind. So, because I still find the whole thing very fascinating and very interesting. And Torah study, I think, I still think that the Bible is one of the greatest books on the planet, and I don't have any problem saying that, regardless of the concerns that I approach it with, because I do see it a work as a historical writing, and I think that there's a lot of things in there that do help us understand the past and how people looked at things at that time, that we could learn a lot from today. And so, anyway.
Yeah, and you can think of it as like a really awesome work of literature. If you look at it that way as well, because there's like the Psalms, which is kind of like songs and poetry. Proverbs, has like a lot of wisdom and stuff like that. And there are a lot of, what do you call it, morality tales. And there's a lot of good things in it that you can read and get meaning out of. But even if you don't believe it's real, there's still some good pretty cool stuff in there. As you're taking it all together, it's a pretty wild work of literature or whatever.
Yeah. I like because I know that we've had a visitor to John's room several times, who takes great pains to be insulting to anybody that would read the Bible.
Yeah, Rob. I think he's probably blocked by now, because I kicked him out the last room, so he's probably on my block list now.
Well, I still don't know whether he ever read that article about two wolves. I kept posting it that night. I don't know if you read it, but the story of two wolves has nothing to do with Cherokee folklore. The story of the two wolves actually first appeared in a book in 1978 by, drumroll please, the evangelist Billy Graham.
Talk about the irony.
I mean, like, that wasn't why I looked it up. I looked it up because he seemed to make a big deal about ghosts and goblins in the Bible, and that's why it was all bullshit.
Wait.
And so I thought, well, he's all amped up on this two wolves thing, and I thought, there's like ghosts and goblins galore in Indian folklore. Like, why would you be so embracing of the idea of these two wolves, and when you have such a problem with ghosts and goblins? So I looked it up, and I went to this site on Indian folklore, and they had an article in there on the two wolves, and basically said it's not part of the Cherokee or any Indian tradition that they know of.
It sounds like it sounds like it'd make a good Indian story, you know.
Well, it does, but the original story was about a sea captain. He had two dogs, and when he would go into port, he would make money by getting the dogs to fight with each other, and they would just fight on command. And so he'd end up making all this money taking bets. And one guy asked him, well, how do you know which dog's going to win? And he said, well, the one I feed.
Mm-hmm.
And from that,
it goes back to that whole thing in the Bible. I mean, it reminds me of that scripture, you know, about feeding the sinful nature or feeding.
Exactly.
So that's but it comes out of that. Yeah, you're gonna feed one and starve the other.
You go to Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau, David and King Saul. You can find plenty of examples of the two-wolf analogy throughout the Bible.
And I tell Rob that, and he's like, no.
Yeah, no.
That's rubbish, and let me tell you why.
It's all bullshit,
man. You know, he's gonna accuse Christians of cherry picking.
Yeah, I know. yeah, he didn't think we'd find that reference to Billy Graham's book, but we did. But and then later it appeared in a couple of movies, and one of them Missing with Tommy Lee Jones, which is a great movie, and it's told in the movie as though it is an Indian folklore tale, and
What
it's
movie?
not.
What movie did you say?
The Missing.
Oh yeah, that is a good movie.
Yeah. And so he tells that story in.
Clay Batchett is in there, right?
Who?
I forget her name. Batchett.
Kate Blanchett or whatever.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
Did I call her Batshit?
I think you did. Yeah. You and Freud need to spend more time together.
What's Freud all about?
Well, just
time tonight.
Well, hold on. I just want to quickly say hello, Yuri. Hi, Cerberus. How you guys doing?
Yeah.
Yo.
Looks like we got the.
I can tell you what Freud
all
is.
together.
I can tell you about Freud. He says that you want to kill your father and have sex with your mother.
Yeah. Well, it's always the.
Wasn't that a Greek tragedy?
Well, it's just it always seems that J-Dubs does these Freudian slips where he says things and then makes it like it was a mistake when he said it, but Freud would suggest that you actually did mean to say it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Freudian
It's the unconscious. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Yuri.
A Freudian slip.
Yeah. There we go. There's another one, right?
I just did a Google search on the two wolves story, and there was a lot of them that go to something about Indian legends or parables or something.
Uh-oh.
Oh well.
No, it's true. But what you have to do is you actually have to type in two wolves origins, and because it has become it has been spread so much. But what happened is that a person went to try and find the earliest recorded version of the story, and they went the furthest back that they could go was to this book in 1978 by Billy Graham.
Oh, okay. Now, can you tell me where the expression "treat me like a redheaded stepchild" came from? I cannot find that.
Isn't that Cinderella?
I don't know. But I have been searching on the internet, and I really can't find where it came from. And I'll ask people about it, and I've been hearing this expression ever since I was a kid.
Yeah, that is.
Or something about beat you like a redheaded stepchild.
You're redhead, aren't you, Heavy?
Well, I don't know. The beard's kind of gray, red, brown, white. It's sort of a mix.
I wonder if our tax master, Reuven, knows the origins of that one.
In the Talmud,
Reuben, get a mic. Get a cam. What kind of ancient computer are you?
About looking for this Tool Wolf story.
Hey, Carlton.
I'm sorry?
Hi.
Do you want me to post the link?
It's even.
I saw that, and there's a lot of links about the origin, Two Wolves story origin. Yeah, there's a lot about that too.
Well, Wiki answered-
Floridia.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, Carlton just left the room.
Oh, how's the thing with G-Men turn out?
Somebody's got to mute.
Carlson must not be there yet.
I posted a link to that Tumblr article.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I saw. Yeah.
Michael was invited by Reuben, so if he misbehaves, we beat
Reuben's
Reuben.
Michael and Wayne.
Wayne.
Both
Nice
got
to meet
You know, Wayne doesn't have a microphone either, though.
no.
you. He's not muted.
Michael, Reuben's not vouching for you.
Reuben's got all these friends that don't have mics. It's like I don't have mic club.
They're like stuck in the 90s with like AOL Instant Messenger.
Yeah.
I think that's about how old my microphone is.
Doesn't everybody just have like a mic of some sort kicking around? Like a really old, huge one, like from your dad.
Hey,
Not like
Carl.
a headset.
Hey, well, I just spent 2 hours with G-Man, so this has got to be a step up.
Well, thank you.
I don't know. Well, you know what, Paul? Anything would be a step up, so I guess I kind of like an insult, I guess.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. You're right, though. I can see where you might take it that way.
Is there any way to give you a virtual hug?
Thanks, I wish. Tell you what, you know, it was like it was going really well for a while, and he was very polite and very nice, but then it ended as they all do, you know, kind of like 3 Mile Island. You know, it was like a meltdown at the end. And he wouldn't answer the question. I asked it 4 freaking times. And he's like, stop trying to make a straw man argument. Stop trying to tell me what Christians believe. And I'm like, no one's telling you anything. I'm asking a freaking question, a simple one at that.
What was the question?
You're never
Oh,
gonna know.
God, really?
Never mind.
The question was simple, okay? All the question was, we were talking about Old Testament. He was talking about, you know, stoning compared to the electric chair, right? Because us evil scientists, you know, we hurt people too. But the question was this. All the question was, as I said, look, I said, there was a law, right, that for this crime, the punishment is to be executed. You know, I said, I'm fine with that. I said, here's my question, though. Why stoning? In other words, certainly, even to make his point, God could have had them bring this guilty person to the center of the town and just struck him dead. Just stop him, right? That's the punishment, right? Why the gratuitous torture and pain beforehand? It'd be one thing if you were going to stone him and then let him go while he was still alive, or whip him, you know, maybe behavior modification here, but why stone and hurt him if you're going to end up killing him anyway? It seems to me that just gratuitous, there's no point to that. He just couldn't get that. I asked him 4 times, and I couldn't get anything even remotely close to the answer I got. Oh, well, the New Testament Jesus is nicer. Oh, wonderful. Who cares? Then I got, well, it's not killing, it's justice. I said, well, justice, yes, okay, it's justice, but the justice is killing him, right? Then he started saying, well, Moses wrote that down, not God. So then we got back to, well, wait a minute. Whoa, backtrack. Hold on. So are you telling me that the laws that Moses wrote God didn't approve of them? I said, if that's the case, that's fine. Then I'll shut up. And I couldn't get him to answer that. That took a half hour, 45 minutes.
Oh, then he would admit that the Bible was not inerrant.
Right. Well, I had this one guy trying to tell me, well, it was, so some of the things that, I said yes or no. When Moses wrote the law that said, kill this person for doing this crime, did God approve of that law or not? This is a simple question. Well, some of the law, and we just wandered for freaking ever. Then G-Man finally lost it and went on a shouting rampage, which was funny. For 20 minutes, it was nothing but G-Man, and the whole 20 minutes he kept saying, "Carlton, you just keep talking and you won't shut up." Well, I'm like, I haven't said peep in 20 minutes.
So you know what they should tell you, Carlton? That you actually did succeed in what you were trying to do. You just didn't get the answer, but you kind of put him in the corner, baffled his mind. He's trying to sidetrack, or he's going to get angry because that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we were just looking at, and then he asks questions that he takes as meaning. He says, well, wouldn't you say that? Well, how do you? Don't talk about God. He said, what about all the things that men have done with, these terrible, with weapons of mass destruction and waterboarding and, and I said, I said, yeah, they're evil guys, okay? I have no problem with that. I think what they're doing is wrong. Then he's like, oh, well, at least thank God for that. And he's like trying to make it out that because I said that sort of that's God off the hook. I'm like, no. I said, God supposedly knows better, doesn't he?
Read the chat.
Reuben says in text, although literally translated as stoning, it actually consisted of being thrown from a high platform. Only if the person did not die from the fall were actual stones used.
Right. Well, and again, so, okay, nice to know, but same question. God could have just stopped him from living, if that was the point, without the gratuitous pain beforehand.
Yeah, but it's like a deterrent, right? Like
no.
The Talmud also says that
the deterrent is dying. The deterrent's not that you got a rock thrown at you before you died.
And also that the strike from the rock has to be quick and has to actually instantly kill the person as well.
Yeah, he did say that.
It can't be gratuitous. It can't be like, pain involved.
Right, well, the thing is, I'm saying, well, first of all, what are the odds that actually happened all the time? Secondly, if I'm the guy throwing the stones because you killed my daughter, I promise you, I'm going to be aiming for your nuts, not your head. So I'm going to want you to last as long as possible.
Exactly. And not only that, people are stoned nowadays, and they do the same thing. I mean, they kind of, bury them halfway, right, so they can't move too much and dodge, and then they just huck stones at them, and they don't get knocked out first rock.
And if you did, then you didn't need everybody to throw stones. You just needed one guy, one rock, and we'd be good.
Yeah. I mean, one guy with one big rock, hey?
Well, yeah, if that's what you wanted to do, exactly. Why not just take a big piece of rock or concrete and just crush their skull?
Yeah,
even
exactly.
That would have been more merciful than the death by paper cuts.
Well, I think that was the whole point of, going back to Reuben's point, throwing him from a high mountain, this way, they would die instantly.
Platform.
But I don't understand this. Right. I mean, I really don't. If you wanted to kill somebody, even back then, right, you couldn't take a sword and just lop their head off? There's no question that they're going to be dead then.
There might be reasons for that. I don't know. I don't know Jewish law. Maybe there was some reason for that.
Maybe you had to kill them kosher. Well, that was another thing. If it was kosher to kill animals a certain way, and basically that way had to not inflict any pain or a minimal amount of pain, why couldn't you do the same procedure to kill a person?
You're not eating them.
Who cares what we do with them after?
Yeah. It makes a difference.
I don't know.
If they were eating them, yeah, they would do it without pain, probably.
Well, yeah, but that's my whole point. Is it doesn't seem to have any point in having pain there. If you're going to kill them anyway, what point does the pain serve?
The weird thing about the stoning is it involves the community, you could say, doing the killing, and not just an executioner. There may be, I don't know where I'm going with this, but that there may have been something about that.
That's not unreasonable, actually, isn't it?
It's more than, it's the community being involved in killing.
You should tell G-Man that. He could have used that, your help there. Yeah, I mean, I would have taken that answer, and we could have moved on for 3 hours ago.
Because that's what's done nowadays. It's peer pressure. I mean, who wants to stone your neighbor, right? But
my neighbor, your neighbor.
Do it.
Things are getting bad for Christianity if they need atheists to make arguments for them.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in here and bring one hangout over to the new watching it. I was just like, I'm still kind of worked up about that. I just because I bit my tongue the whole hangout until I got finally to the end, and I just said, he said, I've answered you 4 times. I said, no, G-Man, as usual, you haven't answered me even once, and I just left the hangout. I was like, I'm done. But and I'm sure.
Wayne makes a good point, though. The gospel story of the woman caught in adultery doesn't fit with the being thrown from a high platform. It seems to be evidence that the story is late and from an author that really didn't know much about first century. I did know that story was put in there later on and might not even have happened. But, yeah, a good point, though.
Carlton, you gave me a really good idea. I've been wondering what to do for videos on this channel of mine. And you just said you got G-Man to say that God didn't write those laws, it was Moses. I think I'm just going to start taking audio clips and having them argue with themselves.
I think that would actually be funny. And I'm really happy that that's what you said, because when you started off that sentence and you said, Carl, you give me a really good, I was afraid of what the next word might be, so I'm glad it was an idea.
Yeah, if you want to go there, I came in here and saw Wayne without a picture, and I immediately thought it was Bernard, and I got a little chubby right then.
Well, I had a couple supporters in the room, but they left before I did. Hogtie was in there. He was trying to support me, and then G-Man was over talking to everybody again.
At least you didn't get kicked out. Like, you left on your own
Well,
volition.
he did mute me once.
Carl, I gotta ask a question. Why do you guys or anybody? I don't understand all the attention that this guy gets. I really can't even sit through a room very long.
I refused to go into the room with him. I didn't actually realize it was his hangout when I went in. That was my fault for not reading close enough. I just saw a hangout and clicked it and went, and then he was there, and I was like, well, here we are. But yeah, I agree with you. I think after every month or a month or two passes without any G-Man hangouts, I'm a compulsive, nice guy. I keep thinking, well, this time it'll be better. I'm like the wife with a drunk husband that abuses her. Next time he comes home, he'll really love me and hug me. It's like I keep thinking next one will be better, and each one's the same. I guess I'm stupid.
Who knows? Maybe you're. Who knows? Maybe you're all tripping away.
He does it because he loves you.
Just a mask.
Yeah. So,
I never argue with G-Man. It's a waste of time. Why bother?
What were you guys talking about before I came in and took over the conversation here?
Well, we're talking about a few different things.
Anything good?
Well, the whole objective of the room we first started out, being the oh no, if you guys still hear me, my internet is going. I don't know why. I might get disconnected.
Oh boy.
It's,
no.
A little window
He's
came
getting
up.
raptured.
It said it stopped working, but obviously you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. There's a little bit of stutter in it.
It might help if you go to the top of the screen. That little, it's like a telephone bar signal. If you lower it, it might help with the bandwidth. Nope, I think we lost him. Yeah.
I always turn it all the way down. I'm either one step up or at the very bottom, because if I have it all the way up, it just randomly will crash for some reason.
Well, I got fiber. I got fiber to the house, so lucky you guys. You get to hear me talk all night long.
You guys don't hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Hey,
you're back. Okay, we lost you there for a little bit.
All right, I didn't even change the window because if I do, I'm afraid to close the window. Well, it's gonna stop being live. That's first of all, and then I don't know if we're gonna lose the hangout.
I think it stays running for a little bit.
It stays live if you leave.
minutes.
Does it? It's just 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Be a half hour.
But if I stop the broadcast, even if I leave the room, it'll stay on.
No, the
right?
room will stay open if there's no broadcast.
Okay.
I think it's made for you to leave. If you come back in 5 minutes, it'll stay live.
Right. You
I
have
think if
five.
you
You have 5 minute time limit.
Well, I think in live will stay there too if you give somebody else control before you leave.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right.
I think. No promises. It's
Yeah,
not like in the
we've
Bible or
been
anything.
bouncing around to a lot of different subjects.
I don't know. I just got home from work. I just changed and jumped in. I I don't know what you guys are talking about. What's been
Okay.
going on
Do
today?
you hear me? Do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we started out the subject matter was where's my Superman? Talking about how people are idolized and people looking for someone to save the world. Whether it be a politician or a messiah figure, um, certain idols and stuff like that. So we were talking a little bit about that and why people do that kind of thing.
I think I'd make a fine Messiah figure. Kind of chubby, kind of Buddha-like, you know. You guys want to follow me? We could start a new religion here. And you don't really have to pray to me or anything. Tithing would be a good thing. I would appreciate some money once a week.
I'm sure you would. Oh man.
10%.
Well, no. You know what? 15%. Anything God can do, I can do better. So I'm thinking 15%. But I'll invest it for you, and we'll split the profits at the end of the year. There's something you don't get from church.
Reuben, what about the big Buddha statue? I mean, that's not how Fat Buddha started.
I don't know. Was Buddha really fat? That's a good question.
No.
Yeah, Reuben said he was skinny, and I asked him in the chat there, how did the fat Buddha start?
Yeah. What did he say? I didn't even read it. How did the fat Buddha start? Even the Buddha statues aren't depicted.
The original Buddha must have been skinny because he was supposed to be under a tree for a very long time. Didn't go.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh.
He was under like an apple tree or something, a mango tree, a fruit tree, right? He was eating all the time.
Oh yeah, some of the statues are slender. Yeah, Some of them are big and fat.
Really? I thought there was one big fat statue.
That's the American Buddha.
You're right back.
Yeah, as far as I know, the fat Buddha is like a kitchen spirit, isn't it? It's for cooking.
That makes sense.
I want
take a Buddha and attach it to my grill out in the backyard.
I know. I want to create the Buddha burger.
Buddha burger. There actually is. Oh, no, there's not. We were going to invent one. Buddha beer. Doesn't that just sound like it belongs on a label? Buddha beer. Just make a beer bottle with a little belly on the front of the glass.
Sounds good.
Actually, we thought a better one would be we were going to make we need a designer, but we're going to make a beer with a label, and the name of the beer is going to be God, and the reason for that is because when you open it up, there's nothing inside.
Ooh.
We can make some money selling that beer.
I don't think people would buy that.
I bet they would.
Get up and you'd be like, well, wait a second here. Yeah, I'll put it down.
I mean,
I remember there was a trucking company around here. I haven't seen them around. These have the big the trailers, and it would be God, and it was abbreviated for guaranteed overnight delivery.
Oh, we got this little yogurt place here, and they got a frog. It's called Sweet Frog. Anybody else have one of those?
Nope.
Okay, and you go in, and it's great yogurt, right? It's a low-fat yogurt, and you got all the nuts and fruits and stuff to put on there. But I asked myself, what the hell's a frog got to do with yogurt? Well, it turns out, frog was like friends of God or friend of God. I'm like, oh, jeez.
The acronyms, like when you put acronyms in acronyms, you might be going a little far.
Could be.
And you got some really complicated stuff you're trying to talk about.
Well, that's like the. Hold on. Yeah, it's the AAAAA, the 5A. Angry Americans Against Acronym Abuse.
I like the other one. Oh man, who started it? Because it was in response to Mad. They did damn drunk. Oh no, damn. Yeah, 2 M's. Drunks Against Mad Mothers.
Yeah, I remember that.
That does go a ways back.
Yeah. That goes way back. Yeah. Colin, did you have a favorite superhero when you were a kid?
Me?
Yeah, you. What's your
Favorite?
name?
Yes, my name. Sounds a little slow. I got the short bus. Favorite superheroes when I was a kid. Well, I hate to say it because I'm old, right? So that's going to date me, right? So Superman is really was my first superhero. Well, he was the only superhero, except for Batman was shortly thereafter. But I was always a Superman fan. But my son tells me I'm stupid. Batman is much better than Superman because Superman just is stupid. He just has these powers they made up, whereas Batman actually has to exercise some skill, in doing his stuff. But who knows? Yeah, see, Batman beats Superman. There we go. Okay, Riven.
No, seriously though, every time the story's written, Batman versus Superman, Batman wins.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I mean, unless he's got kryptonite, whatever.
Well, that's what it always comes down to. Like Batman has kryptonite knuckles and just beats his ass.
Yeah.
Why they get into a fight anyway? Aren't they supposed to be on the same side?
Well, you would think too. I mean, as far away as Krypton was from Earth, you think we would have run out of chunks of kryptonite by now? Wouldn't seem like there would have been that many around here anyway.
It exploded, right? So it's like constantly raining down.
Oh, okay. All right. Batman was trained by Kinsey. There is no human who is a better martial artist. Okay.
You know, we had Tybalt in here. Interesting. He liked the Hulk, and he said something, and it brings me to a point. But he was talking about how the Hulk didn't have any kind of weakness like Superman with a kryptonite. He just seemed to get stronger. The more angry you made him, he got stronger. But I guess you're trying to make a point. Well, the other thing I'm going to say
is
that these superheroes that we create, or even these idols that we make and put people on a pedestal, we still make sure there's a weakness they have. There's still a chance for downfall.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting.
Yeah, the whole ultimate weakness is Zoloft. You spray the Hulk with Zoloft and he's done.
Oh man.
Oh, yeah. Calm him down, hey.
Well, that's like X-Men. What's her name? I can't think of her name.
Rogue would be my favorite.
Rogue. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
She's awesome. She takes anybody's power.
Yep. I like Rogue.
And she kills them in the process.
Yep.
So she's all powerful. She'll take Superman's power and kill him in the process.
Who is the one? There was a movie. What the heck was that called? Oh shit.
I didn't think she killed them. They just left them powerless.
No, that's actually how she flies and has super strength. I think she killed Miss Marvel.
Oh no, she didn't kill her.
She can.
Miss Marvel survived and later became
Wonder Woman.
No, she became super powered again, but it was some aliens that did it. Complicated story.
Okay, so come on, what if you had to pick one superpower to have, what would it be?
Take other superpowers.
Bastard.
There's no superpowers around. Shit.
It would have to be Batman's utility belt because it has every single thing in it.
The infinite belt, hey?
Yeah.
It's just what you want.
Finally, the character Sylar from Heroes. You could take other people's powers.
Man, I would go with invisibility myself. It'd be like being on the internet, but you could walk around outside.
Time control would always be the best, right? I mean, if you're like a hermit type.
Yeah, that's true. Just
your life alone anyway.
Just do it right from here. Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd be alone, like with time control. Nobody would ever know, right? Because
that's
you'd
okay. Yeah, I'm alone now.
Reframe their time.
I think that'd be cool. Yeah, I always people always say, well, what would you do if you could go back or forward in time just once? What would you do? And I'm like, oh man, easy. I would go back about 2,000 years and I would stop Jesus from being fucking crucified, and that would end all this nonsense.
No,
I'd save him. That's
a paradox. You wouldn't be around if that was.
I just I'd do a nice thing that serve my interest.
That's a massive change. That would change all of history.
So, Colin, you believe that a physical Jesus did die and was crucified?
Sure, I have no reason not to. Why not? I mean, for me, that's sort of It doesn't matter to me. I mean, only because I mean I can't prove he wasn't there. I can't prove he was there. So I don't really know. So maybe he was, but it's sort of
It's the miracles that.
it's uninteresting, right? Because there's other things that I think are just way bigger than arguing over whether Jesus was a historical person or not. But I think he probably was. I mean,
Reuben kind of turned the question around. He said the superpower I want to control, the United States of America.
Oh man. Yeah, how come we never had like Erection Man? How come they never,
They did.
Who was it?
It was the stretchy guy.
Yeah.
He was an Erection Man?
Well, yeah. Haven't you ever seen porn comics?
Not that one. Sounds like fun.
Are you serious?
Nah, not that one.
The guy
Sorry.
that is Elastic, I forget his name.
Oh, but he's
But,
one of the Fantastic Four. You mean there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who were the other ones? Okay.
How about
There
Comanche
was,
Chief?
there was Thing. Was it Thing?
Yes, Thing.
And there's Flame.
And then there's Hulk.
Human Torch and the Invisible Woman.
Storm.
That would be Erection Man.
Erection Man. That would be and that could be his strength and his weakness, right? So he could he couldn't really go through walls, right? But he could go into a room, but then he got to get a huge erection. He couldn't leave. So he couldn't get through the door.
Oh God.
Or worse yet, it's going limp and runs out the room and somebody slams the door shut on it and traps him there. Yeah, that could be.
It's not,
With supersonic
really,
ejaculation. I'm sorry.
it's not really a weapon of war, is it? It's more of a weapon of terror.
Yeah, and then you could combine him with like Black Hole Girl.
Black Hole Girl?
We put that super erection and it kind of just vanishes.
Oh.
And he duplicates himself with the magical ejaculation.
Right. Yeah,
Girl.
exactly.
You can never satisfy her.
Cum gun.
Yeah, disappears just like the money in my bank account.
It was like Flesh Gordon. You could have little power pasties. That was a good.
Oh, that was a classic movie.
especially the parachutes.
Sources in it.
Yeah. So we should make a new superhero. Oh, what was it? Mystery Men? Was that it?
I love that movie.
With the guy with the spoons? Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
Oh man, you gotta go watch that. That's a classic.
Mystery Man, huh?
Mystery Men. Yeah.
I only turn invisible when I'm naked and no one's looking.
Janine Garofalo is in that. Yeah, with her bowling ball dad.
Oh, pretending to have superpowers.
Yeah, well, they all pretended to have superpowers. Yeah, exactly. I like. Yeah, I'm invisible. I'm only invisible when people aren't looking at me.
Yeah, that's
what? That guy could have made a fine Christian because he already has the mentality down.
No, he's a Buddha.
He's got the logic. Oh crap! Who keeps pinging me over here? What is going on here? I'm not this popular. Who the hell is this? Oh my God! Oh no! Time for you to forever leave chat rooms because you can't handle how it works. Derp. Snooze. What? Oh, this isn't. I hope that's not directed at me. I don't think it is. Oh no, that was something else. Okay. Oh, go away. Okay, there we go. All right.
When we was talking about like where's my Superman, I brought up Kennedy. Because back in the day, a lot of people really had him up on a pedestal. All kinds of people, black, white, whatever. What would you say, Carlton, would be someone that would be like that kind of?
What, like a
lot of people really look up to him and put up on a pedestal and all.
Ooh, I don't know. Madonna. Okay,
airlock.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, next. I have to think about this for a little bit. That's. Yeah.
See, if you had like teleport,
George
Wayne
Carl.
does not have a mic.
What's that?
Comics are not sexual. Yeah, well, I mean, let's just teleport here. You could do that with like manipulating time. Teleport kind of wherever you want, except places you can't get into.
Man, I really hope we don't invent time travel. Can you imagine what a screwed up world that's going to be?
Yeah.
But thing is, though, every time the past
wouldn't know.
changes, we wouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe now, unless that's not how it works. Maybe it changes, but we're aware of it, right? So it's like if somebody goes back in the past and they change something that would have changed my room so it would be painted blue instead of white. Maybe I'm actually sitting here, right, looking at the white wall, and then it just changes to blue on me instantly. Kind of that would be freaking everybody out.
Ever read or see The Lamp of Heaven?
You have to be in the time machine.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, The Lathe of Heaven, the guy, he would fall asleep, and his dream, if he dreamed something that in the real world that changed, it actually changed. And he was the only one that knew it.
Oh, that does sound familiar.
That's got to be a no.
It was a book, and they PBS did a movie of it, and they had it on there years ago. Ursula K. Le Guin, I think, wrote the book.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I read that. God, that is very familiar. My audiobooks here.
It was like he wasn't really changing time. It was more like he was changing reality.
Reality, yeah.
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 Left hand to dispossess. It was the dispossessed, because I remember the Lathe of Heaven and Left Hand of Darkness.
Whoa.
She's a good author, though. You know. Like I don't know, I like all her books.
Yeah, I think that was the only one I ever read.
One of them, and I was like, oh, sweet. I download them all. Put them all. So I don't know.
Oh man.
I did about 8 hours of driving today, so almost blew through Stephen King's Sleeper's entire book, in one day.
Oh man.
I went through lots of them.
I can't think of any heroes when I was a kid, really.
Or even now, or
Even less so.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I had hope back then. Now, no, I mean, it was like TV heroes for me. It was like The Rifleman, for whatever reason. And the show wasn't even that good. I liked the intro to The Rifleman, Chuck Connors. Baseball, my dad took me to Fenway Park, so Ted Williams was sort of a hero, even though I never actually got to see him. I don't know. What else?
Yeah, it was kind of like looking up to someone that could change the world and make it a better place.
Yeah, I just never... Al Einstein. I call him by his first. I call him Al. He's okay with that now. And yeah, no, I don't know.
What's up, John? Welcome to the room.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, John.
Hey,
We
John.
can. How are you, John?
Doing very well, thank you.
Got a big smile on your face.
I know it. Somebody hasn't been around G-Man.
No, it's a good day.
Yeah.
I'm going to start selling those shirts, Colin. I love G-Man drama. I'm definitely.
You know what? I'm going to put some more shirts out tomorrow. I think I've got some more catchphrases I'm going to do. I'm going to order myself my own hat though, the one that says I bested G-Man in a debate. And I'm going to have a hat just so I can have a hat when he has a hat. I was going to do my prayer and masturbation one. That was a good T-shirt. Oh, we're live. Sorry about that. Okay. Hello.
Yes, that's why I say don't make these live, TP.
That's okay.
John. The other John. Okay, I'll call you TP.
Everybody's seen this one. Nobody cares.
You can't say all these racy things.
Yeah.
Or,
Well, I thought it was cool. All right, you've seen that.
Are we done with the topic? Where's my Superman? I can stop.
Oh, I hope not. No, don't stop. That's okay.
Well, let's see. I'm going on since 2 hours and 40
Okay,
minutes.
who's the most worthless superhero?
The ability to feed 5,000 fish by cloning.
Aquaman.
Aquaman. I was going Green Lantern. I thought.
Green Lantern can make anything with his superpower.
Aquaman, huh? He's pretty cool in the ocean now.
He was pretty useless, Aquaman.
Was he?
Yeah.
When Noah's
When was
flood.
the last time a supervillain invaded the ocean?
Noah's flood.
Yeah, no sweat. That was his heyday. He could go anywhere then.
Yeah. He won.
Wonder Woman. Well, she was good to look at. She didn't really do a whole lot.
He wasn't even good
That
to
was
look.
Jordan's favorite. Jordan
She
was
was
in here.
okay. Or who is the best villain of all the comics? Who's the best villain?
I'm going to say Joker. But
I would have gone Penguin, but I was thinking of the old Penguin, the old Batman.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of Batman, the old Batman shows. I like the Joker, I guess.
Yeah, he was good.
I always liked Doctor Doom.
Doctor Doom.
Yeah, from way back in the Jack Kirby days.
I know who my hero was. I know who it was now from way back when. Dudley Do-Right. Oh! and villains too, right? Snidely Whiplash. I mean, there's a great name for you.
Snidely Whiplash?
Snidely Whiplash.
And it had Nail and the horse named Horse.
Yeah. Dudley Do-Right. That was. Anybody ever watch that TV series when it was out, Due South?
No.
Oh, it was funny. It was actually pretty good. It was a Canadian Mountie that ended up having to work in the States with the police department, and he's bringing all these weird Canadian habits and shit with him. It was actually pretty good.
Prescott, do you know that one?
Who's that?
And Sabanur.
What was that show called again?
Due
Colin?
South. It was called Due South.
Oh, Due South.
He was a Canadian Mountie that had to
Yeah, it
work
was
in.
really boring. I live in Canada and I watched, one episode.
No,
That's, like, boring.
that could have been. It's been a while, so whatever.
Like a drama,
Canadians loved that show.
Who did?
I didn't. I think Americans love that show.
I like it where he gave the guy dried moose meat, or no, it wasn't moose meat. It was some other dried Canadian animal meat. Dried pelican. Because he was hungry. He said, just eat a little bit. And of course, the guy eats a lot, and it expands in his stomach, and kills him. Weird thing to remember. Okay.
Pelicans around here.
No pelicans there in Canada where you are?
No. Never.
They've all been turned into dried food, like Soylent Green.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been at one time,
Yeah.
Lots of dodos around. Poor bird,
I know.
it looks
The
stupid,
damn thing's
right?
extinct, and it still gets no respect. Yeah.
I know. It ran. It got it.
It would have been would have made a perfect pet for Rodney Dangerfield.
I have no defenses. No way to survive.
Yeah. How did evolution come up with that winner?
It was on its way to extinction before we got there.
Yeah, it's like, how did that even evolve? I'm like, wait a minute. No, can't run, can't fight, can't peck.
No.
Taste good.
It looks stupid and acts stupid and. It could turn.
Yeah. Well, I think probably the fact that it was probably where on New Zealand, it was isolated for the most part, so maybe it got lucky.
It lucked out.
Exactly.
It had a fast immune system. That's how it survived. Something we couldn't see,
John, you got a favorite superhero?
I would say Jesus, actually.
Uh-oh. What was it?
You want to start
John,
right
what was
away,
What was the superpower there, John? I'm
all powerful.
All powerful, and still ended up on a cross.
Yes.
This was his kryptonite.
No.
That's how Batman's going to beat him. He's going to hit him with a cross.
So the Holy Spirit would be a better superhero. Couldn't take it down.
Well, he's got that invisibility thing going.
Same thing.
Yeah, he's invisible too.
Right, can go into the girl's dorm and no one will know.
Fill him with the Holy Spirit.
That's where I would be if I was invisible, right? Yes, in the girl's dorm. Okay.
Well, actually, that would fit because there'd be someone a lot of people look up to that could change the world, or they were hoping would change the world.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and I think that's where he was going with the topic.
I was hoping he'd change the world in a different direction, but
yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Jesus didn't have any superpowers. Like, Like, what superpower did he have?
Walked on water.
He,
Water to wine. He would have been great at frat parties.
Well, yeah, he was great at that, I guess.
Yeah.
Making
He
fish.
killed people.
All right, guys. My wife is yelling at me because I'm talking and she's trying to sleep. So
Uh-oh.
it's my bedtime.
Take care, Carlton.
All right. Had fun, guys.
Come to bed.
Oh my God.
You're keeping me up.
I'm going to hear that voice all night long now. All right. Night.
Some tea while you on your way in.
Oh, that was good.
Good impression. Eh?
Actually, I think I better head on too. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Abby, come to bed.
Yeah. Stop. Just stop. Y'all take care.
Good night.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 down. There we go. Good night, man.
You guys are like self-disciplined. You know? I should be going to bed so much earlier. Actually, I'm going to go to bed early tonight. TP don't. Yeah. Shut that.
John, I know you, I saw you. I think you were watching a video. I think I saw one of your comments or something. I don't remember now. You were watching a video on deism, I think it was.
I was watching.
last-
I've been watching y'all's videos for the last couple nights.
Oh, okay.
Really enjoying it.
Oh, you're all prepped up on DS talk then.
Well, I've only listened a little bit.
There are a few deists in here.
Yes.
I only know. Well, okay. Yuri, would you define yourself deist or?
No.
No, yeah. It's so wide range. Yeah. I mean, we believe in a creator. I think most people. Well, I don't know Michael's or Wayne's stance, but
I'm actually a Trinitarian.
okay.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
Okay. God is necessarily 3 distinct persons that are the same being. No matter who or what you say God is, whatever you say God is or who God is, it will be 3 distinct persons that are that same person, that same being.
Like the biblical Trinity?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. So it just propose something. If you say, for example, God is love. If you say God is love, there is the person who is always loving. Let me type this.
Then
in
you
the
try to
chat.
be hate too.
Okay, so you have the person who is always loving. Then you have a distinct person who's also always loving, but by process of generation. And what I mean by generation there is it would be by the first person self-replicating, being begotten, born of the first person, duplication, many ways of viewing that generation. And the third distinct person is the person who is always loving.
So wait, loving was the first one.
No, okay, see, they're all distinct. They're all the person who is always loving, but they're distinct. See, the first person who is always loving can't be by process of generation. The
person
second,
who's always by process of generation.
yes, and the third person, the person who is always loving, is by process of procession. And now what I mean by procession is that essentially becoming always loving.
Right. That's evolving, eh?
You could consider it evolving, but for example, we as humans, we become whatever it is we're going to be because of the fact that we are born, we are made, we are however you want to term it. We come into existence. So there's a point as to which, if we can manage to figure out how to always love, then there's a time as to which we become always loving. Now that's distinct. We can be the person who is always loving, but it's distinct from the first and second person.
This is definitely an interesting take on the Trinity.
Okay, so it's kind of what you're striving for is what you're going to be, what you're going to eventually evolve into, right? If you're loving, right, and you want to be loving, then you'll eventually process into a loving being.
You become, yeah. If you want to be loving, and you strive to become loving.
So does that work the opposite then too?
If you want to hate.
Yeah.
And you always want to hate.
Yeah, like you discriminate, say, against whatever.
Okay.
Mexicans, whatever.
I would say there is a slight distinction. I think I don't know how to term it yet. But you can be always hateful. You can always want to be hateful, which would be Satan.
So okay, so what's the second one?
Are you saying Satan could be triune then too?
Sorry,
Okay.
I think my sirens. I'm in mute.
It's you, Yuri.
Okay, so would you please? Yeah, the sirens were going off. I couldn't hear you, Brother John.
So I mean, by Yuri's question,
The anti-trinity.
can Satan now?
Can there be
Is
an
Satan-
anti-trinity? They're not. You can have an unholy trinity. I mean, there are three distinct ways to being anything you declare. So if you said, if one was to say God is hate as opposed to God is love, you would have the unholy trinity, which would be three distinct persons that are the same person.
All right, I think all my truck sirens are gone.
Okay.
Still hear another one approaching, maybe. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll get back to the third question. But say you always want to be loving. So do you have to go through the second? Is it like a 1, 2, 3, like a hierarchical thing? You have to go through 1, 2, 3. Let's say that twice.
You could say there is a hierarchy, but they are equal. They are each the person who's always loving.
Not hierarchy.
And in the fullness.
Hold on a second. Dark Matter, how you doing? Can you mute? Can you be mic? We're getting some noise over here.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay, so there is a hierarchy in a sense where the third person has to proceed from the second person and the first person, meaning they have to learn from the second person and learn from the first person in order to become the first person. But now, in the fullness of the Godhead, the third person is the person who's always loving, but sacrifices being always loving in order to demonstrate how to become always loving.
So it becomes a teacher.
Sure. A demonstrator, a role model.
I think hierarchy would be the wrong term.
Yeah,
But-
it's not the fullness of the term because they are all one in being. They are each the person who is always loving.
Okay, so
But there's distinct ways of being the person who's always loving.
you're saying this is God?
Yes.
In every definition of God, basically. So we could be God ourselves.
Yes. Which is why the Catechism of the Church teaches men might become God.
What about an animal?
What's that?
A dog always loves me, right? Like my dog loves me. If I had a dog, let's say, you know.
Okay. Okay.
Like could an animal process through those steps that?
Now, in my understanding so far, I see a distinct limitation of animals versus human. Humans have the ability to desire and will with their present, their past to the fullness, and the future to the fullness. We have the potential to consider the depths of the future, and we have the potential to consider the depths of the beginning. And that's something that I don't see other animals. I don't see animals having.
My German shepherds would disagree with you.
Yeah, how do you know? They could be, pondering all sorts of things.
Sure, they could, I guess. I can't say they can't. But this is just in my evaluation.
The difference would be is we can hate. So if we choose love, it's more of a sanctimonious position. Whereas a dog would be like kind of forced into an unconditional love relationship. He always loves you. If he hates you for like a minute, and that's it.
Okay. Now I would say I haven't seen a dog yet that is capable of unconditional love, as Jesus' example in embracing the cross. I haven't seen a dog where even if you love the dog, if you start to beat the dog and you start to spit on it and you start to slap it, I haven't seen a dog that can still embrace you with love, even in the face of all that ugliness. Eventually the dog gets frustrated with you and fights back.
But don't people who even about in the strictest of, don't people who even, I don't know if you believe in like a literal hell or anything like that, but people who deny, do less than that, than physically beat Jesus, but with their words or whatever deny Jesus, they're sent to eternal torture. So how then does that fit into unconditional love?
Well, I can only share that I know that the Catholic Church doesn't recognize anybody as being in hell, any physical person, any human. They don't teach that anybody is in hell, regardless of all the crimes and the sins that we've done. But no, the Catholic Church doesn't even declare any human. It doesn't declare any human is in hell. But I don't believe it declares anybody until because of the fullness of revelation is not there yet. Now, I think there's a distinction. Now, if you have a person that comes up and says, "I will always hate and I will never want to always love. I hate love. I hate the concept of it. I never want to be kind to others. I never, forever, all eternity, even if I got to live forever, I would never want to be patient with other people." I think that's a whole new level of sin that these people aren't claiming yet. Whenever they say, "I don't believe in Jesus," or I think there's since the church hasn't declared anybody is in hell, I think there's a recognition of maybe they have a misunderstanding.
But where's the business? Since when does the church decide who's in hell or not? I thought the text itself kind of says that.
Well, I think I would say it's when Jesus hands over the authority to forgive sins to man. To the whenever he says, whatever sins you forgive are forgiven, whatever sins you retain are retained.
How about the scripture says like liars and adulterers and fornicators, they will not inherit the kingdom of God?
Okay. I think maybe there might be a distinction there to consider, in that to inherit the kingdom of God, you have to be as perfect as the Heavenly Father, and today we haven't seen anybody, to my knowledge, other than the Mother Mary and Jesus, be as perfect as the Heavenly Father.
No, John makes a good point though. But when the Bible says you will not inherit the kingdom of God, and there is only the kingdom of God and hell, then by default, right, you're going to hell.
Well, there's a third state. There's the state in between. There's the third state in between heaven and hell, which is purgatory.
Does
And
it actually say that in the Bible, though?
yes, it does.
It doesn't. A pope made it up, and a pope got rid of it.
Okay, well, it does make logical sense in that in heaven you have people that always freely want to love and they follow the rules of love. In hell, you have people that always want to not follow the rules of love, and so they don't follow the rules of love.
Or they want to fornicate all the time.
Sure. And then you have the middle ground, which is people that want to follow the rules, but they make mistakes for various reasons.
So there'd be a billion levels of purgatory then.
Well, you could say that, but there.
John, can you define unconditional love for me?
Unconditional love is, I would say, simply always freely being patient and kind, even in the face of unjust cruelty, to the point of death. For the experience, well, no, to the point of death. Always freely being patient and kind, even in the face of unjust cruelty, to the point of death. And I personally love the wisdom of Jesus, and where he says, the wisdom and grace, which is where he says, take up your cross.
So I still don't understand how does this fit. I mean, you did say that there can be some people in hell. These are people who are always hating, always, there's no change of mind in them. How come unconditional love doesn't apply to them?
Well, it's because if you want to forever deny God, if you want to forever deny unconditional love, and your potential in unconditional love, yes, I am Catholic. If you want to, if you always want to not be loving, then that's where you separate yourself from God.
The people that like John's he brings up an interesting paradox, because the people with unconditional love have love unconditional for everything except for the people in hell.
No, they even have love for the people in hell.
But they're in hell.
Yeah, but it's not by their doing. In other words, it's by the person that's in hell. It's our response. It's our personal choice. In the fact of our choice of what do we want. Do we want to do our best, or do we not want to? If we don't do our best, we can't experience the best.
But then wouldn't all the people in heaven, including God himself, show unconditional, love and patience to get them out of hell, even to the point of death?
Yes, which is why he came down from heaven.
So those people in heaven would give up their place in heaven to remove those people from hell?
Well, yes, in a sense, but they're doing it in following of God. So God comes down from heaven to earth in order to demonstrate the way to people that don't know the rules. They don't understand the rules. They can't fully follow the rules because of fear.
How many sins did Jesus die for?
All of them. All human sins.
Can you understand the contradiction we're kind of seeing here now?
Okay, explain to me more.
Well, if he died for all the sins, wiped the sins away, right? Like John the Baptist said, "Behold the Lamb of God who take away the sins of the world."
Mm-hmm.
How come their sin, these people's sin of unconditional or uncontrollable hateful, I'll call it, why can't they be forgiven, wiped away? Why aren't those sins taken away?
Okay, they are. Okay, let me see.
We make more of them.
They're forgiven, and they are, but the choice comes back to them. What do they want to do after they are forgiven? And when they sin again, when I sin again, the choice comes to me. What do I want to do again after I'm forgiven? When will I finally say I'm done sinning? When will I finally say I'm done wanting to be mean to people? When will I say I'm finally done? When will I'm done being impatient with other people in all circumstances?
So Jesus didn't die for all sins, just up to a point.
No, he died for all sins, but our sins still keep us. Our personal sins still keep us in the abode of death.
So he didn't die for our personal sins.
Okay. Let me think about that. That is it's a good one. I'm not sure how to say it. I do know that Jesus died for the sins of all mankind. So in other words, it's okay that I've been living my life without rules. Now once I accept that, hey, there is a better way to living and there are rules in that way of living, am I willing to follow the rules?
I could do that without Jesus. I could do that in any other religion. God saved them.
But then by your definition, I mean, the definitions you were giving us, at that point, no one's in hell. You're either in purgatory or heaven.
I would say, from my analysis, I don't see a human in hell. They're only in purgatory.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Can someone say in purgatory for eternity?
No. Because in purgatory you want to follow the rules, or you want love, you want to experience the best, and you're growing in understanding, and you're growing in how to always be the best we can be.
I always wonder. I mean, I was raised Catholic, and then I was evangelical Christian, and I never, from my readings, came across anything in the Bible about this purgatory. I'm sure there's probably scriptures with inferences. If you can send me a link or something, or some scriptures, when you get a chance, I'd be curious.
Okay. All right. I do from recalling. I think it has something to do with along the lines of when people are dead. Maybe it has to do with. No, I'm not even going to go any further. I'll do some research.
Okay. But to be clear, but you say no matter, because I think before you said there were going to be some people in hell. So, but
there are people in hell, but they're not human persons.
Oh, okay. Now you're really confusing me. I mean,
okay. Angels and saints are persons. Satan is a person, but he's not a human person. Human persons can act in oneness with Satan, but it doesn't change that he's still not a human, but he is a person.
There's a scripture, I think it's in Revelations, that I know Christians point to about hell being for the devil and his angels. That's all it was created for. Is that what you're believing?
I wouldn't have known to justify with that line, but that seems to make sense from my understanding.
See, I like this setup. I'm not religious. I'm a Gnostic. And I mean, if I still get into heaven after that, I mean, by all means, I'll be the first one to volunteer. Strap some dynamite to me, send me to hell. I will jump on top of Satan, scream Allah Akbar, and blow myself up, take it with me.
Well, for me, I was raised Catholic, and then I fell away. after just not understanding it, and me, I personally, when I was growing up, I found it to be purposeless because I felt that there was this understanding that God is unknowable, God is not understandable. You can't explain him. There's no one knows what is right way to worship. No one knows what's the right practice. So I felt it was purposeless, and I did look at some other religions for a time, Jehovah's Witness, but I completely fell away. Privately, I was atheist. I would say more publicly, I was a little more agnostic, just as far as saying I'm not sure, and it doesn't really matter even if there's one. And eventually, just studying more, grew through, studying Buddhism, really enjoyed the teachings of Buddha, studying the gods of, I always have a hard time.
Went back to your what you grew up with, right?
Yes, I did come back to it after going through, even enjoying the teachings of Quran, of Islam, and through just non-denominational Christianity. I enjoyed the teachings of the Mormon faith, Latter-day Saints, and eventually I saw the truth. I could understand the truth in the fullness of truth in the Roman Catholic Church.
Prescott.
This is a little beside the point, but I want to ask, well, I guess Brother John, since there's two Johns in here now. You said you were started out as a Catholic and then you became an evangelical, and it seems like most people, go from a more quiet denomination to evangelical, and I just want to know the thought process. Like, are they just like, my church isn't loud enough, and then?
Are you asking like the difference between the churches, pretty much?
No, I just want to. I mean, I don't view the differences between the denominations to be so great that it would ever really cause very many people to switch, just based on the beliefs.
Oh, just based on the beliefs. I mean, the tenets, the core tenets are the same. The virgin birth, die for your sins, resurrection. These are pretty much the tenets of all the Christian faiths, and the deity of Christ, except for the Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff like that. They don't believe that. But anything else is just the way the service is set up. Catholic Church it's liturgical, very ritualistic. Evangelicals and Pentecostals is definitely more free flowing. The music is different.
That's what I was wondering. It seems like people join the evangelical church because their church is too quiet.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. It definitely is nice to have that rejuvenation of the spirit. You just see people more lively about it in the evangelical churches, and definitely a huge influence on me too.
I know back in the day, I mean, there was a Catholic church near my house, and what they would do is have kind of charismatic meetings in the basement, and they were called the Charismatic Catholics. They were trying to get some liveliness into the Catholic church.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's religion, right? It should be personal. I mean, if you're evangelical, that means you're trying to put your beliefs on somebody else, like by default. So, I mean, it should be quiet. Like,
well, the idea is not even my belief; it's the belief. That's the mindset. It's the belief. Yeah. It's not my belief. Yeah.
Technically, it's what I believe, right? But yeah, it is. Right, it's the belief.
Oh, as for the belief in purgatory, scripturally based, I would say it's from 2 Maccabees, chapter 12, verse 43 through 46.
Oh, well, that doesn't fly with us Pentecostals now. You know that.
Pentecostal, I've never heard of Maccabees.
Yeah. So it's definitely an issue there, but
Oh, so all the Protestants are lost, man. If they got no hope for purgatory, they don't even have it in their Bible.
Which is why there is hope for purgatory for the Protestants. It's because there's an understanding that can't be understood without it.
Wow. So it's Second Maccabees. Is there one like in the New Testament, like you could point to, like the Protestants can look at, or not?
Let me see if I can find another one.
Like, it doesn't have to even say the word, just any reference to a third place.
Right.
Yeah. Let me see what else, if I can find another one while we're in this discussion.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in the Holy Bible, but in the Torah, isn't there like layers to heaven?
Yeah, I have heard of something like that.
Layers to hell.
Yeah, definitely.
J Dubs, well, that's a kind of well, and Prescott, you wouldn't know, Hyde. I mean, what was the position there as far as any kind of judgment, hell, stuff like that? I mean, what would God do if people just didn't believe in reject the God of Torah?
I mean, personally, I believe when we all eventually get to heaven, God invites us all. It's up to us whether we want to go or not. There's some scripture, like Reuven says, they'll spend 12 months in purgatory. But that's like the maximum that you can do. It's like cleaning your soul out. It's like you stain your shirt, you have to wash it, right? Little scrub of hot water and some soap, and it's all good. It's like that's what God does with our souls. It just a quick cleanse, and then we're back in.
Right. That would make logical sense. But does it actually say that somewhere, or do people make that up?
I guess that would technically, if you're saying if that's oral tradition and not written, then yeah, it's oral.
Yeah.
I like the idea. 12 months, like spa break.
That's special pleading, right?
Well, I don't think so, because I mean, from my perspective, God gave Moses both written and oral Torah, so.
Yeah, but the oral one changed. Okay, well. Yeah, there's nothing against a changing system.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
I guess there's nothing against a changing system, right? I mean, because the oral one would be changing constantly.
I mean, if that's the way you want to perceive it to be. I mean, in my opinion, I think of Judaism as like one crazy conversation that's going on. It's like one Jew is having another conversation with another Jew that's taken place over generations. So it's just like this, it's just adding layers to it, basically.
I guess you can how fast your memories change, or a person's perception on what they would remember change over one lifetime. Then, if you're passing an oral tradition, it'd be like a game of telephone, basically. Unless you're like crowdsourcing it, maybe.
Well, yeah, you would have to say objective,
Yeah, when did they do that?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I don't know how to answer that. That's good. I haven't even thought about that, actually.
Hey, Yuri. I'm going to change a little tangent here, Yuri.
I think we went a little too deep, John. Let's lighten it up a little bit.
Oh, now, Yuri, I noticed that you have black nail polish. Are you like a goth or something like that?
Oh, no, I just went out last weekend.
What's that?
I'd dress up and go out, paint my face and stuff. It lasts for maybe a week or so. I go out maybe once or twice a year.
Are you a juggalo or something?
No, I just went out. It's just kind of boring. I went out.
Cool.
Well, I'm almost 40, but I still go out once in a while. It's fun.
Cool.
Get all geared up,
Got all geared up.
Yeah.
So is it like a gothic look do you go for?
Yeah. It's different, I guess, every time, but I guess it was industrial look last time.
Industrial, huh?
Black pants and yeah.
Like steampunk?
and
You're
stuff.
into steampunk?
I mean, I like dancing. I love dancing.
Cool.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you were at like a rave or something, is what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean, there's no raves going on up here in Canada. It's kind of boring.
It's still snowing?
There's a lot of bylaws put down lately.
Oh, that doesn't stop people, man. Come on. Does it?
I mean, there's one after-hours club now. One.
I always hear people from Canada always say that people always hang outside their house smoking pot and the cops don't even care.
Well, they don't care about pot. I mean, pot. I've been caught pot like a few times. They don't care.
Right, yeah.
They take it. I don't know what they do with it.
They do take it?
Bag it. Yeah, they take it. Like, because, it's technically illegal.
And then they go smoke it.
Yeah, it's like whatever they do with it, who knows? Maybe they put it in the evidence locker and do all the paperwork for it, but it's a lot easier just to take it and kind of do whatever with it. Maybe they sell it. Maybe they smoke it, whatever. It's not a big deal.
You got to show us a picture one day, Yuri, of you all dressed up, man. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I got lots of little costumes and stuff from the years.
Be a different side of you.
It's different, that's for sure.
Cool. No, it reminds me when I used to go to the clubs. I mean, I haven't been to a club like that in a while. But yeah, people dressing up like that. They would have some.
Yeah, it's just fun, right? Like you're somebody. You go all out, and nobody judges you or cares.
I hear you. You know, in my have you ever heard of the Burning Man Festival?
No.
Anybody?
I have. It's awesome.
The movie.
Have you been to it, Cerberus?
Yeah, I've been to it. Out in the middle of the desert.
Yes, I saw that. I'm like, I want to go.
What is it?
It's a huge multi-day concert with multiple bands and multiple stages.
Oh.
But people just walk around. I mean, it's like the land. They build a city there. People there go a couple weeks beforehand, and they're building, temporary buildings. They build a temple, also, which they burn at the end of the festival. But it's like, and the people go there and act. They're supposed to be able to act freely, do whatever you want, and nobody's judging you. Dress as you want.
Yeah, it's like Boonstock or those type of concerts attract a lot of the bar folk, the ones who want to pick up. They attract a lot of drinking and coke, and there's
I didn't see any
I find there's judgment.
I saw lots of acid there.
Yeah, the hippie ones are more the acid, DMT, mushroom
Yeah,
one.
well, there's lots of heroin there too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not
But,
that much pot, really.
You get like different crowds, when you have bands or DJs. Big difference.
I went to a thing they have. It's called the Rainbow Festival. A friend told me about, and I went in the late '80s, and it's still going on. I couldn't believe it's still going on. And what they do is every year they go to a different state park, and it's kind of this like Woodstock kind of deal. They have giant bonfires every night and drum circles. It was kind of strange. It was weird because you had nudist people there, nudist colonies, and that took a good day or so to get used to. People taking soy milk baths and.
Yeah, those are the hippie fests. Those ones are more free. You lot less judgment at those ones.
The Rainbow Festival, but there was a lot of pot smoking going on. But it was a really cool experience. It was great, and people were just so friendly, and it was awesome. And
Yo, Brother John, I think I might have found another scripture that might imply purgatory, which would be Luke chapter 12, verses 58 and 59, where Jesus is saying, you might be thrown into prison, but you will not get out until you have paid the last penny.
And he's on literal prison.
My computer's running a little slow here. When that was King James is
I got it. I read it from the New International Version, but I'm sure it'll show the same.
King James, when thou goest with thine adversary to the magistrate, as thou art in the way, give diligence that thou mayest be delivered from him, lest he hail thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and the officer cast thee into prison. I tell thee, thou shalt not depart thence, till thou hast paid the very last mite. Well,
That's not a literal prison, is it? Like this is a post death thing.
I'm gonna open up the whole chapter to try to get some context here.
Yeah, taken in context, what is it about?
When you take it in context,
yeah,
I perceive it as if you commit a sin, then you cannot be forgiven until you've reconciled.
So it's not post-death. So that would be purgatory then, right?
Well, I mean,
Still there?
yeah.
Oh. Looks like I lost my.
For some reason, I got kicked out of the Hangout.
Yeah, so did I. It like resetted itself, and it's bringing everybody back in. You do
we're back.
Yeah,
all the messages. I hate that how it resets them. You're gonna have to retype them all, guys. All without a mic.
We went to a 20-second purgatory there.
Now, I would say that I don't view, I no longer view purgatory, heaven, and hell as things after death anymore. Personally, I view them as a current of what's happening for myself. You know, I look at myself and I ask myself, do I want to follow the rules of love? And there are times that, you know, I want to follow the rules and I make mistakes. There are times when I get tired of following the rules and I don't want to follow them, which would be more hellish times. So I see it as a state of being.
Whose rules are you talking about, though? Catholic rule?
Well, the greatest commandment.
Which is?
From Scripture, it's you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind and all your strength, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. For me, whenever I
2 commandments.
Well, but the 2 commandments are one.
So you shall love. Thou shalt love.
You shall love for God, and you should love everyone.
That's 2 commandments.
Well, but they work together in union.
How can you love if you can't hate? So that you'd like throw a third one in there too. I'd be a Trinitarian.
Okay, all right. I would say that
What about Yuri? What about indifference? Love, hate, indifference.
That would be purgatory.
Oh boy, yeah, that would be. What it?
For me, when I view the word love, I do like the King James translation in that love is patient, is kind. And when I look at those 2 words, I recognize I can be patient and kind for something or towards something. And they're 2 distinct things. You know, it's just like going to work. Some people go to work for the joy of serving. Some people go to work for the money they gain. But they're still working.
Oh man, I'm not that far-sighted. If I went to work for the money I'd get. I don't think that far ahead, honestly. I mean, that wouldn't get me out of bed. I'd have to, well, what's happening today? Why am I going to work today? You know, what am I getting out of it? Unless I'm paid daily. No, I go to work to do something.
Yeah, now I will say there is the matter of fact that there's always a consequence for any action. And so it's impossible to get out of the loophole of not doing something for something.
Ooh, I wish I had that. I don't see the consequences, so they slap me in the face.
Oh, yeah, how many times?
There.
Oh, and I still do it.
They're there, yeah, but I don't really learn from them.
Yeah.
Really bad for that.
John, did you see that other scripture Prescott put in the chat? That's a...
Okay, let me take a look.
I guess. 1 Corinthians 3:12.
Okay.
But I look at these things and now, yeah, they're parables, but it's not saying like it's a place that someone goes to. I mean, you can infer things. You know, we can infer all sorts of things in Scripture. I mean, I mean, this is a good lesson here. I mean, I used to love that Scripture, 1 Corinthians 3. I mean, there's a good lesson there, you know. But
okay.
Does any? I mean, since there's silence, does anyone in the room believe that once you die, that's it? That there is no afterlife?
I do.
You're okay.
Now, you know, for me, there was a time when I thought that, and for me, the question that became real strong in my life was I asked myself, what do I want life after my death to be like? And for me, it was facing the idea of what do I want my wife and children's life to be like? And what can I do? What do I want my friends and family's life to be like? What do I want other humans and animal life to be like after my death?
Yeah, that's how you continue after life. Like, you continue on after life. I guess I shouldn't raise my hand. If you have kids and stuff, and if you influence anything in the planet, then yeah, you go on after death.
And that would be more of a spiritual, what you're kind of speaking of. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd say that's how you go on after death, just by influencing stuff that's alive. But your consciousness, I can't see that remaining intact or surviving the death experience, because I don't know, it's linked to your mind, and if your mind goes, well, you have to be realistic to believe that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that either. I mean, if that's the way the afterlife is perceived, then yeah, I guess I wouldn't believe in the afterlife either. I mean, I don't think when I die my consciousness is still going to be intact.
Okay, well, I'm saying, and when I was of an atheistic mindset, that's what I believed, and the thing that eventually started me to see the light of God was pondering heavily, what do I want life after my death to be like, and what must I do to help it be that?
Michael posted a text in the chat from the Catechism, and he says that the Catholic Church defines purgatory as a purification, removing pollution from, I guess, the soul. I guess that would be very Jewish. That would be.
Well, yeah.
You have to be realistic. To
All right, it makes sense. Yeah.
I was interested in what is Prescott. Prescott and Michael, if y'all could share what it. Can you help me see what I'm to try and consider? Are you trying to help me consider something?
No, they're just pointing to the scriptures used for purgatory. They don't believe that.
Okay.
Yeah, we have something called text we have something that we call text masters. They just sit in the chat and just help move the conversation along, I guess.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're always
That's kind of my theory. I mean, as far as the afterlife now, I mean, I don't know, but I do. That is kind of long. What you wrote in text is kind of my theory of what I speculate, that there is this energy that it's not created nor destroyed, so that energy from my body continues to live on. So I think.
So does this energy make up your consciousness?
Probably, I would say. And I don't have no evidence, so I can't prove it. This is all pure speculation. Maybe I'm deluding myself.
Do you believe, in your understanding of God, do you believe God is the all-knowing judge and lawgiver?
What do you mean by judge?
John's a deist, so he thinks God's over in Pluto watching X-Files right now. He doesn't, he's not participating.
There's no TV on Pluto.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
okay, so you believe God is living, but just not concerned with this universe or this Earth?
Well, I'm gonna go with the wisdom of the Tao that says as soon as I put a name on it, then it loses its name.
Okay.
It's beyond comprehension. I say that I can just give you theories and speculations and what I see. I see God unlike the Abrahamic faiths, where it's like kind of God is outside the universe, this judge, this separate entity. I see more of God being outside and inside, and through creation. So if I really had to get down to it, even myself, John is non-existent. It's just an ego. It's an identity. So it's actually God having a John experience. If I actually believe that God permeates everything. See, this is my theory. It's a pantheistic kind of view. Yeah.
How very Masonic of you.
I know. How so Masonic of me. And so yeah.
All right. I see that. All right, makes sense.
Very similar to yours, hey John. To what you believe.
I'm sorry?
The other John.
Oh.
Now, I call you brother.
You have to refer me to Brother John now, I guess. While John's okay.
I always think triple toilet paper. Let's just keep it clean.
Okay, so now what are you asking?
It's not like your belief,
Yeah, well, I see. For me, when he says he sees the God in himself, to me that would be the third person. It is an extension to the distinct person. It is the created church. Any one of us that's doing our best and living based on the things that we experience, based on the things that we know, and we're doing our best, well, that is the Holy Spirit in us. We can't do any better than our best.
Nobody does their best, though.
Nobody yet does. Well, Jesus does the best. Mary does the best.
How did you know?
Because there's two ways that are simple for me to explain.
Never tried to manipulate Mary into giving him a candy or something, or go out with his friends.
I don't know the depths of that, but I'm confident he was the rule follower.
He was the perfect kid.
Yes, the perfect person, the perfect baby, the perfect human. The perfect human.
Wow. Never shat. Period. That would be a perfect human.
Yeah.
Oh, he had sparks.
So John, I obviously, I very rarely do we have people who are practicing Catholics in the room. I've had Eastern Orthodox.
Mm-hmm.
And so the people here, what we're mostly used to is the evangelical, Pentecostal, Turner Burn kind of Christians, stuff that we came out of too. And I don't get that sense from you. I guess one of my questions would be, what is, I guess, your view or maybe the Catholic view towards atheists. I mean, I think we had a statement from the Pope pretty recently that said that atheists were going to heaven.
That atheists can make it. That atheists are destined for heaven. I don't know exactly the words he used. Now, to me, atheism is a very good example of the dark night of the soul, which Mother Teresa speaks about, and I personally felt a similar connection. Just this feeling of being without God, this absolute, just all you can perceive is that God is not there. God doesn't exist. God is purposeless. So why bother?
May not be purposeless if we're here, though, right? Like,
but there's perception.
Non-intelligence. It might not be purposeless.
There's our perception, and if our perception is doing the best we can, then it is what it is. It is purposeless. No, it's not.
Okay. I guess there would never be a way to prove that it would be purposeless unless you saw the end of it, and we're not going to see the end of humanity, right? So you can never prove that. So you could always maintain purpose, or even a local purpose. Like, it doesn't have to be like a world-changing global purpose. It could just be a local purpose. My purpose is to have a kid, or to tell my nephew something. That's my purpose. Like, it could be anything.
Okay.
Purpose doesn't really have anything to do with that, I would say.
I would say one of the founding blocks for me, as far as formula-based for God, was that there is only two purposes for anything done. It's either done because it needs to be done, has to be done, and it's some kind of semantic related to that, or because it wants to be done. Now, I personally haven't found another purpose outside of those two.
You're talking about the purpose itself wants to be done?
I'm saying the thing that the action that's to be done. There's only two distinct purposes. It either needs to or it wants to.
So you're anthropomorphizing the action itself, giving it a will or a duality.
You could say that, but I mean, it is what it is. Either animals or lives, plants, they do the things they do because they either need to or they want to. Even the Earth rotating, something that's non-living, doing what it's doing, is something that it has to do, which is in a sense a need. Now, it's not a biological need because it's not living, but it's still a need. It has to follow that rule.
Follows gravity's rules, yeah. Like I say, a common way out there. It's following rules.
It's following the rules. Now, it's not by choice. It has to do it. So it's still a need. And I haven't found a third option. And so whenever I realize that every single thing in life, in the universe, either needs or it has needs or wants, I started to ask myself questions like, is it possible to get everything wanted and needed?
Just wait. By that reasoning, only humans have needs and wants, and everything else has needs.
Sure.
So you'd separate humanity from the universe then?
Sure. No, I mean, I would say that you can.
Not part of God then.
You could justify.
I'm trying to take it to your logical conclusions.
Okay. One of my logical conclusions is that the only way to get everything wanted and needed is to always want to be, as well as be, patient and kind, even in the face of unjust cruelty.
You're talking about the two wolves.
Now, what's that?
Rob's wolves.
I'm not familiar with this. I'm not familiar with that. Let me look that one up.
Well, you won't find it.
Continue his book.
Oh.
No, yeah. He talks about basically your wants, which would be your ego, and your needs, which would be, well, his other. It's kind of the same.
Okay.
A lot of people come to a similar conclusion. There's it's like kind of a duality be a drunk, or you can be a loving person. You can feed yourself, or you can feed others, or whatever. You live for others, or you live for yourself.
And
Okay.
also, there's a
That's how
duality
Ron's
that
like puts it.
we're animals and we try to be human, and that's a duality. Like we try to pretend that we're not like the other ones, and it's I think there's a conflict in humans because we don't really, like he said, he would separate himself from the universe, and
Yeah.
we kind of have.
Which means that the universe is not part of God, because we are God in your view, right? So the universe wouldn't be part of God. We were separate from it.
Okay. It's a little hard for me to process. Let me. I was thinking about the other point. I was trying to understand duality. What is? Could you explain duality in other words?
Yin yang. You can't hate. The Tao would have a lot on duality. Freud, ego ID. Michael puts it. It basically crops up in all of psychology.
Okay, duality, meaning the opposites make the whole.
Yeah, and you can't really
Or it's
recognize.
conflict.
You
It could
can
be
have,
like
you have to have contrast for you to even to recognize. Yeah.
Okay.
like God and Satan is a duality.
Okay.
I don't know where the Holy Spirit fits in, but
Well, there's the Holy Spirit, and then you'd have the unholy Spirit, God and Satan.
okay. So there's a duality there.
In a sense.
It's kind of like everywhere.
But now I would say that the duality is not necessary.
It kind of pops up though naturally, doesn't it?
Well, it crops up out of a free decision to love.
Oh, there's a mind.
No, let me rephrase that.
There's
It crops up because of the free decision to share love.
There's freedom and there's no will. Will and no will.
Okay.
Like you said, freedom to share love, that would involve free will.
Yes. Okay, animals love. Now, I think there's a distinction in the love you're speaking of. As I was mentioning earlier, I haven't seen an animal yet that if you go from loving it and being kind to it to changing your ways and hating it and spitting at it and demeaning it and hitting it and being violent with it, I haven't seen an animal that can respond with love to that. They get frustrated.
Well, no, there's dogs that'll just whimper and like put their tail between their legs and kind of be confused because they love you, but you are seeming to not be showing that back.
If you hold the master role in a dog relationship constantly, then yeah, they could do that. But other times, it depends on the dog. How stupid is your dog?
Some dogs will fight back, but some of them they don't understand because haven't seen anything but being petted and stuff, and they don't see I peed on the floor and I'm getting hit now. Why is this happening?
Okay, all right. If that's the conclusion, then if a dog can't understand why to love, even in the face of this hatred, then they are incomplete. As far as the fullness of love, unconditional love. Unconditional love knows why it does it. It understands why. It doesn't become confused.
No, unconditional love would be love without conditions. It would just it wouldn't make sense. It would be like, no matter, even if I'm getting hit, I'm still gonna love you because it's unconditional. No matter what conditions it's under, it's still gonna be there.
Yes, but the love is knowledgeable. It makes sense why you do it. It's not.
For people.
I don't think love makes sense at all.
Okay. It does.
He says animals love. But animals don't have a choice to hate. Like right? They're just born loving.
Instinctual. They're instinctual. They give what they receive. Which most of the time what we are.
We're born hateful though. In religious philosophy.
We're not born hateful. We are born with original sin.
And animals aren't.
Yeah.
Wait. No, we're not. No, we're not. Jesus died. That's over.
Like honestly, I can't seem to see the separation. Like whenever
Maybe
people try to put themselves above animals, they would separate themselves in these types of ways.
maybe it helps instead of trying to. Well, how about this? What reason have you proposed? What reason have you ascribed to God creating? What is God's creation? Why create it at all?
Well, he might just want to look at it. Like, I don't know God's will.
Okay,
and
so
I would ascribe a reason to it.
So I guess if you're trying to analyze what's happening in the story without knowing why create it and what is the greatest creation, then there's going to be a disconnect.
When you only have one creation to compare it to, then by default you're the greatest creation and the worst creation. You're you know, like when you have a comparison, then you can say that, but otherwise we're just creation, period. You can't ascribe an adjective to it.
Okay, so now as you start to live and you start to experience and you start to have more views of what are creations, of other creations, what are some of the greater creations in your perspective?
Oh, you're talking, okay, I was talking about creation as in reality, universe. You're talking creations as in each individual life form.
No, I'm saying, well, I mean, you could say that, but it's all going to result down to the same thing. It's all going to climax at the same greatest creation. But so let's just start with human. What is the greatest creation a human can do?
Consciousness. Self-awareness, probably. That would be our greatest achievement, I would say.
Okay, and so would you say we've achieved that?
Yes.
And we're still seeking more?
I say we didn't achieve it ourselves. I didn't achieve it, but, you know, it evolved into us. Like, it's not something that I did personally.
Okay, I would say that if we're still seeking something and we already have self-awareness, then there's something greater.
The self-awareness causes us to seek. Yeah, there's no other.
Okay.
Animals, like you're saying, animals don't seek. You're saying like dogs don't think about this type of things because they're not self-aware as we are. So,
or we don't. Perhaps we don't know it. Perhaps dogs do know it, and we don't know it. Perhaps.
Or ants, or whatever. Like they may have a limited awareness, but with a greater and greater self-awareness comes a greater and greater disconnect, or the seeking business.
Okay.
That just comes with awareness.
Okay. How about we just look at you? How about we just look at you? What would you say is one of your great creations?
As Jews?
You.
Oh.
What is one of your greatest creations in life?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Every thought that I've come up with myself.
Okay. Which one would be what would be the okay? So could you share a specific one? Okay. So you would say. Okay. So you have many great creations.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I guess I don't have a greatest one. There's like everything I create would be, you know, something new to the world, and so I would say that's awesome. But I wouldn't say it's the best or the worst or in the middle somewhere. I'd just say it's awesome, and that's it.
For me, my greatest creation, personally, is the love between my wife and me.
Does that supersede your love between you and God?
Okay. God gave me the power to create things. And so what do I do with that power? What will I create?
Stephen King talks a lot about that in a lot of in his books. He calls them makers. Basically, we're makers. If we go through life making, then we're good.
You know, you mentioned your purpose in life was your nephew and a son.
No, I say I could ascribe a purpose to anything in the world, and those are like two examples. Say if my purpose was to have a kid, or I could think my purpose is just to say something to you, and that would be my purpose in life.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
fulfilled.
Okay. Okay.
Like I wouldn't describe a purpose because I don't know the purpose. To know the purpose, you'd have to see the end point, and so I would
Okay.
say I don't know the purpose, so just keep plowing away.
Okay. All right. I do view the other perspective, as in that, yeah, in order to know the purpose, you have to see the end. I see it from a different perspective in that, to know the purpose, you just have to view wisdom, the simplicity, the wise declaration. So, no, as was mentioned earlier, no matter what you say your purpose is, it's either going to be a want or a need. So therefore, I know that all purposes are either because of a want or a need, unless if you can think of another one.
Desire.
I thought of that, but that'd be want, wouldn't it?
I'm just joking.
Okay, Sasha, did you not have love to give your wife? I had to create it from nothing, or maybe not fully from nothing.
Did that subtract from your
You
love
don't
of
feel
God,
like
though? Like, do you have a limited amount of love?
From finite being, yes, but if I have an infinite being, then no.
Do you love your wife or God more? Your wife's not here.
I love.
God is watching you.
Okay, all right. I would. Okay, when I use love in this sense, as far as absolute love, I love God and I hate my wife. Now the difference here is that I don't do anything for my wife, but I do.
Oh shit! I don't do anything for my wife.
Is absolute love absolutely right?
I used to do something for her, but not anymore.
I do everything. I do patience and kindness towards my wife for God. I don't do patience and kindness towards her for her.
Well, she must be a very difficult woman.
No. She has a.
Why? Anything you say can be used out against you.
No, but is absolute love absolute?
Yes.
It is, cause like I mean, I guess most people would say that like killing for love, but not like in certain cases, like killing but killing for love in that like someone says, hey, I don't like this person, and you love them and you go do it. That's not right, right?
It depends. Is it the best you can do at the time, or do you know of a better way?
I mean, is murder ever okay just because someone said to go do it?
I mean, in the context you're presenting, is it the best they could possibly do, or do they know of a better way? They're just not willing to do it.
I don't know. I mean, say you didn't even know the person on the other end. You just love the person that's telling you to go kill this other person.
But you're giving me a context here, and it's up to
somebody
you.
in the military. Now, someone joins the military, and they're a religious folk that join the military.
They love their country.
Does that person know there's a better way than killing the others, or is that the best they can? When they analyze living and everything they know, do they say it is best for me to kill in obedience to the authority?
I don't think
I guess yes, they would have to, or else they wouldn't do it.
Like that's a default. They don't join it to kill people though. They just end up doing.
But they think it's the best reason.
So if it's the best, then
they think it's the best thing they can do.
If it is the best thing they can do, if they're doing their best, then there's no. I don't have any issue. Okay, if they genuinely believe.
But then that means.
What?
It means it's very subjective.
So then there is no problem with Israel going in and taking what it did and like now telling everyone to leave, and why not just nuke the people that are left and.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
Since I don't know the depths of their heart, I only have a choice, an option of believing. Do I believe they were doing their best, or do I believe they were not doing their best? I personally believe they're doing their best, given all of their life experiences. But I don't know. That would be something you.
I don't think absolute love. I think you can choose absolutes, but I think like if you try to actually break them down, like they don't really make any sense. Like they change over time.
Okay.
We're trying to challenge you like on a logical level, and
Okay.
where these things, because I don't think that you can logically defend them.
You mentioned that it's subjective. Okay, I was telling you that I enjoy looking at the wisdom in it. I mentioned that the wisdom is if the person's doing their best objectively, then it's the best they can do, and I accept it for what it is. But if they're objectively, they are doing their best. You're telling
But
me.
shouldn't God be able to do like the best?
Yeah, and
his
he
people,
does.
like be doing like the best.
Yes.
Yeah, this world is the best that can be. There's no better world that can exist.
Okay, remember as I mentioned earlier, I'm Trinitarian. So there are the three. If we recognize that God is the best, there's the person who does the best, always does the best. There's the person who always does the best, but by being begotten, eternally generated, a duplicate, a replica of the first person. Then there's the third person who is the person who is always doing the best, but sacrifices always doing the best in order to demonstrate others how to become always doing the best. So in the fullness, Jesus, who is God, and namely the second person, in that he's eternally begotten, but he's still fully God. He is always doing the best. He revealed doing the best to us in his passion and crucifixion.
Did he talk about slavery or women?
Sure. Now I think that if we go back now when I look at the Bible, from my reading of Genesis, I haven't analyzed a whole lot, but I know that in the first chapter you have God creating.
No, but I mean Jesus when he came.
Okay. In the Old Testament, there's three references to God. There is Elohim, there's Yahweh Elohim, and there's Yahweh. There's God, the Lord God,
What do you think Elohim?
and the Lord.
I just want to.
Okay, to me.
Oh, okay, Elohim.
Yeah, Elohim would
It's
be
not
God.
multiple people.
Well, it's three distinct persons that are the same being. It's the Trinity.
All right, maybe.
You could say Lord
I don't.
or God, but there's
I don't think that I don't think the
Well, yeah,
Jewish people would have been thinking of it like that.
Well, yeah, because I mean, there's reasons for it, which would go back to it's best if we consider the perspective of the person who created everything. If you were the person who created everything, what would be your greatest creation and why create it?
Everything would be the greatest creation.
Our creations are different than his.
Okay.
If God is real and he made the universe, then that means he made something from nothing. We can only rearrange the creation.
Okay. Can you consider the concept of creating something from nothing?
Yeah, an idea is something from nothing.
Okay. So then let's just go back to that position. Let's just think about it. All right. So you're there all alone. What is the greatest creation you could create? You can do anything. You can create anything. What would be your greatest creation and why create it?
I'm gonna duplicate myself.
Okay, that is a good way of the creation of God, which is where I would see the Catholic Church teaching man might become God.
Wait, will you restate your question for a second? I want to make sure I got this right.
Okay, so I propose here, in order to know the truth, in order to understand God, we have to first, well, it's a good way to consider the perspective of God. So if we consider God the creator of everything, if you were the person who created everything, what would be your greatest creation and why create it?
I would create God so then I could tell God he's doing a bad job.
Okay.
in a lot of wisdoms, we are the creator of everything.
That would be Satan's here.
Yeah, exactly. But it sounds very philosophical, Buddhist.
Mhm.
We create our reality in a subjective manner, especially. But a lot of people, or some people, would say in an objective way. There's no way to disprove that we don't create our own reality.
Well, we could ask the question, why wasn't the world flat when people thought it was flat? And I know they didn't think that in Columbus's time, but at some point they had to have when they were like tribal and they didn't go very far and they could only see like the horizon. Like, why wasn't the world actually flat back then? Or do you think it was?
It very well could have been, like, because they had no clue of the other side of the world. Like,
doing the best you can. Doing the best you can. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's if I'm doing the best I can without the consideration of great scientists.
No. I was saying if everybody in the world thinks the world's flat, does that make it flat? Because I don't think so.
Could be flat.
It's like that's like the tree falling in the forest.
Well, for all intents and purposes,
Okay.
it is to the people, but the Greeks knew it was not flat.
Yeah, by then they had measured it.
Okay, all right, Sasha. All right. Let's go back to the question of the greatest creation. You mentioned that your greatest creation would be to create God to destroy God. I think that would be more so your greatest destruction. What would be your greatest creation? What would withstand?
Reality, as it says.
Wait, that
would be my answer.
Is Sasha? Yeah.
No, I don't think I said that. I think that must have been your.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Okay, I thought I heard somebody say.
I said I would make God to tell him he was doing a bad job. I wouldn't destroy him. I would just fix him.
You said you would fix him?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be your greatest creation then?
Oh, it would be God at that point, wouldn't it?
Okay, your greatest creation is God.
It'd be creating a different God.
There is a distinction there. You are God. You are the person who creates everything. And
Well,
you're saying
I'm
that
God's God.
Yeah,
okay,
God
fine.
would have to be the thing that created itself if it exists.
Because there's nothing greater than God, so you would create yourself. Well, one way I like to word that is that if I were the person who created everything, I would create other beings equal in capability and morality with me for the experience of...
Do you think that the universe could be God? That when we are in His image, that could be like cells are like people, and when people come together, they're like tissue, and when tissue comes together, it's like organs, and that's like planets. When planets come together, they're like organ systems, and that's like and then when the organ systems come together, they make an organism, and that's like the universe, and it all comes together in its big body, and it doesn't even know we exist.
As above, so is below.
Okay, I definitely enjoyed that line of thinking. Now I would say I did extend it to do I accept the first person as the all-knowing and law-giving judge? If he's not the all-knowing law-giving judge, but he's still the universe as is, then to me there's no potential for heaven, because if you don't have a person that makes sure the people that are in the eternal heaven are following the rules forever, then there will always be chaos in that setup.
Have you read about life after heaven?
No, I have not read about life after heaven.
Well, there are verses and people talk about, the Bible actually talks about reincarnation, so heaven could be a middle state between life.
So, in my theoretical setup, I would create God, and then God would be the lawgiver. So
I'll try to find the verse right now. Hold on.
Okay, now would you repeat that one again? You would create...
Well, in my theoretical setup, I would create God, and then God would be the one that would be the lawgiver. So.
What would you be creating when you create God?
Yeah, well, can you define that in further terms?
Actually, no, I can't, because it's an illogical. It's an illogical creation. How can I logically explain something that's illogical?
Okay, so then that's not your greatest creation. So what?
No, it is. Just because it's illogical doesn't make it not great.
It's illogical to you. Therefore, if you don't know how to create it, it's not your greatest creation.
Why is that?
Because you'd have to... maybe not. Okay. All right. I think if you're saying I would create the undefined, Well, then it's kind of purposeless.
I mean, not if it's God. Maybe God's
But,
the undefined.
but it's
Don't
undefined.
talk about purpose again. Well, don't bring up the purpose argument. You don't know the purpose.
Yeah, I mean,
Could have a purpose.
if we assume God has a purpose, then does not define that purpose.
How about
make a little more sense?
How about potential instead of purpose?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
I did a video on this about an aspect of God, and the question has to be asked is, where's the potential for any of existence to come from?
Wait, can I change my answer?
Go ahead.
Sure.
I will make a God that will destroy me. But the life cycle of this God is that he makes the universe, and in doing so, the universe destroys him, but then the universe turns into God, so then it's a cycle.
Okay, so your greatest creation would be, in the end, to rid yourself of existence?
Hello.
Sure.
No, his greatest creation
if that's
the thing that constantly reincarnates itself, regenerates itself.
I think there's a contradiction in that right now you have the potential to take yourself out of existence, but you don't, because there's a greater creation than that.
Yeah, but in this state, there wouldn't be, because that would be the greatest.
Okay, we are okay. All right, fair enough.
Greatest is hard to like. I can't put a greatest on my creations. They're just creations, but I don't judge them. Like you can't say one's lesser than another unless you're judging it.
But if you only make one creation, then clearly the one creation is the greatest creation.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, and it's also the worst creation.
Yeah.
By default, like you have nothing to compare to.
Okay. All right. Let's look at another way. Well, I don't know. I'll retire for a little while there.
I just want to quickly welcome Abel to the room.
Hello.
What's up, Abel?
How are you doing? What's the topic?
Ask Abel the question.
All right.
All right, Abel. We're considering God, the creator of everything. Just the concept right now.
Yep.
Now, if you were the person who created everything, what would be your greatest creation, and why would you create it?
Well, in a context where only I exist and nothing else in the universe yet exists, there seems to be no basis for making that judgment, because the context is absolutely nothing here.
Other than yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not nothing.
Maybe myself would be the greatest thing that I could possibly create, or maybe it's the worst thing. How would you judge the quality of it, better or worse, if there's nothing else that has ever existed?
Okay. How do you judge the quality of it? All right. I would propose that the way you judge the quality of it is by how many wants can be fulfilled, and not really needs. You don't have any needs as the creator of everything, but how many wants can be fulfilled from it.
No, just wait. There are only two things in existence, though, right? You and what you created.
So at the time, before you create, there's just you.
Wait, I just blew my own mind. Okay, how does something like God that is almighty, so therefore infinite might, create something stronger than himself? The answer is he creates a being with two parts that both have infinite might.
He creates
anything you create would be lesser than you, so you would always be the greatest creation.
Okay. But there is a concept that as is Cerberus?
That's close enough.
Cerberus. That's that three-headed dog, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cerberus. Cerberus was mentioning that he recognized that as the creator of everything, he has the potential to create something and give it the power to destroy himself. He has that power. So there is this concept of, as the creator of everything, you have the potential to make something that is equal in being to you by sharing that almighty power.
So I'd create a woman.
Well, yes. Why?
Because, I don't know, it seems
Because
like the best thing.
Stoodly Poopin's fun.
Because of love?
Well, I mean, if you wanted to find Scoodly Poopin as love, then sure.
All right. So you would create love. You would create a person that is capable of loving. You would create a companion. You would create a friend. Your greatest creation. Now, I think there would be an extension if you limit.
Would that mean that God then does have a need?
No, because God is necessarily the Trinity.
I mean, at that point, it would be a want. He creates wants.
Yes.
Then I would create video games and bacon.
I think the basis of judging a companion to be something better than no companion makes sense in the context of the human species, where humans reproduce with companions, and it's essential for our genes. In a universe where that does not yet exist, and there would be no reproduction. Why would you need a companion? Why not? Why is one companion better than no companion in the context of absolutely nothing?
Okay, all right. So right now we each have the opportunity to have absolutely nothing. All we have to do is either stay asleep or just commit suicide. Now, what will we choose to do? Would we rather choose to have absolutely nothing, or would we rather choose to experience something outside of ourselves?
So suppose there's something. Suppose I have a big set of Legos.
Okay.
Why is a companion better than a Lego set?
Okay, I think now there's two ways of demonstrating this. For one, instead of you playing with Legos right now, you're in a conversation with 7 other people, and it's amazing fun.
Yeah, that's in the context of the human species.
Okay, now on top of that, if you think about the creator of everything, in order to create the Legos, or in order to create the companion, you're going to have to think about every precise detail before you create it.
Mm-hmm.
And as you logically formulate that plan, once you create it, you have it. Now, if it's something that's non-living, such as a Lego block, you're going to go know every single detail about it. You're going to know what it does. You're going to know why it does it for all eternity, and it stays. And so physically creating it doesn't really change much. Whereas a companion, someone who has free will from you, you don't know what, if you can when you create someone that doesn't know what you're going to do, that you don't know what they're going to do, they have free will from you, that is greater.
How do you do that, though?
How do you do that? Yeah, because
you're saying you have to picture what you create, right?
Yes.
You have to picture something that can outmaneuver you.
You are able to begat yourself. You're able to replicate yourself. And when you replicate your body, although the body still has all the mind of the original thing, of all the original past, it now has a distinct will. It has you no longer know everything as that initial person.
So by default, you'd have to be creating yourself.
No, not creating yourself. You are born of yourself. You're duplicating yourself, self-replicating yourself.
Cloning. Yeah, so
it kind of goes to my my theory of what I was speaking of about us being God.
Yes.
It's us. We are God experiencing life here. You know?
Yeah. Now I would say there's a distinction. We are not the Godhead. We are the body of God, not the Godhead.
I was really hoping you were going to say Shaft.
We're the number 3 part. we're the part.
Okay, all right. Yeah, there's times that I felt like...
We're not the head.
So
That's funny.
I would say okay. So if you give a definition to God as an eternal attribute, then that's where we can become always God. We can become. Each one of us in this room can become always loving to the point of death. Now we cannot, by nature of who we are, by coming into existence, we cannot be the one who didn't come into existence.
Wait, go over that again. Therefore, we cannot be the one who came into existence. What's the first part of that?
Okay, since we each came into existence, we cannot be the Godhead who didn't come into existence, just existed.
Right. That makes sense, I suppose. Yeah.
If God doesn't need a cause, then why does the universe?
Okay, there is a theory I have. No, it's just speculation. But when I consider any understanding, trying to look at the wisdom, I see that things can only be either living or non-living, and I can
Duality again.
From my, would you? I mean, is that agreeable? Things can only be living or non-living.
I wouldn't agree.
What other option is there?
You could be in between.
What is in between living and non-living?
You could either be sometimes living and sometimes non-living, or you could be in a state that's in between, say, like a virus or, like you were saying earlier, they're technically not really living, but they do some living things. Or you could just do it at different times. You could live at certain times and then not live at other times.
Okay, so they're still either non-living or living? Or no? You're saying that sometimes they're not non-living, and sometimes at the same time as not being non-living, they're also not living. Is that what you're saying?
A while back, I think her name was Terry Schiavo, who was in a vegetative state for decades, and it turned out that most of her brain was gone, and which seemed to be on the spectrum between living and dead.
Like I could say that there could be a third, like it's like heaven or hell, right? I could say there'd be a million levels of purgatory in between. There's always going to be a gray.
Okay, but I would say that in purgatory you're still living.
Oh, I'm talking about the state itself. Like in any of these, it's never black and white.
So you would say, so perhaps there's such thing as there's not existing and there is existing. Now within existence, and there is living and non-living and dying.
And dreaming, which is a state in between. You're not really alive, but you're exist. Well, I mean, it's hard to...
Yeah, there are some organisms that can be frozen for millions of years and then come back to life when they're unfrozen. And when they're frozen, do they count as living or do they count as dead?
Okay, I just blew my mind again.
That's what we're here for, Service.
Yeah, I've been sitting here. I keep on having these separate thoughts from the conversation. I have to say this. Okay, if you're God, right?
Okay.
And you're it's not just that you're just the beginning and the end. It's that you're just everywhere. When you came into being, you would know what you were going to do, but you would have already done it. So when the universe pop into existence at the same time you did?
Well, you could say I mean I think Catholicism would say that it was a what is the term? It's pure act. I think that's the term they give it, but I do see a little bit more of a science in it, and that as the creator of everything, as you're thinking of things, of what you're going to create, as you're planning the creation, although there is a sequence of events, there really is no time because there's not 2 points of reference. There's only the one. You're the only one there, and there is no you have the ability to change the beginning and the end, and it's not until you have the plan from beginning to end that you actually will it.
But see, it's not even that. It's not even thought. Like God didn't have the chance to think it because he knew. It's not even that. There's not even really a word for it. It's not that he even knew. It's that he's at the end of the universe because he's God. He's also at the beginning.
Okay, all right.
But
And then I would.
if that's how God exists, the universe has to exist at the same time God exists.
Okay, and what I would say is that in my experience, I came to know God because I considered the science of being the person who created everything.
But you see, I just took away God's free will.
You could say that, but it doesn't change that he has free will.
Well, technically, then you're saying free will relies on time and causation. Causation.
You have to be able to make decisions in order to actually make decisions.
Yeah, in our human mindset, we do, but God doesn't.
How could you choose something that's apart from the only thing that exists, which is you?
Now, see, this is why you shouldn't practice noetics. Because noetics is stupid.
Okay, all right. Now, Brother John, you mentioned how could you choose something that's up. How did you say that?
Well, I don't know. Well, someone's trying to say God having free will, but how does he choose something?
If he doesn't have the capability of choosing it, I mean, it happens because he was at the end of it.
No, it happens because he's outside of it. It's a different.
No, it's not even that. He's not just at the beginning. He's also at the end. So therefore, it had to happen the same time he did.
Right, but you're thinking like logically linear time.
I think.
I'm not. That's what makes it like that.
Okay.
But there is linear time, but he's not living it. That's why it happens all at once.
All right. I would still say, just kind of.
Time would be my greatest creation.
Like, if you would say God created something, that, like, if you try to understand God in human terms, like he created something, therefore, time is this already. So therefore, he didn't create time.
It's unfathomable in human terms.
Yes, indeed.
You have to think outside of humans.
Okay.
So either God didn't create time, or God has no free will.
I don't. To me, the way I analyze it, as the person who created everything, before you create everything, there is no time, because there's no point of reference. There's no there's only you, and you're not changing at the time.
But you're saying there's a transition. There is no time, and then you happened. Which means there's a then, and then there's time.
No, not. I don't know if I'd word it as.
There's no way to word it. English language doesn't let you word it.
Time is a part of the creation.
Well, time starts when the creation is willed.
But willing takes time.
When I guess to rephrase it in another word.
Your will takes time.
See, any action that you could apply to a thing requires time. Therefore, time would have to exist before any concept of God.
Okay, I could agree with that. Yeah, sure. There's time before time. There's time before physical time.
No. I'm saying there would be there would be time before God.
Okay, fair enough. But it's not really time because there's no reference. There's nothing.
Well, that doesn't mean it's not there, because there is a reference eventually.
Okay, I mean, sure, we could say what's west of the furthest west point on the planet, or we could say what's the leftmost point of the universe. But it becomes pointless to consider it. It's purposeless to consider it after the last thing that's furthest to the left, or there's a better way to word it, but.
Oh. It's not completely purposeless because you can point that it's there at least.
Okay, I can accept that.
But then if time's there before God, that means there's something God didn't make, and therefore God's not almighty.
I would say that's an incomplete conclusion.
Don't you have to perceive time for time to be in existence? So then, how
But
could
if you remove the perception of time from God, he's also not almighty.
Because see, even whenever God comes into existence, even if God, okay, the moment there is
But
a
if
living
God comes
thing,
into existence,
okay,
then he's not almighty.
No, that's a good point. Brother John, again, there has to be something that in the universe that can perceive time for time to exist. So if God doesn't perceive time, he is, the beginning, the end, and all that, then time wouldn't exist until he creates something that can perceive it.
Thank you.
Like a universe with people in it, or with stuff happening.
You kind of consider, if you can consider the concept of being the person who created everything. For me, I personally enjoy closing my eyes and seeing that there's a vast nothingness. You can go to the left far, 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 and you can go even further. But it didn't change anything. You're still the center of where you are. You're still the center of everything because you're the only thing.
So it goes back to my idea, or my original thing. Like, you can't... An idea is that is creation. I mean, if God has an idea...
Okay, an idea is yeah, okay. And I think that's where, when you start exploring ideas as creations, I think that's where you see that God is God non-physically never changes. The concept of God will always be the same because there is a greatest creation. There is a greatest experience.
What do you think the first God was?
Well, wait, before you go to that, so if God never changes and never does anything different than what he's already done, he doesn't have free will.
You go back.
Okay, maybe I should. Thank you for correcting my semantics. I should say God freely chooses to do the same thing always.
Okay.
The greatest thing always. See, you can't say greatest unless you put a judgment on it. You have to say something is worst.
Greatest creation implies a free choice. That's why I didn't really specify it.
To say it's the greatest, there has to be something to compare it against, right? If there's one creation.
Okay, fair enough.
Then it's the worst creation.
Fair enough. Now, right now, we're just considering this as conceptually, just as an idea. As we resolve it, we're all going to come to the same conclusion. And that's why it never changes, even though as we think about it, it's changing.
Now, another issue I'd have with valuing human beings as the greatest creation is that values are subjective. To say that something is better or worse than another thing, it's not objective. Greatness does not objectively exist. It's only in our minds.
Okay.
Yeah. And that we can all agree that something is greater than something else, but it's still in our collective minds, and it doesn't exist in the objective reality.
Okay.
So what's the use of depending on a premise that says that one thing is greater than another?
Okay, the idea here is that there are a whole bunch of different texts out there, and there are different people that claim to share the Word of God, and they're saying that these are not my words, these are the words of God. And so the only way to know if they're validly the words of God, you have to consider what is God doing, what's the purpose, what's the greatest creation, and why create it. And then when you start to logically solve what must occur, then you can start to dive into seeing if the sacred texts have valid points. The claimed sacred texts have valid points.
Okay.
If we don't have a clue of what God's creating, then there's no way to know if the text is sacred or not.
So our basis of judging whether a text is sacred or not is a value judgment of a created object.
Okay, I just blew my mind a third time.
Yes, I like the way you said that. But let's hear the blowing of the mind.
Okay, so if God created time, then He exists outside of time in a place where there is no happening. And if there is no happening, how can He interact to give us writing?
Okay, there is God. There is happening in God. Now, there is no happening outside of God. Therefore, there is no time outside of God before He creates anything.
So God is in time.
Time doesn't exist. It's your own
There,
man creation. Come on.
okay, how about this? Whenever you're sleeping, do you perceive time? I mean, in a deep sleep, I'm talking here.
I would imagine my body perceives time because I do tend to wake up at near the same time every day.
Okay.
I might not do it consciously, but I
All right.
probably do it subconsciously.
All right. Right now, I would refer to. I would appeal to the consciousness there.
Okay.
where there is time, but it doesn't really matter. And if it doesn't have matter, then it doesn't exist. I think that's what scientists claim. Is that right?
Well, no. I mean, there's plenty of things in the universe that aren't matter and don't
Energy
have mass.
exists.
But, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So basically, the logical conclusion is you cannot judge something to be greater than something else unless if we give a qualifying factors. Well, you need a comparison first, and then you need a value judgment on there.
Okay. All right. And I would propose here that the factors that determine the quality of the good of the creation are the fulfillment of wants. How many wants can it fulfill? That's what I would say. And now the greatest amount of wants to fulfill is an infinite amount of wants. If we can figure out how to fulfill an infinite amount of wants, there's no greater thing.
Oh, I can figure that one out. Just don't want anything. And boom.
But that's not fulfilling a want.
Sure.
But how can you have wants if you don't have time to want?
Anything over zero would be infinite, right?
Okay, I think maybe
if you have everything,
Cerberus, I think maybe there's a distinction that the distinction I considered was there is a sequence of events that's happening, but with God, the person who created everything, before creating anything, there is a sequence of events. I agree. But these sequence of events can be manipulated before there is anything outside of the person that is not changing.
Is there a difference between time and let's say like the Earth's rotation or the Earth moving around the sun? Or are those the same thing?
Okay, and there is, I think there.
Is time like a thing, or is it just like a measurement of these things that I just said?
It depends on how you define time.
It's a happening. That's what Cerberus was saying.
Because now it's space-time, actually. Time doesn't exist. They've now called it space-time because it doesn't make sense anymore to just call it time, because time isn't a thing. Like, it's just the measurement of the rotation of the Earth or the...
Of two objects, right? The relative positions and...
Or like your cells splitting, like we say that it's been a year not only because the sun and the Earth are moving, but because... or not, the sun's not moving, but the Earth moving around. So the sun is moving, but not to make us think there's time. And, but anyway, our cells split, so we think there's age also. We think that we've gotten older because our cells have split and they've lost a little bit of their telomeres on the end.
Okay.
And we seem to have gotten older.
Okay, so I would say based on the definition of time being the space-time, then before God creates, there is no time and there is no space.
What is he existing in?
There has to be a
comparison. That's why I said happening. I said happening. And if he exists in a happening outside of our happening, that means there's a happening before him. Because he has to happen.
Okay, all right, fair enough. How about this? Do you believe in a finite physical past or an infinite physical past?
Well, I mean, if we were separating existence from God, then existence would be finite, but God's the happening that he exists in could be infinite.
Okay, all right, let's take God out of it. Do you believe there is an infinite physical past or a finite physical past?
It depends if we find another universe and if this universe fell out of another one or if it started where we think it did.
Okay.
We would get back to my feelings on God. I would just say I
Like
don't know.
God would have to be a singularity, because there'd be nothing to compare it to against. There's nothing else in the universe. So it's like a monopole. Like that's what
Actually,
God-
there is God, which is something, and then there is the nothing.
Oh, okay. So that,
Yeah, but that's what Yuri's saying. There is nothing to compare it to. You're right. There is
Except for the
nothing.
nothing.
But the nothing he's saying, there's nothing. There is nothing to compare it to.
So
He's-
could God just be the state of the universe?
Well, he could, but he's more than that.
How do we know that?
Because, well, there's two ways. You can either have faith or you can logically solve these issues.
So God is the only thing in the universe that can exist without a duality.
Yeah, I would say so.
But no, I was saying there is a duality. There's the something, and then there's the nothing.
Well, I mean, you're making nothing something.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. It can be something and still be nothing. Why can't it?
What's nothing look like?
Because it's nothing.
I mean, you can say something is nothing.
Because keep in mind, just because I give it a description doesn't mean it's not the opposite of that description.
What if nothing tried to be nothing? Would it become something?
Yeah.
Who am I to describe nothing? Really?
Yeah, I love philosophy.
Yeah, they specifically call this noetics, and it's considered a dead end.
It's considered trolling.
Well, no. The one I brought up is actually Hindu myth. They say that one god mimicked another god, and that's how the universe started, through mimicry. One god copied another one, and then the universe just existed. What if nothing tried to be nothing?
I could see that. To me, I can see that as valid from the perspective of God creating other people to be equal in morality and capability with Himself, but not God in the fullness of the person who created everything.
So would you say we are at the pinnacle of morality?
No. Well, I'm not. I don't. There might be someone walking around, but I still fell.
That's me. I'm the pinnacle of morality.
Well, there you go.
Pinnacle of morality.
Abel.
So is God imperfect though?
It definitely makes sense. Abel, like Cain and Abel. I mean, he's right up there.
I'm reminded of that 70s song. Remember, nothing from nothing leads to nothing. You gotta have something.
I can answer Sasha's question. God is both perfectly, and imperfect, completely.
Yeah, because if we're made in his moral image and we are not the pinnacle of morality, then he's got to be.
Okay, to me, I see when I hear that text, I hear it as literal. We are created in the image of God, the physical image of God, in that each one of us, when we were first become a person, we exist as a little cell, which looks like a circle. And for me, the Eucharist is God, and so you have the body of God, which looks like a circle. It's the same thing what we look like when we're first made, male and female.
That's a lot better than most people saying that it's like there's not really a concept for most people. They don't, because that's actually you've said something. You've labeled God.
And God is a singular, or a monopole. Like there's just labels.
Yeah.
The only thing that can exist without a duality. It's like a positive without a negative.
Yeah.
Negative without a positive.
Yeah. Well, and now I mean the
think about the yin yang.
The reason why God is a singularity, the only without a duality, is because if God, out of a free choice, grants himself to be a duality, then he cancels himself. And
first thing he did was make Satan, right?
No. The first thing he did was he created free-willed people out of love.
Didn't he make angels first?
Well, yeah, angels are free-willed people created out of love.
Angels don't have free will.
Yeah, they do. Well, according to the teaching of the Catholic faith.
So is the universe a product of some form of spiritual God sex?
I wouldn't say so.
Wait. Okay, no, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, because he said
God,
love.
God is a monopole, but you can't have a positive without a negative. So the creation of the universe and the creation of God and Satan is a magnet being broken in half.
By
Okay.
default, they both have to exist at the beginning. So God didn't create Satan, which is why he can't beat him. He always has to be there.
Okay, I mean, I guess in the term, I could kind of agree with that if we see God as something, and there's the duality of there's the thing and nothing, but in wisdom, nothing is nothing, and therefore there's just the something.
Well, when I was little, someone told me nothing's a whole lot of something. Like if you say I'm not doing nothing.
I think well, I mean, I would agree with I'm not very familiar with some of the teachings of the scientists, but I think there's some kind of concept of whenever they say something came from nothing, the nothingness is not absolute nothingness. There's still something there. It's just not a...
Yeah, because we don't have a concept of nothing.
It's undefinable.
No,
It's like-
it's definable. It's just not a really imaginable.
Unmeasurable.
It's kind of purposeless.
Don't put purpose in it.
Unless
purpose,
you
it
need to
makes
understand that there's something. That there's
This is why I like the symbol of the yin and yang, because the yin and yang is really actually three parts. You have the yin and the yang, and then you have the circle encompassing both. And then within the yin and the yang, if you want to call it something and nothing, good and evil, there's a little of each in the opposite. So in the nothing there, you still have that little something, or if you want to call it bad, the little good, and on the other side, there's a little nothing in the something.
Hey.
No, there should be like an infinite regression there. You should be able to see the yin on the microscope and see another yang in there. All the way down to beyond Planck level or whatever.
Now, I would say for me, when I hear you mention the concept of the yin and the yang, I would say there is the thing is the yin and the yang as one, the one thing, and then there's nothing all outside of it.
Okay.
Which would, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where I am. I'm lost. I'm not blowing my mind here. I'm not blowing my mind here.
I just blew my mind again.
Oh, it's time! Oh my God! I'm glad we're recording this.
Okay, so if God's the positive and Satan's the negative, God can destroy Satan, but he has to do it by destroying himself.
Okay. Yes, which is why he becomes the only begotten Son who is given for. He is given. How did they?
Yeah, but now you realize the implication of that. God is no longer here. He is gone.
Which is why this could be seen as hell.
Yeah, but Satan's always around, right?
But yeah,
So
Satan's
is
gone
God.
also, but he destroyed Satan with that. That means there is no deity.
Why
He
is
freed
Satan-
us. He freed us from him. We are no
Okay,
longer his
but-
slave.
Why does it have to be a Satan? Why can't God be both, good and evil?
He was to start with.
There you go.
Wait, I'm not liking this. I'm not sure where I am. You're blowing my mind.
God and
I'm
Satan are
lost.
gone now. I have proved God and Satan are both gone because
Wait.
God destroyed himself.
Wait.
Wouldn't the Big Bang be a big destruction then?
Yeah,
Boom.
it would be the splitting of God into Satan and God.
Splitting, yeah.
Oh, boy.
No, God makes sense as the laws of the universe. I mean, he always has. That's the only way I can make sense of it. Because it is the creation of everything that we know of, and it rules everything, and it's everywhere at once. Like it's basically the only thing I can reason it to be.
Yeah.
So, and even the laws of the universe were at one time, according to the models, right? Not there. So God at one point didn't exist, and then he came into existence at one point. I can't imagine God as being anything else.
Okay, I guess, and see, for me, the connection there is that before God comes into physical existence, everything that would happen will happen as
So it's a
God.
potential existence. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And so, which is why there's a good practice of seeing Jesus as a human, as God manifested, physically manifested.
So, yeah, following that logic, then
Now, I
God would
would
have
say,
to be good, and he would have to have Satan contained within him.
now I would say there is
Have to be both.
a prior state to consider, which is God as the Eucharist.
What's the Eucharist?
The Eucharist is the host of the bread and wine that becomes the body, blood, soul, and divinity of God.
Like, are you saying like God could be the egg cell for the universe?
The
He,
container.
the egg cell. He could be the person that created the universe. Yeah.
If God is a person, which he's not.
He is.
Jesus is a person, hey, but not God.
He is a person.
Okay, he's a person. If we anthropomorphize him, sure. In our human limited view, he's a person. I'd say he's a universe or not a person.
I think it's weird that Christians worship a man. I mean, like you say that God came in the form of a human being.
Yes. You're not worshiping them. You're not worshiping man. You're worshiping God.
But why should we believe that he is God?
Yeah, why should we? The reason why I believe the first reason why I believed he was God is because he showed me how to generate the greatest experience for my family. You see, there was a few years ago, I was struggling as a parent and as a husband and doing my best. I mean, trying to discipline my kids, help them live better lives, trying to be loving to my wife, and struggling so much, and even at work struggling. Well, I started to see the wisdom of growing patience for peace and kindness for joy, and share the means to be patient with others to add more peace, and share the means to be kind to add more joy. And I started to see that love, as defined as love is patient, is kind, is greatest for me personally.
I mean, I understand that Christianity can help people. Like, it's a good structure of like to get off drugs and everything, but that doesn't mean Jesus is God.
Okay, now the difference here is that Jesus demonstrates the pinnacle of patience and kindness in his passion and crucifixion, in that he wants to be patient and kind even in the face of unjust cruelty, and therefore he
unconditionally kind.
Did Jesus say, why have you forsaken me, and your heart forsaken me, and your eyes forsaken me, and your mind forsaken me to God? Basically asking, why are you killing me?
Yeah, when he said, why have you forsaken me, he is reciting Psalm 20-something, I think.
And isn't that psalm meant to call God down to come help you and stop what's happening?
He's sharing the first line because the people would immediately hear that and know that there is absolutely no doubt in the plan of what's going on.
So you don't think that Jesus? You think he definitely wanted to die then? Like, no doubt.
He didn't want to die. He wanted to be patient and kind. Now, he did die, but he wanted to be patient and kind for the experience of unbreakable peace with unending joy for all.
That's a good rationalization. That's like better than, in my mind, than a lot of what I heard like from a lot of people.
I don't think Jesus was done yet, though. Like, I think what happened was the Roman government came to them, and basically Judas came to Jesus and said, they're gonna kill all of us. They don't like any of us. They're just gonna kill all of us. And then Jesus told Judas, go do what you got to do. And then so Judas went and told the government, and then they killed Jesus, and he saved his people.
Okay. All right. Now, I would say, fair enough. That's a fair enough belief. Now, I think if you resolve what's the greatest creation, why create it, and then you start to logically solve that. If you were the person who created everything, you would do everything exactly as Jesus did, according to the Bible.
But I still don't see how he's divine. Like I can see how all these things have natural causes, and like how he would be in a situation to have done that, and like he didn't want to die, but it was happening.
Yes, he didn't want to die. He wanted to be patient and kind.
But he's stuck in a human body. Like you keep saying, okay, he was the perfect kid, right? He was the kid that never manipulated his parents. He's the kid that never took a shit. He is perfect. I can't see that if he's stuck in a human body, like he's an incarnation of God, he's an avatar basically. So he's limited by a human.
Okay, I mean
that's why he can die.
He
He's limited by humans.
I mean, I can see the concept you're sharing, but it doesn't change that nothing that happened was an accident.
Right.
Everything that happened was intentional. It was according to the plan.
Intention. He, by definition, to be limited in our way, he cannot be perfect, which means he cannot be, a replica of God. He can be an incarnation of God, an avatar of God, sure, but not God itself.
Incarnation, what do you believe is the distinction between incarnation versus a replica or a manifestation of God?
An incarnation has some properties of God, but it's limited by its bodily form, whatever it's incarnated into. So if it's incarnated into, say it's a big consciousness or whatever, and it doesn't have a body, well then maybe it can be more of a replica.
Okay, I would say that to me, I would encourage the looking back at the wisdom. Even in bodily form, you can get everything wanted. You can get an unlimited amount of wants and have every need fulfilled, even in a body. So it doesn't change that you can be all powerful even with a body.
When they put the sign over Jesus' head that said King of the Jews, did they think it was a joke?
But it does change it. You can't be perfect. Sorry, go on.
I don't. Did they think? I don't know. I can't say I was in their mind. I think Pontius Pilate declared them to label them the King of the Jews.
But they thought it was a joke, yeah?
Well, from my understanding, when I read and I perceive Pontius Pilate, I don't perceive him as viewing Jesus as a joke. I viewed him as seeing Jesus as not understanding him, but seeing a genuineness.
But he thought it was funny to put the sign over his head, right?
I don't know. Did he laugh?
Yeah, they said that they put it over his head to mock him.
The soldiers.
Yeah, maybe it was Pilate, but it was the Roman soldiers who thought it was.
I know the Roman soldiers mocked him.
Do you think they had a reason for the crown of thorns? Do you think that was just random?
To me, when I see the crown of thorns, I recognize there's times in my life that I did not want to understand the mind of Jesus, and so I placed a crown of thorn on his head.
Do you know there are a bunch of other gods that are represented by a crown of thorns, and the crown of thorns represents the sun, and then they are also represented by the bottom section of the cross, and the bottom section of the cross represents the movement of the sun and the
Yeah, I've heard of all that.
And do you think?
I don't believe it. No.
Do you think Jesus could have not only thought he was king of the Jews, but thought something about the sun, and that's why they put a crown of thorns on his head, and not just to make him suffer extra?
It is an option.
It could be also another mockery because it was his crown. It's supposed to be his king's crown.
And then if I don't want to go too far into this because then we'll just be on another subject because all that stuff that they were making jokes, and it wasn't just about what the Christians think it's about.
Mm-hmm.
There's like thousands of years of history, but I don't want to go into Egypt.
Okay, for me, it doesn't change that Jesus is still demonstrating physically as a human the pinnacle of patience and kindness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can demonstrate the pinnacle of it as far as any a human could do it. Like we could never be Jesus or be anything like Jesus because you're saying he's perfect.
Well, we can become perfect. There's a time when we're imperfect and we're made perfect. There's times when we make mistakes and we stop making mistakes.
But there's no time where Jesus ever made a mistake. So he's really got nothing to compare, like what a mistake is.
From whose perception did he not make a mistake? I mean, the Jews thinks he made plenty mistakes.
Okay. Okay. For me, from God's perspective, he didn't make a mistake. Now, granted, he is God.
Again, I still don't see how we can know that.
Okay. How can you know that?
Because I mean, I can declare other gods.
Mm-hmm. To me, it still goes back to how do we know? To me, we have to come to a.
Even if we were to take out Jesus's being a god and the resurrection, I mean, a pinnacle of patience and willing to die for a cause, and I mean, these are worthy virtues.
Yeah, he's a great role model.
Okay. Another teaching that one of the teachings that stands out that he is God is sharing that not only that he is God with confidence, but also that he says, if you want to live forever, you have to eat my body. And for me, the science of that is, if I want to live forever, I have to eat a source of life that has an infinite amount of energy. Or I have to eat a source that has an infinite amount of energy. And there's only one thing that could possibly have an infinite amount of energy, which would be God. And therefore, I can know that eating the Eucharist, the body of God.
What is a black hole exactly? Because I'm not sure. And there might be an infinite amount of energy somewhere in the universe, but I don't think we know all that yet.
Basing such an explanation on science when what you're talking about is fundamentally violates the laws of physics. I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
God would be the fabric of reality.
And don't you live forever either way? It's just with God or without God?
Yes, humans. Well,
no, you can live in between.
Yeah, or in between. Yeah, right.
It's purgatory.
Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, purgatory is with God, I would say.
Oh, I feel like I'm on drugs. I just blew my mind again with that. Okay, listen to this. I can prove that there is such a thing as infinite energy. And what you do is you take a small universe the size of a black hole's influence, and you put that black hole inside that universe, and then apply every single law of our universe onto that universe, so it's just like that universe.
Okay, so you have a concept of infinite energy that works, is that right?
Well, it really depends on how you define energy. But if anything were ever to escape the black hole, it would be stuck to be sucked back into the black hole.
Okay, but
wait, it's not done yet.
Okay.
And as long as you count the inward pull of gravity as potential mechanical energy, then there is infinite energy.
Okay.
No, but would gravity be part of the singularity?
Well,
sorry.
Gravity is the side effect of the singularity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, for me,
side effect of reality.
We do not notice that some things escape black holes. You've heard of Hawking radiation.
I know, that's why I was saying, but if you put it into a closed system
that
has all the exact same rules as our system, then there is the potential for infinite energy.
It follows that there's infinite energy. I don't quite get it. I don't see the logic.
I don't understand it either, but all I hear is that he has an understanding of a way that there is infinite energy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Yeah. If there is something that can have infinite energy, then from my understanding, things can only be non-living or living. Now, it's fine if it's non-living, and when we die, we go to oblivion. That's fine. But
that's putting a statement on. Sorry. I'll talk.
Okay. All right. So if the black hole is the case and it's non-living and nothing can escape it, but it is infinite energy, then we go to oblivion, and that's fine. But what about the potential if the something that has infinite energy is something living that has free will to will as it pleases with that infinite energy? And to me, that was the concept for God, the creator of everything.
What if it has no idea we exist?
Yeah, perhaps.
What I was going to say is, to define it as living or non-living, you're putting another value, a judgment on it. How do you know the universe is not living, or a black hole, or a law is not alive? You're saying what's alive and what's not.
Okay.
Alive.
Okay, maybe you're saying maybe the universe is alive?
Yeah, or Earth, let's say. Yeah, or anything.
Okay.
Like God is alive. Like, okay, no. What I'm saying is you can't say it's living or non-living without placing this judgment on it. How do you know what's alive? Maybe the sun's alive.
Okay. For me, how do I know something is living versus non-living? To me, it's based on how it operates. If it operates only according to needs, then it's essentially non-living.
So it goes back to my original point. So humans are the only living thing in the universe.
Unless if there were aliens that have wants.
Humans are the only known living thing in the universe.
But from my perspective, from my understanding, yes. Now, I mean, we could argue. Some people could say that dogs have wants, and I'm okay with that. So they're living. But all I still know is that things can be living or non-living.
You know that. How do you know that?
From observable evidence, things either operate according to a need, or a have to, a must, or they operate according to what they freely choose.
Not things, but yeah.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Okay, so can you tell me something that does not operate according to what it has to do or what it freely chooses to do?
An unconscious brain dreaming.
Does it have to be unconscious?
Well, if you're asleep. Yeah.
So it has to be. So see, it has to be unconscious.
It has to. No, it's
it has a need. It has the need of being unconscious.
It has the need. A consciousness. Yeah, if you place like a need on a consciousness itself.
Within your context, you said that within your I'm going off of your context. You tell me, does it have to be unconscious? If it has to,
you could
then
smoke
it's a need.
You could smoke DMT.
Yeah, like you could wake up too. Like
okay. And the concept of waking up, is it a free choice to wake up, or do you have to wake up? Or is there something other? Is there another option I'm not seeing?
There's always another option you're not seeing.
Okay, what is it?
Always a gray area.
What is it?
The bodily function that's on a subconscious level waking you up, or it's an internal clock, or it's a timer, or it's a melatonin, or whatever, some chemical.
Something is causing you to wake up, and it's not. So something is causing you to wake up.
It could be a noise.
Okay, is it your choice, or is it something you have to go by?
No, it's sometimes you don't have a choice. You're startled awake. Somebody slaps you.
Okay.
Sometimes you do have a choice to wake up or not. I do.
Okay. So then I would say in the times that we perceive the living as though everything is not my choice, we're basically dead, and that's how we feel. We feel purposeless because it's not my choice to be this way, and everything is happening to me, and I don't have any control over it, and I hate it.
Wait, so you're saying life is described by the ability to choose things?
Because in a dream, you're not choosing things. Everything's just happening to you, and you're not really hating it. You're not really aware of liking it or unliking it.
Okay.
It's happening to you, and it's going.
You never make choices in dreams?
Sorry?
Have you ever like been in a dream and was able to make a choice in your dream?
Oh yeah, like all the time.
All right, so then you're living in your dream.
Yeah, but I'm weird. A lot of people don't live in their dreams, right? Like
Now, okay, I would pose the challenge as to why don't you? Is the dream better than the real life?
Wait, do single cells do choices? Are they living?
The dream is perfect. I don't feel anything.
Okay, if you have the, if then why don't you just stay asleep?
Oh, I wish I could. Something's forcing me awake.
Wait. Okay. I got this.
Loser.
I got this. I've latched onto something here. Right. Okay. First, you gotta ask the question: does your subconscious ever wake up?
Does your subconscious ever wake up?
I would say it doesn't, because I mean that would kind of defeat the purpose of the subconscious.
Yeah.
Never goes to sleep.
And
Okay.
therefore, if you take it like that, reality is the way the subconscious dreams.
Okay. All right. For me, when I analyze, my understanding of the conscious and subconscious is, it's kind of the distinction between our mind can think thoughts but our body just does. Somehow our body just does. I don't know how.
But see,
it
you know,
knows.
you have that feeling you like to sleep, right? Your consciousness likes to go to sleep. It feels good, doesn't it?
It likes to rest.
Now imagine what your subconscious would also like to do. If it's also you, wouldn't it also like to go to sleep? Therefore, it would have to wake you up in order to sleep. To dream.
But I don't think the subconscious has a choice.
The subconscious is defined.
It just
Okay,
does.
no, waking up is defined as being conscious. So, in the definition itself, the subconscious is never awake.
But how can it experience unless it's dreaming, which is reality? So therefore, it forces you awake. Because it wants to dream just like you want to dream.
Pretty
Yeah, so
groundbreaking.
that'd be a duality. Hey? Subconscious and the unconscious, they have to exist together. So we're not God because we exist in duality. God exists in a singularity.
All right. So now here's the challenge. Can you grow from being a duality to a singularity? And I think yes. I think there's a way to. I think there is a way to stop the negative duality. Stop being negative eternally.
So do you want that, or do you have kind of control over that?
Yes.
So wait, do you think peace and war are completely different, or do you think war is a lack of peace and peace is a lack of war, or peace is aggressive, or war is aggressive peace?
Well, war can serve peace.
Yeah, see, gray area.
Like there's no singularity there, because then at that point there's duality.
Well, yeah, you're right. There is a duality when there's war.
Because war is just aggressive peace. Like, we're going to be the most peaceful.
I have figured out how to become a single thing and not be dualistic.
Ah.
You have a good side and a bad side, right? And it goes back to magnet theory on God.
Okay.
Whole thing.
As soon as you destroy the positive side or the negative side, it destroys the other side, and therefore you're one thing, which is nothing.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. But if you cut a magnet in half, it just grows a new negative end.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
If you can lop off the tail, it turns into a tail.
Unless you exist outside of time, then there is no happening.
In other words, it can't exist without it. Which is what you're saying.
Okay, how about this? Can you ever be always good? Can you become always good? Can you stop? Is there ever a time that you can stop being bad?
No, this goes back to the love thing that I was trying to ask you for. There's no such thing as good. It's just who are you being good for? And what is who is it good for? In the end, there's somebody it's not good for.
Okay, and that's what's
define myself as good all the time. I did claim to be the pinnacle of morality, and that actually holds. I could actually make that claim, much like people make that claim of God. Everything that God does is good, even if there are things that seem bad that God does in the Old Testament. God's still good regardless, and I could make that claim of me. Therefore, I'm good all the time. Nothing I do is ever wrong.
Precisely.
The further we get from you, the more we've sinned.
Now, how are you good all the time? Because you always do your best?
No, because he cannot sin.
It's because I define myself as good.
Yeah, he defined it.
He's in the middle.
Because I'm not me, I'm God having a me experience.
Wow. Okay, if you want to say God was not created, then
Okay.
God is a byproduct of free will willing itself into existence.
Okay, I would say that if there's a way that we
I
could
actually,
say,
I actually have a train of thought for that, but that's the outcome of my train of thought.
since I do say, since I'm proposing this concept of God, the creator of everything, well, what would God create? If God is a thing, then he's got to create God. He's got to create another creator of everything.
Like, I promised myself I'd go to bed early tonight. You guys. Shut up, John.
Y'all are amazing.
You're awesome, man.
These chats are getting better and better, I tell you, man.
Oh, I
Do you want me to walk you through that whole thought process I just had?
Yes.
Because it's cool. Okay. So if you say God, first it starts out. It's all the other mind-blowing things I had before put together. You have this creation that is time, and you got everything in time, and then you have God, which is outside of time. But if there is no time, and He is both the beginning and the end, all the actions that God takes along the outside path of this bubble we call time has already happened, and He doesn't have a choice not to do it. So He doesn't have free will, which means He's the non-free will, and this bubble that is time is free will.
Okay.
But if God's not created, that means He's a byproduct of free will appearing into non-free will.
Okay. All right. To the first, I would say fair enough. I do personally like to think of it as, although God could do anything, God could do evil, God wouldn't do evil.
Well, no, it's not that He wouldn't do good and bad things, right? It's just all the choices that He would make is made for Him, because He has to hit that end point the exact same way. He doesn't get the choice. So
Okay.
I would put like the Old Testament, like the God's actions of the Old Testament, right? Imagine you're something that pops into existence. What's your first? My first thought would be, how am I here? But you see this thing that is free will, and that's the only thing you can see, because that's your actions that you have to take. So then you're interacting with this stuff, doing all these things that are good and bad, trying to figure it out, right?
Okay.
And then at the end, you realize what you've done is what you've done is you have imposed your lack of free will onto free will beings, and then you create yourself as Jesus to destroy Satan, which makes you not exist anymore.
Okay. All right. So.
Rationalization.
Yeah. If I understood it.
My brain is
because
rattled.
if I understand it a little bit, in the beginning, starting in the beginning, if you come into existence and all you have is free will, then you're really forced. You're forced to freely will. Is that really free will?
Well, by definition, it would have to be, because if all you have is free will, then you're free will.
But are you I mean, you are forced to be free. You are forced to freely will.
Well,
So
yeah,
is
you
that-
don't have the option to give away your free will.
So is that-
have it.
There's a paradox in your logic.
So is that still free
The
will
whole
if you're
thing's a paradox.
It
to
doesn't.
the free will?
I think ultimately,
That's a good
when the universe ends, that's when we discover how to get rid of our free will, and then
Oh,
free
yeah,
will
but-
goes away, and then it goes back into nothingness.
Oh.
Yeah, but you've got the whole argument at the beginning. You can't have free will with non-free.
Forced
how John
free will?
worded it. Yeah, how John worded it.
I'm forced to free will.
The part service argument.
But really, couldn't you take free will and then just will yourself to not take action and remove your free will?
Is this the line of noetic thinking?
Yeah, but that's the whole entire thing. You destroy yourself, and that's the removal of free will, and that's when you go to join God in His unwilling place.
But destruction can't be the greatest creation because it's destruction, unless if it's the something that is nothing.
But see, it's not creation. The whole thing is willing itself into existence.
Okay, all right. I can
It
see
is.
that.
It already is. It just wants to be.
It wants to be, hey?
Because that's what it is. It can't not want to be, so then it has to exist.
Well, it'd be stupid to want to not be. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I know, but that's the thing. That's the paradox. Because it has to want to be, because it's free will.
because it has
It
to
can't
want to
not
freely.
want to be,
Exactly.
which means
There's your paradox in like one sentence.
it has to be.
Because it has to want to be, it has to be.
Oh,
I think I'm done with my mind blowing.
you are amazing. You are amazing.
I need to write all this
You're
down
blowing my
before I
mind.
forget it.
You're blowing my mind. I'm starting to caption this.
Yes, I was going to ask, did you write this all down? But we have it recorded, so.
Yeah, I'm actually writing it down right now. But we do have it recorded, just in case I do forget it.
The gospel according to Cerberus.
All right, how about this? If you were the person who created everything, would you create me?
If I was in my example, if I was what caused everything to be, then I wouldn't have a choice. I would be forced to make you because I have free will. Because that's how weird that is.
Would your idea of greatest creation include all of us in the room?
It would have to be, right?
Freely willed it has to be.
Yeah, free will has to will itself to be because it's willing.
It's willing. Because it is willing.
Well, we're all just God experiencing itself.
Oh boy.
No, see, in my example, God's a byproduct. That He's this thing that interacts with us, but He's outside of us.
Because
And then when
created
we
the
decide,
Can we exist outside of Him, outside of
yeah,
God?
we exist in free will, and when we decide or we lose our free will, we join Him, like the Bible says, in the not free will.
when we deny ourselves.
Yeah.
I could see
Well,
that
when we
concept.
deny our physical self, anyway.
Okay. You don't think it means You don't think it means further? You don't mean
It could be further. It would depend on how you're looking at it.
You know, to me, I did look at it as,
at it
all right, I'm facing oblivion. I am facing not existing at all, not mattering.
Yeah, but
What do I do?
Your oblivion is where God is.
Matter and existence are different, though. Like you're imposing purpose into it again. Not mattering has nothing to do with not
Okay.
existing.
Okay, I think that if you take away purpose, now I just think this, I think you've just made the discussion purposeless.
Yeah, this is a thing that just is because it's because of how things are defined.
And
I think it's very important to consider purpose, because if you don't have purpose, then it's purposeless.
And that's fine. Let it
But
be
yeah,
purposeless.
Well, in my example, there is a purpose, which is free will, and then there is the not purpose, which is God, and then you choose to lose your purpose to join God.
Okay. I'm going to have to rewatch this video a few times.
No.
I just converted myself, I think.
What purpose does purposeless?
New theist is born.
Well, as I was saying before, there is the something and there is the nothing, and purposelessness only exists to show the contrast between itself.
And you
So
doubt
it
it.
has a purpose.
Yeah, technically.
The purposeless has purpose.
But it only has purpose given to it by
okay,
the purpose. The purpose has to exist first.
Okay, yes, and so the purposeless is made to give.
By the purpose.
Yes, so the purpose.
Which means we created God.
So there's
because of our
purpose.
free will.
No, God is the one creating.
No. God sits outside of creation because creation is free will in my example.
Right. Our ideas are creation, and so the idea of God would be a creation. Like I'd say that's the pinnacle of creation. I mean, you can't create anything. You have an idea to create it.
Yes, but in order to create it, there has to be something that creates.
Us.
There's the created, which in this example we are proposing that the created is God, the universe, but there has to be something that created that because it is
free
created.
will. In my example, it's free will, not God. God is this entity on the outside of free will that interacts with us.
In your example, it's also infinite energy, which
created the free will.
Okay.
Energy, singularity.
So in your example, Cerberus, you would say that you would say that the creator of God is free-willed infinite energy?
No, you don't have to say infinite energy, just free will. Free will is the creator of God, and then
what is?
Because on my example, God doesn't have free will, so all his actions are already planned out from beginning to end.
Yeah, but God has.
So then God could create us, right? He could create us and put us into free will.
He could create us out of what?
But free will created God.
Okay, so that free will would have the choice to give God the power to create us.
Sure. I mean, that would be its thing.
So then, see, from my understanding of you, we have the thing in the beginning is something that has free will, the choice to share its power.
Well, it's not even that. It's not really sharing its power. It's using its free will to plot a path for God that God has no choice but to follow. Because he has no free will.
I do think we agree in I think semantically we agree somehow. No.
But if free will is the ultimate power, doesn't that make free will God?
Yes, God is free.
No.
Freely wills.
I'm talking about in Cerberus's example.
Yeah.
Well, you could say it is, but in my situation, then it's not our God because our God was created by free will.
God has a God.
So for you, there's the concept of God, the Lord God, and we have our Lord, which would be the created God, and then we have God, which is the creator of God.
Well, yeah. But the creator of God is not all powerful because he does not have the ability to give up his free will. And go where God is.
So
he does have the ability to end God.
See, I think
which would end himself.
I think that's where the semantic is very important to consider. If you have free will, you have the potential to freely will yourself out of existence, but you wouldn't. Now, it doesn't.
You don't. I mean, you could want to, but most people don't.
But you wouldn't.
But you wouldn't because then you wouldn't you would be there to ponder all this. like he has to exist to do this, right?
But now think about it. We have the choice, right? I'm saying we have the choice to go to God and lose our free will, or to keep our free will while we're here. But we can go to God because we're created by Him and not free will itself. To
me, I see it as when we go to God, we gain free will. Because when we go to God...
But see, that would be what the free will would think. You're gaining something, which is the ability to lose your free will.
Yeah, you're losing stuff because you already have free will, right? So when you die, you actually lose all your free will.
You're losing your free will to gain, not free will.
Okay, what is the pinnacle? what is the pinnacle of free will? I refer to Abel, pinnacle of morality. What is the pinnacle of free will?
As the pinnacle of morality, I have an objection to. talking about free will fundamentally, because I can't even grasp the concept of what free will is. It seems to be something nebulous. What's the difference between something with free will and something without free will?
Just call it a will.
Okay.
Because God is the singularity, right? So he's just a will. Like
Okay, so Google has a will. I send a request to Google. It feeds me back results. Google willed these results to me because I asked for them. So
Okay.
what's the difference between will and non-will?
Okay, difference between will. I would say, as an example, what will you do tomorrow?
Well, probably masturbate. I don't know.
Okay, can you change that?
No.
Okay, all right.
It's on the schedule.
Is there anything that you don't know about what you will do tomorrow? Can you describe everything you will do from the moment you awake to the moment you go to sleep?
Yeah, sure, potentially.
All right, hit it. Hit me
Do the
with it.
same thing. Or any kind of.
Okay, what time will you wake up?
Can do that.
What time will you wake up? Let's start with that.
Probably 7 o'clock.
Probably. Can you change that by any means?
Yep.
Okay, then your will is free.
Well,
you have free will.
Because any kind of artificial intelligence can do the same thing.
Artificial
if they
intelligence?
had if it's programmed to depend on like random inputs for its variables, then
okay.
It can change on what seems to be a mere whim.
Do you have the ability to be patient and kind? I mean, patient and impatient.
Patient and impatient? I don't think so. That seems kind of difficult to choose.
Not at the same time. Do you have the ability to either be patient or to be impatient? Can you get frustrated or can you remain calm in struggles? Can you choose both options?
You can be partially patient.
I think emotions are fundamentally difficult to control.
But can you?
Well, I suppose with enough effort, maybe.
Okay. So then not only is your will in what you are actually going to do is free, which you're saying that an artificial intelligence could do, you're also saying that you have the free will on how you're going to feel. You have the capability to change how you will feel. Can an artificial intelligence change how it will feel?
Do artificial intelligences have feelings? Well, I suppose if they were programmed that way, well, why not?
Well, I don't know. I don't know of any artificial intelligence that has feelings yet. I'm not saying that it's not possible.
You would never know. Even if they had feelings, you would never know.
Because they would be. Because
they had experienced it. It's a qualia.
You can make artificial intelligence that emulates a human brain absolutely the same.
Do you?
So why can't artificial intelligence have emotions, and therefore why can it not have will if it depends on whatever the ability to change emotions or whatever?
Can I try to make it simpler?
Sure.
I mean, you can choose to raise your arm above your shoulder or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can make that choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Something of something that is not free will. I would say like.
So you could choose to be in Hangouts, but Hangouts itself is not free. Doesn't have free will, like the Hangout program.
Maybe the Hangout program is willing us to interact in a medium.
There are things that you choose, and there's things that choose you. I'm saying like your very heartbeat, your breathing. You don't willfully make these things happen. They just happen. And then there are things that we can freely choose to do, like simply raising your hand or go to work or not go to work. I mean, there's choice. And then there's things that, just choose us in a sense.
Just happen.
Just happen, yeah. I don't have any choice over my heart beating. I I can't willfully make it beat. I can't willfully make myself breathe. I mean, I could try to stop myself from breathing, but I mean, just going about your life, you don't think about, making your heart beat, making yourself breathe. It just happens.
It's a lot like a dream, right? Like you don't. Again, like you're not really thinking about what's going on, but a lot of the stuff's happening to you, and you're not really. It's kind of you're unconsciously kind of going through it.
Well, I would encourage you to that you do that as a human. You do have the capability to change what you will do.
Mm-hmm.
You have that free. You do have the potential to have free will.
Potential. God is like solid potential.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's what I said, Yuri. That's my concept of God. It's potential.
That makes sense.
Go see my video.
Video about that.
Yes, I do.
Awesome.
Do you, Brother John? Do you view God as a person?
A person like me or you? No, because then you're attaching you're attaching like an ego to it.
Okay.
You're putting a judgment on it.
Yeah. So yeah.
It's an incarnate. Yeah. Jesus
Right.
is God in a person.
Like I said, everything is God experiencing through that thing or the creation. That's how I see it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like do you think that if God knows everything and everything is going to happen, you kind of get bored kind of easily?
Okay.
When it's kind of boring. So the experience of having living beings like us kind of is like it's like a playground for God. He needs that.
Well,
kind of makes life interesting for him.
Which is for me, that line of thinking actually justifies why the Father is the most sacrificial person of all, because he remains the all-knowing lawgiver and judge in order to grant others the free will and the community necessary to experience heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So the purpose of existence is existence itself.
No, further than that. The purpose of existence is to get what you want, get
Free
what
will.
you need.
And it all comes back.
I believe it's to realize the God in you.
That's what John was saying.
Oh.
That's John's whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, both. Now, I mean, we are not the fullness of God. There is Jesus who is the fullness of God.
A Catholic and an atheist agree on God. Awesome.
Wait, who's the atheist agreeing with him?
Well, whatever service is.
Oh, agnostic. Yeah, I mean that works too. I mean, this is a hypothetical, and if God had this attribute, then this would be.
Yeah.
Hey, so Severus, have we swayed you any more towards the possibility of God here?
He's almost a deist.
Oh no, I already admitted there's a possibility of God.
No, okay. I mean, are you more swayed towards a God? A deist point, at least?
No, I still need evidence. Like I can logically come up with all sorts of things, theoretically, in any direction I wanted.
Oh yeah, you changed that logic really quick, eh? Go off theoretically.
But don't get me wrong. I like what I laid out. I thought that was pretty cool.
Couldn't that be your evidence?
I mean, if I wanted to argue for God right now, that's probably what I would say.
Okay.
Best evidence so far for you.
For me, good. Yeah.
And you gave it to yourself.
Yep.
You willed it into being.
Which would fit in my worldview because I have no choice but to not. Nothing else other than will it into being.
Don't take it further. I'm scanning all this paperwork, so I just keep disappearing.
Oh my God.
You know, this isn't fair. Like, I come in your hangouts, John,
Yes.
and we either have, you know, a relatively deep argument about something, or I sit over here and blow my own mind or something, and then I go in someone else's hangout and I just tell someone they're stupid. And that's the end of the argument. I save all my best thinking for like 2 o'clock in the morning when no one's on here to see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this time we got it recorded. This time we got it recorded as opposed to the other night when I wish, oh man, I wish we had that stuff recorded.
So how many views does
having that conversation, man?
how many views does a 5-hour hangout get after it's been aired?
Say for a month.
I'm getting on average about 30 to 40 views.
Wow. All right. Have you looked at any of the time metrics on there?
But I don't know what, if they're fast forwarding it, how much, how long they're viewing.
Yeah.
This is kind of long, and I try to stop it short so it doesn't go too long, but I mean, I've had people tell me, they'll listen to it in the background or something like that. I don't know.
Ah.
They work, so.
They're
not gonna watch us, the whole time, but yeah.
They might listen, and we've had a pretty good flow. I don't think we had too long of a lull in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first hangout I've been in. This seems to be a great idea. I'll have my own group sometime.
There you go.
Yeah.
This hangouts run almost every night.
Every night, you see?
Yeah, I've been here about this past week, Monday, Tuesday. I took a break yesterday because we had a little incident the other night. I figured it was time to take a break, so yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah. I'm usually not opening up one on the weekend because of just work.
And there's a lot. Oh, you work on the weekend. There's a lot of other hangouts on the weekend, but during the week is like every night almost.
Yeah, no.
And you guys, I'm losing so much sleep over these damn hangouts.
Yeah, no
I sleep on average 2 to 3 hours a night. You guys
Dude,
are like,
went for a record. Dude, the other night went for a record 13 hours. I kid you not, it went 13 hours.
Oh, I remember that. That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
It was ridiculous.
I was in here for like 8 of it.
4 hours recorded and 9 hours off air. Oh my god. Nuts. I think that was with Sasha, right? I think it was Sasha. Oh man, I don't even remember.
Yeah, you just get like a little mix of people with their ideas, hey? And
we were on till like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here it's 4:30. It was probably later there.
Yeah, like John, you got off, and then like me, Sasha, and a couple other people were on here for like another hour.
Wow.
That was when the green soul Sufi guy was in there.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
When me, him, and Cerberus, like it all bounced off like crazy because we each just had something to say like, oh, maybe this, and then it made the other person think, oh my god, that totally lines up with this.
Yeah. That's the one I wish we had recorded.
I think we could probably recreate that when Sasha like does that interview thing with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well, we can just put in the tagline, "This initially happened in Brother John's hangout."
You can't recreate the past. I've tried so many times. You just can't do it.
I mean, I know they won't be the exact same things, but it'll be basically the same. We'll get into some subjects, and then eventually we'll get Green Soul Sufi back.
I want Bernard to come back.
Oh yeah, by the way, he was blocked. I did unblock him. I unblocked Nephilim, and I unblocked Rob. But
Rob,
I don't know.
Have you seen? He's been calling out Nephilim every day.
No, I haven't. I
Oh,
know
that's why I haven't seen Rob in here. Okay.
Yeah, he's got hangouts where he's calling out Nephilim, and every time I go in there, I'm the only viewer, and he starts talking about the wolves and the baboons. So I just exit out because I don't want to hear the same thing again. Because he sees he has a viewer, so he starts talking about the baboons and stuff because he knows he could talk about it and like
but he's got like this amazing this amazing will to change the world. Like he's a
But he needs
can actually do it.
he needs to be able to take scrutiny of his position. If someone comes in and says, "Well, maybe not," he doesn't need to be like, "Well, oh, I wrote it. You need to read my book." He needs to be able to like show you how you're wrong.
Sasha, you're wrong, and I can tell you why. That's the same thing he says every time. You're wrong, and I can tell you why.
Yeah.
Just as bad as the presupposition was.
He actually wants to convince Nephilim
No,
to
he did presupp.
non-Christian. And all the other ones, like G-Man and stuff. Like he thinks he can. I told him, holy, wow, that's awesome that you think you can.
He said he found evidence for all that stuff after. He found evidence for all that stuff after he thought that was what happened. He figured out that the Bible was fake and who had written it, and then he found evidence for it. So he presupposed.
Yeah. So most people do, hey?
All right. So what is each one of your best evidence for God? Now let's even
Don't
if you
keep
are
me up. I'm going to bed. I scanned my last feed. I finally finished my work for tonight. See you guys, man.
Yuri, man.
It's a pleasure, Yuri. Pleasure.
Thanks for stopping by, man. Have a great night.
So the question is the best evidence for God.
Your personal, and even if you are atheist, what do you still feel is the best evidence for God?
The best argument. Better to put it that way. The best argument for God. I think the toughest one is the variables that went into the creation of or the variables that go into the laws of physics would seem to indicate very narrowly the intent to have intelligent life.
Okay.
I forget the name of that argument.
Okay.
But I think that's the toughest one. Maybe not. Maybe not enough to be completely convincing because there's some big philosophical points that can be made against it. But still, it still carries at least some weight, in my opinion.
Okay.
For me personally, I think the fact that even life even exists at all is enough for me to say that there's a creator.
Okay. Nice.
And well, Reuven has to type, so.
I think animals and other things are gods, like in their own aspects, different things, different ways. Like, there's just different. Like the way I was talking about the universe before, I'd say that's a form of God, and that's the closest thing I believe to in comparison to the Christian one.
Okay, you mentioned animals and other lives as God. Do you also see things such as dust particles, rocks, which would be dust particles?
No, because like there's birds that teach people how to weave or like make huts, and like from there they could protect themselves from the rain and have a place to live and stuff like that's that. And then slowly other things taught them things like dung beetles. They can read the stars. They show that you can put your kids inside a structure and protect it. They also show you the wheel. Dung beetles also use little paddings for their feet. You can look it up. They use this green stuff. It's like shoes. So they basically taught people a bunch of stuff, and then people worshipped them afterwards and called them Capri, the ruler, which is the keeper. We still today call the ruler, and it measures stuff. And I mean that comes from the king's foot too, though. But I mean it's been the same forever.
Okay. All right.
And like the sun sets, that's another god, and we still say it. Like no matter what religion you are, you still say the sun sets, and that's an ancient Egyptian god that's set.
I guess that would tie into my view of God. That God is primarily an idea, a very very powerful idea that evolves and it diversifies and adapts to whatever. We'd like. Evolved over thousands of years and is very influential, very powerful.
Okay. All right.
Do I have to say mine?
I would love to hear it again. Perhaps in other words.
I can cut it down. I could say my best evidence for God is that will, in its purest, unadulterated form, has no choice other than not to be. No choice other than to be. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Okay. I like that. Okay. All right. How about Brother John? He is muted. I don't know if he's headed out or.
Reuven's in the chat. He wrote.
He might be having a smoke.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
You want my best proof for God?
Best evidence, your personal best evidence for God.
Best personal evidence. Well, it would. I mean, and I know there's arguments against it, but it's just me, you know, and that would just be creation itself, you know, life itself. I believe there has to be a first cause.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Pretty much.
And I did see a connection of your concept of potentiality with Abel's concept of God being so powerful. Just the concept. Potentiality.
As my symbol represents, as a symbol I created myself. You know, that's kind of my concept. Comes from looking at creation, the creator, reason, and my own experience.
Yeah.
And then my view of God is there's no beginning, no end. It's always infinite. You know, the Alpha or the Omega. That's the kind of the symbol is the Alpha, the Omega inside the Alpha. So, you know, that's kind of my view right there in that symbol.
Yeah. All right. And then I also saw a connection between, perceived a connection between Abel, Cerberus, and Norse invasion, in that just the utter fact that there's life. From Abel, I saw the connection was the very small likelihood of life. Is that correct, Abel?
Can you repeat that?
That the very small likelihood of life. How
given
the finely tuned, is that the argument? The finely tuned universe.
Fine tuned argument. That's the one.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. And then, all right. So to share, is it Reuven?
Yeah, it's Reuven.
Okay. To share his to the viewers, it says the existence of life on this world, if were extremely unlikely, would be evidence for intelligent design. It would not, however, be proof for God. However, life on this world emerged within 200 million years of liquid water cooling down. So actually, life on this planet was not extremely unlikely, and thus, no proof for God, and intelligent design. Okay.
I would challenge where that liquid water came from, but.
Okay. All right. How about Wayne? Do you have a? Oh, here it is.
Space, Brother John. Okay.
For Wayne, I think he declares, I think the concept of God is inherently self-contradictory, so God can't exist in any possible world. Okay. So you haven't found any evidence to be any strong at all. It's just all contradictory, and therefore impossible.
Well, the definitions of God are important here because there are some definitions of God that are self-contradictory. Like an omnipotent God would be self-contradictory, but maybe not a very, very powerful. Maybe you can say maximally powerful God, as powerful as logic allows, would at least be a possibility.
Okay. And to respond to Reuven, he asks, John, do you accept that life is abundant in the universe? Life is abundant in the universe. I don't know if it is. I can accept that it is, if that is the case, and if it's not, I can accept that the same. But if so, did Jesus die for the intelligent species elsewhere or only for humanity? I definitely do believe that if there's any rational life, rational thinking, with the capability of feeling, thinking, willing, with the past, present, and future, the remembrance of person, the body, the present of person, and the future person freely, then yeah, Jesus died for them too. And do they have a relationship with the Creator? I don't know. Now for me the best evidence for God playfully is the question: do you believe history? Do you believe in history? And if the answer is yes, then my next question is who is He? For me, He is God.
I would say he is the white man as far as history is concerned.
All right, fair enough. I'm not the white man, so I'm not God.
I am. But I regret our history.
Wait, isn't that what Jesus said? I am.
I cannot argue. I am is God. God is I am.
I am.
And now more seriously, for me, the best evidence for God is the Eucharist.
That's evidence?
Yes, because that is God. That is the body, blood, soul, and divinity of God.
What?
Okay, if you
I heard how you define Eucharist, like so that's your definition. So how's that evidence?
Okay, the best evidence for me is, hi, I'm right here. Okay, the best evidence for God is the Eucharist. Hey, He's right there. If you listen to what He shares, if you listen to the message He's sharing with you how to be all-powerful.
Okay, the message. All right, so where is this? What constitutes this message? Is it like other kind of messages where one person verbally communicates to another, or is it some kind of cryptic?
Well, it's best. I find it's best to focus on the greatest commandment, because it's not only the foundation; it's also the pinnacle of living. Now, if you just focus there and you just start with basically the first word, it's not fully the first word, but love. You should love. And if you look at the definition of love, it's love is patient, is kind. And you'll see that love is greatest. From biblically.
So is love stoned?
Is love stoned?
You know, Shiva means kind. And Shiva is the god of marijuana. So is smoking weed a sin? I've always wondered that, because is God's in his kind form is Shiva.
I would refer to, why are you doing it? Is it the best you possibly can do?
What if I'm doing it for God, for Shiva?
If it's the best you can do, then it's okay.
All right.
But if it's not, if you know there's a better way, then it's not.
What if there isn't a better way? What if I think people are terrible and I think plants are great?
Okay, if you think it, you don't know it, and
no, I know it. I know. If you go far enough off on Earth, you just see green and blue and sand and gray, and we're the gray. This virus is just eating away at it.
Okay, if you judge a book by its cover, I've heard that is a decent practice. Maybe not the best though.
But we're destroying the planet, and the plants aren't.
Okay, is everybody destroying the planet?
Yeah. Do you use toilet paper in a car?
There are some people that don't.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, they're probably more along the lines of what I'm thinking of: smoke weed and hang out with the plants.
But wait, it depends on how you look at it. Like, if there wasn't animals, plants would be destroying the world.
Well, yeah, they'd be destroying what we call the world, but would that be bad or good? This is another like, is it
No,
good
no,
or
I
bad?
mean, us gone, animals gone, everything we would make is gone, and then there's just plants. Eventually, the plants would kill themselves.
Why do you think? No, it's just certain ones they would win out, and they would
No.
rule different regions.
They would suck up all the carbon dioxide, and they would starve.
Oh, I guess yeah, but you don't think there'd be a fire at some point?
There might be, but is that enough to keep up with a whole planet full of
I
plants?
think plants would evolve to not depend on carbon dioxide.
I know, but maybe that's the point. Maybe we have to evolve.
Yeah. I don't think that there's anything any organism can do to destroy the planet. The planet Earth is going to continue to go on. It'll just change. Life will change.
So you see the Earth, the planet Earth, as always existing forever?
It won't, well, no, because when the sun finally blows up in like a few billion years,
You see it as it's not the existence of the Earth is not dependent upon the organisms in it.
right?
Okay.
Maybe we can build a Death Star and destroy the Earth. I suppose that's a possibility. Other than that, it's not a possibility.
All right.
I'm going to, at this point, since it's 4 o'clock in the morning,
yes.
I'm going to stop the broadcast. We're going to continue off air, but I just figure 6 hours has got to be long enough for some people to listen to. So at this point, I want to thank John and Abel for coming here. Newbies, Wayne, thanks for coming in. John, do you have a YouTube channel or anything you want to share? Do you make videos or what?
No, not yet. I'm
Okay.
no.
That's awesome. Abel, about you? Do you have a YouTube channel? Or?
I don't have a YouTube. Well, I do. There's just one video on it.
Oh, okay.
And it's not really relevant.
All right. Well, if anyone else wants to check out, Cereburst, do you have a YouTube channel?
I have this one with no videos on it.
Okay. Okay, then the only other people I know have videos is Norse Invasion and Sasha. Go check out their videos, everybody. If anybody's still watching, you want to get in the room, just send me a message. I can send you a link, not a problem. If you want to see this whole video, which was, I think it's been an awesome time, another great conversation, go to my channel, Brother John, that's spelled B-R-O-T-H, letter 3 R, John. Check it out there, and hopefully we'll see you at the next God Talk. And
When's the next God Talk?
I don't know.
Okay, send me an invite.
Yeah, just G plus me. You know, you could go to my channel, or I'll put you in the circles. Definitely able. So so stay in the room right now. We're just stopping the broadcast. Everyone else that's viewing, man, you have a great night. Thanks for stopping by.
All right.